Sutra Sthana, Chapter 1. Salutations to that unique physician who destroyed the diseases beginning with attachment, which are constantly clinging, spread throughout the entire body, and which cause anxiety, delusion, and restlessness. Now, therefore, we shall expound the chapter on the desire for longevity. Thus indeed spoke the great sages, Atreya and others. One who desires longevity, the means to righteous conduct, wealth, and happiness, should show supreme respect for the teachings of Brahma, having remembered the Veda of longevity, taught it to Prajapati. He, Prapati, taught it to the Asvins. They, the Asvins, taught it to Sahasraksa, Indra. He, Indra, taught it to Atraputra and other sages. They, the sages, taught it to Agnavesa and others. And they, Agnavesa and others, each composed separate treatises. From those excessively scattered treatises, a collection of mostly the most essential parts is made. This, which is neither too concise nor too extensive. General medicine, pediatrics, demonology, psychiatry, diseases of parts above the clavicle, surgery, toxicology, geriatrics, aphrodisiacs. These are said to be its 8 limbs in which treatment is established. And these are, in brief, the 3 humors. When deranged or not deranged, they destroy or sustain the body. Though pervasive, they reside below in the middle and above the heart and navel. In relation to age, day, night, and digestion of food, they are sequentially present at the end, middle, and beginning, respectively. Due to these doses, the digestive fire becomes irregular, sharp, or dull. When they are balanced, it is balanced. The bowel is hard, soft, or moderate. It is also moderate when these doses are balanced. These doses are present in the sperm and ovum at the time of conception, just as poison is present in a poison worm. And by these doses, there are 3 constitutions, inferior, moderate, and superior, each distinct. The balanced constitution is the best among all. Those born from 2 are to be condemned. Among them, Vata is dry, light, cold, rough, subtle, and mobile, is slightly unctuous, sharp, hot, light, putrid-smelling, spreading, and liquid, is unctuous, cold, heavy, slow, smooth, slimy, and stable. Combination of 2 and combination of 3 arise from the decrease or increase of 2 or 3 respectively. Plasma. Blood, muscle, fat, bone, marrow, and reproductive tissue are the body tissues. These 7 are those that are vitiated, and the waste products are urine, feces, sweat, and others. Increase occurs for all through similar substances. The opposite, decrease through dissimilar ones. The increase through similar substances and decrease through dissimilar ones has been described. The tastes are sweet, sour, salty, pungent, bitter, and astringent. These 6 reside in substances and are successively more potent. Among these, the first 3 destroy, Vata, while the 3 beginning with bitter destroy. Astringent, bitter, and sweet tastes generate, while the others do so. A substance is threefold: pacifying, aggravating, and beneficial for the healthy. Due to the prominence of the qualities of hot and cold, potency is considered to be of 2 kinds there. The post-digestive taste of a substance is of 3 kinds, consisting of sweet, sour, and pungent, heavy, slow, cold, unctuous, smooth, dense, soft, stable, along with subtle and clear. These 20 qualities with their opposites are to be known. The deficient, false, or excessive conjunction of time, objects of the senses, and actions, as well as their proper conjunction, is to be known as the sole cause of disease and health. Diseases are an imbalance of the, a balance of the is freedom from disease. There, diseases are remembered as twofold, by the division of endogenous and exogenous. Since the body and mind are thus established as the substrata of diseases, neither the body alone nor the mind alone is the substratum. Therefore, immediately after this, he says, their substratum is also twofold, due to the distinction of body and mind, and are declared to be the 2 of the mind. One should examine the patient by observation, palpation, and interrogation. One should examine the disease by its causative factors, prodromal symptoms, main symptoms, therapeutic suitability, and pathological development. Here, they declare region, habitat to be of 2 types, based on land and body. The arid land is predominant in one of the 3, while the marshy land is excessive in one of the 3. The ordinary land is balanced in waste products. Thus, one should declare the land region to be of 3 types. Time, beginning with moment and the stage of disease, makes medicine suitable. In brief, medicine is of 2 kinds, purification and palliation. For the originating in the body, in order, the supreme medicines are enema, purgation, emesis, and then oil, ghee, honey. Wisdom, fortitude, and knowledge of the self and so on are the supreme medicine for mental. The physician, the substances, medicines, the attendant, and the patient are the four limbs of treatment, and each of them is said to have four qualities. The physician should be skillful, have understood the meaning of the scriptures from a teacher, have practical experience, and be pure. The medicine should have many formulations, many qualities, be well prepared and suitable. A devoted, pure, skillful, and intelligent attendant. A wealthy patient, obedient to the physician, able to describe symptoms, and courageous. Diseases are of two kinds, curable and incurable. These two, again, are of two kinds, easily curable and difficult to cure, and palliable and untreatable. A disease is easy to cure when it is in a body capable of tolerating all medicines, in a young man, in a self-controlled person, not affecting vital points with few causes and initial symptoms, without complications, not similar in tissues, habitat, season, or constitution, when the fourfold factors, physician, medicines, attendant, patient, are complete, when the planetary influences are favorable, when it affects a single pathway, and when it is new. A difficult disease is one curable by surgery, etc., and also a disease with mixed characteristics. Due to the remaining lifespan, it is manageable by constant practice of wholesome regimens, even in the opposite condition. One that is in an extremely opposite condition should be without any treatment. It causes anxiety, delusion, and restlessness. It shows fatal signs, it destroys the senses. A physician should abandon a patient who is disliked by physicians and kings, who is an enemy of theirs, and who is an enemy of himself, who lacks resources, who is distracted, disobedient, whose life is exhausted, who is cruel, afflicted by grief, fearful, ungrateful, and who considers himself a physician. And now, after this, the summary of chapters of this treatise will be stated. Desiring longevity, daily regimen, seasonal regimen, prevention of diseases, substances, knowledge of food, preservation of food, quantity, substances, tastes, knowledge of etc., their classifications, their treatments, and other therapies, purification, etc., oleation, fomentation, emesis, purgation, enema, nasal administration, fumigation, gargling, eye treatments, eye irrigation, nourishing the eyes, herbal preparation, instruments, surgical instruments, venesection, surgical procedures, caustic and cautery treatments. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, the section on anatomy and physiology, is now declared. It comprises chapters on the descent of the embryo, its diseases, the division of the body parts, and the vital points. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, the section on etiology, is for all diseases of fever, blood disorders, asthma, consumption, intoxication, piles and diarrhea, of urinary retention, diabetes, abscesses, and abdominal diseases, of anemia, skin diseases, disorders, and gout. These are 16 chapters. The treatment section covers fever, blood disorders, cough, asthma and consumption, tuberculosis, vomiting, alcoholism, hemorrhoids, 2 chapters on urinary disorders, abscesses, gulma, abdominal tumors, abdominal diseases, anemia, swelling, erysipelas, skin diseases, leukoderma, disorders, and gout. These are the 22 chapters. After this, the formulations and success section. The formulation for emesis and purgation, and the success for enema formulation. The success regarding complications of is the 5th, and the 6th is formulation of substances. Hereafter, the supplementary section contains chapters on the treatment of children, their diseases and their afflictions by demonic entities, and 2 chapters on spirits. Then, from birth onwards, on loss of memory, 2 chapters each on the eyelids and the conjunctiva, 3 chapters on vision, cataract, and blindness, and 2 chapters each on general eye diseases, on diseases of the ear, nose, mouth, and head, on wounds, fractures, and fistula in ano, on tumors and other minor diseases, and on venereal diseases, 2 chapters separately for each, on poisons, snake bite, insect bites, and rat bites, and on rejuvenation. The 40th chapter is on nourishment of semen for the childless. Thus, this text, consisting of 120 chapters, has been expounded in 6 sections, 48.5. Here ends the first chapter, named in the Thera of the Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, composed by Vagbhata, son of the illustrious Vidyapati Simhagupta. Chapter 2. Now we shall expound the chapter on daily regimen. Thus indeed spoke the great sages Atreya and others. In this treatise, the preservation of longevity is the main subject. It is of 2 types, regimen for the healthy and regimen for the sick. A healthy person should rise for the protection of his life. Having completed the consideration of the body and then performed the purification ritual, one should chew a toothstick made from etc. in the morning after eating, which is soft at the tip, astringent, pungent, and bitter, of the thickness of the tip of the little finger, straight, and 12 finger breadths long, without harming the gums. One should not chew that toothstick if suffering from indigestion, vomiting, dyspnea, cough, fever, facial paralysis, thirst, stomatitis, heart disease, eye disease, headache, or ear disease. Therefore, one should always use collyrium, which is beneficial for the eyes. The eye is composed of fire element, and it has a particular fear of kapha. Therefore, a type of collyrium should be applied every 7 nights for the purpose of discharge. Thereafter, one should partake of nasal drops. Gargling, smoking, and betel quid is unwholesome for those with wounds and blood disorders, dryness, or aggravated eyes. It is also unwholesome for those afflicted by poison, fainting, intoxication, and for those suffering from consumption. One should perform oil massage daily. It removes old age, fatigue, and one of the 3. It produces clarity of vision, nourishment, longevity, good sleep, beautiful skin, and firmness of the body. One should especially practice it on the head, ears, and feet. Oil massage should be avoided by those afflicted by those who have undergone purificatory therapies and those suffering from indigestion. Lightness, capacity for action, kindled, digestive fire, reduction of fat, and a body with distinct and firm limbs arise from physical exercise. A person afflicted with disorders, a child, an old person, or one suffering from indigestion should avoid exercise. It should be practiced up to half one's strength by strong individuals who consume unctuous food. In the cold season in spring, and only moderately at other times. Having performed that exercise, one should massage the body all over, making it comfortable. Thirst, emaciation, a type of asthma, a bleeding disorder, fatigue, exhaustion, cough, fever, and vomiting arise from excessive exercise. One who indulges in overexertion, such as excessive physical exercise, staying awake, walking, sexual intercourse, laughter, or speech, perishes greatly like a lion dragging an elephant. Powder massage melts fat, makes the limbs firm, and is supremely beneficial for purifying the skin. A bath is appetite-stimulating, aphrodisiac, life-prolonging, and bestows energy and strength. It conquers itching, dirt, fatigue, sweat, drowsiness, thirst, burning sensation, and sin. Sprinkling the lower part of the body with warm water brings strength. But sprinkling the head with that same warm water diminishes the strength of the hair and eyes. Bathing is condemned for those suffering from facial paralysis, diseases of the eyes, mouth, or ears, and diarrhea, as well as for those with flatulence, chronic rhinitis, indigestion, or who have just eaten. When the previous meal is digested, one should eat wholesome and moderate food. One should not forcibly suppress natural urges. One who has an urge should not engage in other activities, nor should one neglect a curable disease without conquering it. All activities of all beings are considered to be for the sake of happiness, and happiness does not exist without righteous conduct. Therefore, one should be devoted to. One should serve good friends with devotion and keep far away from others. Violence, theft, illicit sexual desire, backbiting, harshness, falsehood, incoherent speech, malice, covetousness, and perverted views. These 10 types of sinful actions should be abandoned by body, speech, and mind. One should assist, according to one's ability, those who are without livelihood, afflicted by disease, or suffering from sorrow. One should always look upon even an insect or an ant as oneself. One should worship gods, cows, elders, physicians, kings, and guests. One should not turn away those who seek help, nor disrespect them, nor rebuke them. One should be primarily helpful, even towards an enemy intent on causing harm. One should have an even mind in prosperity and adversity. One should be envious of the means to success, but not of the result. One should speak appropriately, beneficially, concisely, truthfully, and pleasantly. One should be a first speaker, pleasant-faced, well-behaved, gentle with compassion. One should not be happy alone, nor trusting everywhere, nor suspicious. One should not reveal anyone as one's enemy, nor oneself as anyone's foe. Nor should one reveal an insult, nor the lack of affection from one's lord. Having understood the intention of people, one who is skilled in pleasing others should act towards them in whatever way satisfies them. One should not torment the sense organs, nor should one excessively indulge them. One should not undertake an endeavor devoid of the three aims of life, and one should not undertake it in a way that causes them to conflict. One should follow the middle path in all duties conduct at every step. One should have short body hair, nails, and beard, and clean feet and excretory passages. Be accustomed to bathing, be fragrant, well-dressed, and not excessively ostentatious but radiant. One should constantly wear gems, potent mantras, and great medicinal herbs. One should walk with an umbrella and footwear, looking only a 4 cubits ahead. At night, for urgent work, one should be with a staff, a turban, and a companion. One should not step on the shadows of a sacred tree or shrine, a venerable person, a flag, or inauspicious things, nor on ashes, husks, or impure substances. Nor should one step on places where gravel, clods of earth, offerings, or bathing have occurred. One should not cross a river by one's arms, nor should one approach a heap of fire. One should not board a doubtful boat or climb a tree, just as one would not ride a faulty vehicle. One should not sneeze, laugh, or yawn with an uncovered mouth. One should not pick the nose, nor scratch the ground without cause. One should not move the limbs improperly, nor sit in imposture for a long time. One should stop the activities of body, speech, and mind before fatigue. One should not stand for a long time with knees raised, nor should one resort to a tree at night. Similarly, one should not resort to a crossroads, a sacred tree, a junction of 4 paths, or a temple, nor a slaughterhouse, a forest, a deserted house, or a cremation ground even during the day. One should not look at the sun in any way, nor carry a burden on the head. One should not continuously look at subtle, blazing, impure, or unpleasant things. One should not engage in the selling, preparing, giving, or receiving of liquor. One should avoid easterly winds, sun, dust, dew, harsh winds, crooked posture, sneezing, belching, coughing, sleep, food, sexual intercourse, the shade of a riverbank, that which is disliked by the king, wild animals, fanged creatures, horned animals, serving the lowly, the ignoble, or the excessively clever, conflict with superiors, eating, women, sleep, study, and contemplation at twilight, food from enemies, sacrificial sessions, crowds, courtesans, or merchants, making music with the limbs, mouth, or nails, shaking the hands or hair, traveling between 2 bodies of water, 2 fires, or 2 revered objects, smoke, or anything associated with a corpse. One should abandon excessive attachment to alcohol and trust and independence with women. For indeed, in all actions, the world itself is the teacher for a wise person. Therefore, a discerning person should imitate that very world in worldly matters. Compassion, generosity, control over body, speech, and mind, and considering the welfare of others as one's own, this is sufficient for good conduct. How are my days and nights passing now? One who constantly maintains this awareness does not become a partaker of sorrow. This is the conduct in brief, called by observing which one attains longevity, health, prosperity, fame, and eternal worlds. Thus, in the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the Lord of Physicians Simhagupta, in the 2nd chapter named is concluded. Chapter 3. Now, therefore, we shall explain the chapter on seasonal regimen. Thus indeed said the great sages, Atreya and others. By months, in pairs, beginning with 6 seasons, are traditionally known in order, then and. One should know the northern solstice by these 3, beginning with, and it is taking away, for it takes away the strength of people day by day. In that period, the sun and winds, which are by nature extremely sharp, hot, and dry, diminish the cooling qualities of the earth. The bitter, astringent, and pungent tastes are strong in succession here. Therefore, the period of taking away strength is fiery. The seasons of the southern solstice are rainy season and others, and it is called period of giving forth strength. Because of its cool, lunar quality, Soma is powerful in this period, while Ravi, the sun, declines. When the earth's surface is pacified from heat by clouds, rain, and cool winds, the tastes, unctuous, sour, salty, and sweet, become strong here. In the cold seasons, strength is highest. In the rainy and hot seasons, it is low, and in the remaining 2, it is moderate. In the strong digestive fire, due to the obstruction by cold, becomes powerful. If it has little fuel, stimulated by it will consume the. Therefore, in this cold season, one should consume sweet, sour, and salty tastes. Due to the length of the nights, being hungry early in the morning at this time, One should complete the necessary duties and then practice what has been prescribed. Anointing with alleviating oils, oil on the head, massage, wrestling with experts, and foot massage appropriately. Having had the oil removed by astringents, then bathed according to the rules, anointed with saffron mixed with musk, and fumigated with agar wood. One should partake of unctuous meat broths, plump meat, liquor made from jaggery, clear liquor, and one should partake of auspicious preparations made from wheat flour, black gram, sugarcane, and milk. Also, new grains, muscle fat, and oil. For purification, use warm water. One should resort to a bed covered with thick woolen blankets, animal skins, silk, a type of woven cloth, or a type of blanket. Covered with light garments that are naturally warm. One should judiciously partake of sun's rays and sudation and always wear footwear. Women with plump thighs, breasts, and hips, who are intoxicated and beloved, with warm bodies due to fumigation, saffron, and youth, dispel the cold. For one who dwells in a subterranean dwelling, or a house whose interior is heated by the warmth of charcoal, no affliction caused by cold and dryness ever arises. This very regimen should be followed especially in late winter as well, for at that time the cold is intense and there is dryness born of the absorbing period. Sisiracharya maha ayamivati. Ayam himantokta, svayuktya nunadika prayoganised harthameva sabda, vaisasata atyabhyasena, hayasmat, tadatasminkale, adikam sitam, adanakalajam raukshyam, chakaradvata kopalaksaya yathoktam karanadina, svabhavasaitya draukshyacha vata kopadbalaksaya, vidhirvisisat snigdosna, sisire haimanomata, iti vata kopascha tenai vokta, savayu sisire kopam yatyevopachayam kapha. This states the regimen for the late winter season, saying, this very one. This refers to what was stated for early winter. The word vary is for prohibiting lesser or greater application based on one's own reasoning. Especially means through excessive practice. Indeed means because, at that time, there is intense cold and dryness born of the depletion period. And due to the N particle, there is also aggravation of one of the three and loss of strength. As stated by Karanadi, due to natural coldness and dryness, due to aggravation and loss of strength, the regimen, especially unctuous and hot, is considered suitable for as for. And the aggravation of was stated by him thus. That certainly becomes aggravated in and accumulates. For accumulated in when heated by the sun's rays in spring, destroys the digestive fire and causes diseases. Therefore, one should quickly conquer it. With sharp emetics, nasal administration, and other therapies, and with light and dry foods. Having conquered the excessive, another name for with exercise, powder massage, and beating massage, one should bathe and anoint oneself with camphor, sandalwood, eaglewood, and saffron. One should eat old barley and wheat, honey, and roasted meat from dry land animals. Having tasted them, one should drink, along with friends, drinks mixed with mango juice, offered by one's beloved, fragrant from contact with the beloved's mouth, marked by the beloved's lotus-like eyes, heart-pleasing and conducive to mental cheerfulness. One should drink faultless, fermented liquor, medicinal wine, sugarcane wine, grape wine, and honey wine. Also ginger water, water boiled with heartwood, honey water, and musta water. In groves cooled by the southern breeze, surrounded by flowing water, where the sun is unseen or partially seen, shining with gem-studded pavements, resounding with cuckoos, places for amorous activities, with diverse flowering trees and fragrant. One should happily spend the midday with charming conversations and stories. One should avoid heavy, cold, daytime sleep, unctuous, sour, and sweet substances. Because the intensely radiant sun, with its exceedingly sharp rays, seems to contract the world's essence in summer, diminishes daily, and one of the three increases. Therefore, in this season, one should avoid pungent, acrid, sour, strenuous exercise and sunlight. One should partake of food that is exclusively sweet, light, unctuous, cold, and liquid. With a body sprinkled with very cold water, one should lick barley flour mixed with sugar. Wine should not be drunk, or it should be drunk in small quantity or with much water. Otherwise, that wine causes emaciation, looseness, burning sensation, and delusion. One should eat rice, white like the flower or the moon, with the meat of wild animals. One should drink juice that is not too thick, a preparation of curds, sugar, and spices, a sweet-sour relish, a sweet-sour condiment, or a sweet drink made from 5 ingredients kept in a new earthen vessel. It should be mixed with plantain pulp and leaves, sour, served in earthen cups, and water scented with trumpet flower, with camphor, and very cold. While eating camphor-like edibles at night, one should drink buffalo milk with sugar, cooled by the moon and stars. In forests where the sun's rays are blocked by skyscraping, large trees and palm trees, and which are adorned with bunches of grapes clinging to creepers. In a pavilion, constructed with rows of cloths sprinkled with fragrant cool water and adorned with mango sprouts and hanging fruits. On a soft bed made of banana leaves, flowers, lotus stalks, lotuses, and water lilies, with smiling flowers and sprouts. At midday, one afflicted by the sun's heat should sleep in a shower house, where water flows from the breasts, hands, and mouths of artificial women, on the rooftop, covered with the rays of the moon at night. Sitting of one whose mind is tranquil, who is anointed with sandalwood, adorned with garlands, whose sexual activity has ceased, and who wears very fine, thin garments. Water-moistened palm leaf fans, wide lotus petals, and gentle fanning motions that release water-laden cool breezes. Garlands of camphor and jasmine, necklaces with yellow sandalwood, charmingly sweet-voiced children, birds and parrots, and beloved women, adorned with lotus stalk bracelets, radiant like fully bloomed lotuses, like moving lotus ponds, remove fatigue. Even the digestive fire of those whose bodies are weakened by the depleting period, though already diminished, further declines in the rainy season. In the rainy season, they become vitiated when the sky is filled with water-laden clouds, by the wind accompanied by frost and suddenly turned cold, by the vapor from the earth, by the sour digestion of water, and by impure water, and by the itself, which is weak when these doses are mutually vitiating. One should resort to everything that is common to pacify all doses and that stimulates the digestive fire. One whose body is purified should resort to enema. Old grains, prepared meat soups, wild meat, grain decoctions, old honey and fermented medicinal wine, or whey enriched with salt and powdered with 5 pungent spices. Celestial, well, or boiled water should be consumed. And on an extremely bad day of rain and wind, food that is distinctly sour, salty, and unctuous, somewhat dried with honey and light. One should not walk on foot, should be fragrant, with clothes constantly fumigated, and reside on the roof of a mansion free from mist, cold, and spray. One should avoid river water, daytime sleep, exertion, and sunlight. The one of the 3 doses, accumulated during the rainy season, having been heated suddenly by the sun's rays in autumn, becomes aggravated in those whose bodies are accustomed to the cold of the rainy season. To conquer that, bitter, ghee, purgation, and bloodletting are prescribed. A hungry person should partake of light food that is bitter, sweet, and astringent, such as rice, beans, sugar, Indian gooseberry, pointed gourd, honey, and meat from dry land animals. Water that has been heated by the rays of the hot rayed sun and cooled by the rays of the cool rayed moon. All around, day and night, rendered non-poisonous by the rising of Agastya. Pure, called clear, and conquering impurities, is neither unctuous nor drying, and is like nectar for drinking and other uses. Shining with sandalwood paste, vetiver, camphor, pearls, garlands, and garments. In white mansions, he should enjoy the white moonlight at the beginning of the night. A0, Ram 0. He prohibits dew and other things with, referring to the verse, etc. Dew, alkaline substances like barley alkali, eating to satiety, intensely intoxicating liquor, east wind. He should avoid dew, alkaline substances, eating to satiety, curds, oil, fat, and drinking alcohol, strong liquor, sleeping during the day, and the east wind. In the cold season and rainy season, one should consume the first 3 tastes. In spring, the last 3. In summer, the sweet taste, and in autumn, the sweet, bitter, and astringent tastes. In autumn and spring, food and drink should be dry. In summer and the end of the rainy season, cold. In brief, at other times, it should be the opposite. There should always be practice of all with an excess of their respective ones in each season. The last week of one season and the first week of the next is known as seasonal junction. During this period, the regimen of the previous season should be gradually abandoned, and that of the coming season should be gradually adopted. For diseases born of unwholesomeness arise from suddenly abandoning or adopting practices. 58 1/2. Thus ends the 3rd chapter, named Seasonal Regimen, in the section on fundamental principles of the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the venerable Vaidapati Simhagupta. Chapter 4. Now we shall expound the chapter on the non-production of diseases. Thus indeed spoke the great sages, beginning with Atreya. One should not suppress the urges of flatus, feces, urine, sneezing, thirst, hunger, sleep, cough, exertion-induced breath, yawning, tears, vomiting, and semen. One should not suppress the urges of flatus, etc. Everywhere it is a compound, a sneeze, fatigue from exertion, and is the breath caused by it. By suppressing flatus, one gets abdominal tumor, upward movement of pain fatigue, obstruction of urine and feces, impairment of vision and digestive fire and heart diseases. From suppressing feces, one gets cramps in the calves, common cold and headaches, upward movement of cutting pain, obstruction of the heart, and expulsion of feces through the mouth, and the previously mentioned diseases are remembered. Body aches, pain in the urinary calculi, bladder, penis, and groin, and diseases previously caused by the suppression of urine, mostly, are cured by, that is, the medicine. Suppositories, anointing, immersion baths, fomentation, and enema therapy. Food and drink that break up feces are beneficial in wasting diseases arising from the suppression of feces. But in those diseases arising from urine suppression, ghee is recommended for drinking before meals. This is called, and also ghee at the end of digestion, with the best measure, these two applications. Due to the suppression, moreover, of belching, there is anorexia, tremor, obstruction of the heart and chest, distension, cough, and hiccup. In that case, the treatment is like that for hiccup. Headache, weakness of the senses, stiffness of the neck, and facial paralysis arise from suppressing a sneeze. One should induce a suppressed sneeze with strong Arines collyrium, sniffing strong substances, nasal medication, and gazing at the sun. One should also regularly apply oleation and fomentation. From the suppression of thirst, there arise emaciation, debility of the limbs, deafness, delusion, vertigo, and heart disease. In such cases, all cooling treatments are beneficial. Body aches, anorexia, fatigue, emaciation, pain, and dizziness are due to hunger. In such cases, light, unctuous, warm, and small quantities of food should be administered. From suppression of sleep come delusion, heaviness of the head and eyes, lethargy, yawning, and body aches. In such cases, sleep and gentle massage are desired. By suppressing a cough, its increase, dyspnea, anorexia, and heart diseases arise, and in consumption, hiccups. In this case, a treatment that suppresses cough should be especially performed. Abdominal tumor, heart disease, and fainting arise from suppressing dyspnea due to exertion. Rest is beneficial in that case, and a course of treatment that alleviates one of the three doses. Due to yawning, diseases like those from sneezing arise, and all remedies that conquer vata are beneficial. Rhinitis, eye diseases, headache, heart pain, stiffness of the neck, anorexia, giddiness, along with abdominal tumors arise from suppressing tears. In that condition, sleep, wine, and pleasant stories are beneficial. If vomiting is suppressed, erysipelas, urticaria, skin diseases, eye diseases, itching, anemia, fevers, cough, dyspnea, nausea, facial blemishes, and swelling may arise. Mouth gargling, smoking, fasting, vomiting after eating dry food. Exercise and bloodletting are recommended here. Oil mixed with alkali and salt is also recommended for anointing. From suppression of semen, there is its discharge, pain in the genitals, swelling, fever, heart pain, urinary retention, body aches, enlargement of the scrotum, calculi, and impotence. One should partake of chicken, wine, rice enemas, oil massage, and immersion in medicated liquids. One should consume milk prepared with substances that purify the bladder and enjoy beloved women. One should abandon treatment of a person afflicted by thirst and pain, emaciated, vomiting feces, and suppressing urges. All diseases arise from the initiation and suppression of urges. The treatment for those conditions where predominantly manifests, which has been prescribed there in the context of suppressing urges, and because wind often becomes aggravated in many ways due to that suppression of urges. Therefore, one should administer food, drink, and medicine that are downward acting, promoting proper movement for it. But one who desires good for oneself, both in this world and the next, should always suppress the urges of greed, envy, hatred, jealousy, attachment, and the like, being one who has conquered the senses. One should also strive for the timely purification of the waste products, for when excessively accumulated, they become aggravated and may destroy life. The even when subdued by fasting and digestion-promoting therapy may sometimes become aggravated. But those that have been purified by purificatory therapies do not recur. The physician, knowing the proper time, should thereafter apply rejuvenating therapies and aphrodisiac formulations in due order and appropriately. For one debilitated by medicines, nourishing with appropriate diets should be done gradually, with rice, a type of rice, wheat, mung bean, meat, ghee, and other such foods, which, due to their combination with palatable and digestive medicines, create appetite and promote digestion. This should be accompanied by oil massage, powder massage, bathing, decoction enema, and oil enema. In this way, he obtains well-being and the potency of all digestive fires. He obtains clarity of intellect, complexion and senses, virility, and longevity. Those diseases that arise from spirits, poisons, winds, fire, wounds, fractures, etc., and those like attachment, aversion, and fear are known as exogenous diseases. Abandonment of offenses against wisdom, control of the senses, mindfulness. Knowledge of place, time, and self-adherence to good conduct. Peace rites prescribed in the Atharva Veda, propitiation of unfavorable planets, and methods to avoid contact with demons, etc., have been separately described. This procedure has been shown in brief for the non-occurrence of endogenous and exogenous disorders, and for the pacification of those that have already arisen. One who properly eliminates the accumulation of caused by cold in spring, that caused by summer in the rainy season, and that caused by the rainy season immediately after the clouds in autumn. Never experiences diseases born of the seasons. One who constantly partakes of beneficial food and activities, acts after due consideration, is unattached to sense objects, is charitable, impartial, truthful, forgiving, and serves the trustworthy, becomes free from disease. Here ends the 4th chapter, named Prevention of Diseases, in the 9 of the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the Lord of Physicians, Simhagupta. Chapter 5. Now we shall expound the chapter called Knowledge of Liquid Substances. Thus indeed spoke the great sages, beginning with Atreya. Now the category of water. Water from the sky that has fallen from the atmosphere when touched by the sun, moon, and wind is life-giving, refreshing, beneficial for the heart, gladdening, and awakens the intellect. It is subtle of indistinct taste, pleasing cold light, and like nectar. Its beneficial or harmful nature then further depends on the place and time, by which, when pure rice placed in a silver vessel is sprinkled, it remains. Unmoistened and unchanged in color, that water is from the Ganga and should be drunk. Otherwise it is seawater and should not be drunk except in the month of. One should always drink pure, celestial water, kept in a good vessel and not spoiled. In its absence, one should drink water from the earth that resembles celestial water. This is water, located in a clean, wide, dark, and white place and struck by the sun and wind. One should not drink water that is turbid and covered with mud, moss, grass, or leaves, nor water, not seen by the sun, moon, and wind, freshly fallen, dense, heavy, foamy, containing insects, hot, or causing pain to the teeth due to excessive cold, nor celestial water that is unseasonal, nor the first seasonal water, nor water contaminated by the threads, feces, urine, or poison of spiders and other creatures. Those rivers that flow into the Western Ocean, that have swift currents and whose waters are clear, are wholesome in brief. Those that are otherwise are the opposite. Those whose waters are agitated by the striking, tossing, and breaking apart of rocks, and those originating from the Himalayas and Malaya mountains are wholesome, provided they are stable. Otherwise, if stable, they cause worms, filariasis, and diseases of the heart, throat, and head. The states that the waters originating from the eastern, Prasya, Avanti, and western, Paranta regions cause hemorrhoids and a type of skin disease, possibly warts or moles. Those from the Saya and Vindhya mountains, however, cause abdominal diseases, filariasis, and various afflictions. Those from the Pariyatra mountains cure skin diseases, anemia, and head diseases, and destroy the waters from the ocean, however, increase strength and virility and aggravate all three, i.e. and. One should know the from wells, ponds, etc., and from arid land, marshy land, and mountainous land. Water should not be drunk, or if one is unable to stay without it, only a little by those with low digestive fire, abdominal tumor, anemia, abdominal diseases, diarrhea, hemorrhoids, malabsorption syndrome, emaciation, and edema. Except in autumn and summer, Even a healthy person should drink little. Those who drink water in the middle, at the end, or at the beginning of a meal become balanced, stout, or lean, respectively. Cold water alleviates alcohol poisoning, exhaustion, fainting, vomiting, fatigue, dizziness, thirst, heat, burning sensation, disorders, and blood disorders, as well as poisons. Hot water is carminative, digestive, beneficial for the throat, light, warm, and purifies the bladder. It is recommended in hiccup, flatulence, and disorders, immediately after purificatory therapies, in recent fever, cough, indigestion, rhinitis, dyspnea, and pain in the sides. Water that has been boiled and cooled is non-clogging and light. It is beneficial in conditions where it is involved. If it is left overnight, it aggravates all three. Coconut water is unctuous, sweet aphrodisiac, cold and light. It alleviates thirst and kindles digestive fire and cleanses the bladder. In the rainy season, celestial water is superior, while river water is inferior. Thus ends the section on water. Following the section on water, the section on milk is introduced. Due to its primary importance among the remaining categories, its utility for the majority of people, its lifelong wholesomeness, its general designation as fluid, and its possession of life-giving and other qualities similar to water. Even within that, milk is mentioned first because it is the root cause of curds and other products, also because it is foremost among life-giving and rejuvenating substances. And as stated in the Ashtanga Sangraha, Sua 13, milk is foremost among life-giving substances. The regular use of milk and ghee is foremost among rejuvenators. Now the section on milk. Milk is generally sweet in digestion and taste, unctuous, invigorating, and promotes the body tissues. It alleviates and is aphrodisiac, increases is heavy and cold. Milk generally. Among these, cow's milk is indeed life-sustaining and a rejuvenator. It is beneficial for those with chest injuries, promotes intellect, provides strength, increases breast milk, and is laxative. It alleviates fatigue, dizziness, intoxication, misfortune, dyspnea, cough, excessive thirst, hunger, chronic fever, dysuria, and bleeding disorders. Buffalo milk is beneficial for those with excessive digestive fire and insomnia. It is heavy and cold. Goat's milk, due to the animals drinking little water, exercising, and eating pungent and bitter foods, is light. It conquers emaciation, consumption, fever, dyspnea, a bleeding disorder, and diarrhea. Camel's milk is slightly dry, hot, and salty. It is appetizing, digestive stimulant, and light. It is beneficial for one of the three, flatulence with obstruction, worms, edema, abdominal diseases, and hemorrhoids. Human milk conquers eye diseases caused by blood and injury, by satiation, sprinkling, and nasal administration. But warm sheep's milk is unwholesome for the heart. It removes disorders, but causes hiccups, dyspnea, and that of an elephant cow brings stability. That of a single-hoofed animal is very hot and light. It alleviates vata in the extremities, is sour and salty, and causes dullness. Uncooked milk is obstructive and heavy, but when properly boiled, it is otherwise not obstructive and light. Milk that is excessively boiled becomes heavier, while milk that is warm from the stream, freshly milked, is like nectar. Curd, which has an acidic post-digestive taste, is constipating, heavy, and hot conquers, the dosa associated with air and space. It increases fat semen strength, the dosa associated with water and earth, the dosa associated with fire and water, blood digestive fire and swelling. It is appetizing and is recommended for anorexia, chills, intermittent fever, coryza, and dysuria. However, dry curd is indicated for sprue. One should never eat it at night, nor when it is hot. One should not eat it in spring, summer, or autumn. It should not be eaten without mung bean soup, nor without honey, nor without ghee and sugar candy, nor without Indian gooseberry, nor constantly, nor in small quantities, otherwise. It causes fever, bleeding disorders, erysipelas, skin diseases, anemia, and dizziness. Buttermilk is light, astringent sour, digestive stimulant, and conquers end. It cures swelling, abdominal diseases, piles, disorder of the small intestine, urinary retention, anorexia, splenic enlargement, abdominal lumps, diseases from excessive ghee intake, artificial poison, and anemia. Similarly, whey is laxative, cleanses the channels, removes constipation, and is light. Fresh butter is an aphrodisiac, cooling, and promotes complexion, strength, and digestive fire. It is constipating and conquers blood disorders, emaciation, hemorrhoids, facial paralysis, and cough. Butter produced directly from milk is constipating and conquers bleeding disorders and eye diseases. Ghee is excellent for intelligence, memory, retention, digestive fire, strength, longevity, semen, and eyes. It is beneficial for those desiring children, beauty, tenderness, and a good voice. It is beneficial for those afflicted by wounds, emaciation, a type of skin disease, weapons, or fire. It alleviates and two of the three poison, insanity, consumption, misfortune, and fever. It is the best among unctuous substances, cooling and supremely maintains youth. Ghee possesses 1,000 potencies and performs 1,000 actions through various methods. Old ghee conquers diseases of intoxication, epilepsy, fainting, and those affecting the head, ears, eyes, and female reproductive organs. It cleanses and heals wounds, and others are strength-promoting. They increase semen, sleep, and they are constipating, heavy, and harmful to the. Among cow's milk and ghee, cows are best, those from sheep are condemned. Thus ends the chapter on milk. After the section on milk, the section on sugarcane is begun, due to the similarity in qualities and actions. Now, the section on sugarcane. The juice of sugarcane is laxative, heavy, unctuous, nourishing, increases, and urine. It is aphrodisiac, cooling, alleviates blood disorders and triveli, and its post-digestive taste and taste are sweet. That juice from the tip of the cane is slightly salty. When pressed by teeth, it is like sugar. Due to pressing the root, tip, or parts eaten by insects, etc., and due to the mixing of impurities, and by being kept for some time, the machine-pressed juice undergoes alteration. It becomes causing burning sensation, heavy, and constipating, therefore that juice, among them, is the best due to its coolness, clarity, and sweetness. After it comes, etc., follow in order from that, Vamsika. They are slightly alkaline, astringent, warm, and somewhat causing burning sensation. Is heavy, obstructive, increases and purifies urine. Washed does not excessively increase kapha and promotes the excretion of urine and feces. The other, unwashed, greatly increases worms, marrow, blood, fat, flesh, and old jaggery is beneficial for the heart and wholesome, while new jaggery produces and suppresses, and are aphrodisiacs, beneficial for those emaciated and injured, and alleviate and. In order, they are increasingly superior in qualities. Sugar from has those same qualities and is bitter, sweet, and astringent. All sugars alleviate burning sensation, thirst, vomiting, fainting, and a bleeding disorder. Among the sugarcane products, sugar and treacle are superior and inferior, respectively. Honey is beneficial for the eyes, incisive, and alleviates thirst, phlegm, poison, hiccup, and a bleeding disorder. It conquers urinary disorders, skin diseases, worms, vomiting, dyspnea, cough, and dysentery. It cleanses, unites, and heals wounds, and it is aggravates. It is dry, astringent, and sweet. Honey sugar is similar to it. Honey, when hot or consumed by one afflicted by heat or in a hot season or with hot substances, certainly kills. In emesis and enema, hot honey is not prohibited, because in these two, it quickly returns without undergoing digestion. Thus ends the chapter on sugarcane products. Now the chapter on oils. Oil, like its source, is primarily pungent, pervading the body before digestion. Causes skin disorders, is not good for the eyes, is subtle, hot, and does not increase one of the three doses. It is sufficient for nourishing emaciated people and for reducing obese people. It binds feces, is anthelmintic, and through processing, it conquers all diseases. Castor oil is slightly bitter, hot, sweet, purgative, and heavy. It conquers scrotal enlargement, abdominal tumor, vata and phlegm disorders, abdominal diseases, intermittent fever, and pain and swelling located in the waist, perineum, abdomen, and back. That produced from red castor is exceedingly sharp, hot, slimy, and foul-smelling. Mustard oil is pungent, hot, and sharp. It removes semen and vata. It is light, causes and blood disorders, and conquers urticaria, skin diseases, hemorrhoids, ulcers, and parasites. Oil from Bibitaka is sweet, cooling, beneficial for hair, heavy, and alleviates in vata. Oil from Nimba is not excessively hot, bitter, and removes worms, skin diseases, and linseed oil and safflower oil are hot in potency and they cause skin diseases and fat and marrow alleviate and they bestow strength and. They also possess qualities similar to the flesh of the animal from which they are derived. One should know that fat is also like them. Thus ends the section on oils. Now, the section on alcoholic beverages is a stimulant of digestion, an enhancer of taste, sharp, hot, and provides satisfaction and nourishment. It has a slightly sweet, bitter, and pungent taste, and an acidic post-digestive taste. It is laxative. It is slightly astringent, improves voice, promotes health, enhances intellect, improves complexion, and is light. It is beneficial for those who are sleepless and those who are excessively sleepy. It vitiates in blood. It is beneficial for the emaciated and the obese, is drying, subtle, and cleanses the channels. It alleviates, and consumed appropriately it is beneficial. Otherwise, it is like poison. New is heavy and generates thee, aged is otherwise. It should not be drunk by one undergoing hot treatments, nor by those who have undergone purgation or are afflicted by hunger. It should not be excessively strong, too mild, made with few ingredients, or turbid. A type of alcohol removes abdominal tumors, abdominal diseases, hemorrhoids, sprue, emaciation, and heart diseases. It is unctuous and heavy. It alleviates and increases fat, blood, breast milk, urine, and a type of liquor possesses those qualities of, is beneficial for the heart, light, and sharp. It alleviates colic, cough, vomiting, dyspnea, constipation, obstruction, flatulence, and rhinitis. Liquor made from does not cause excessive intoxication, is light and wholesome. It is not excessively contraindicated in wounds, anemia, or skin diseases. Barley liquor causes obstruction, is heavy, dry, and aggravates all three. And fermented medicinal decoction possesses qualities according to the substances from which it is made, and it is superior to all other types of alcoholic beverages in its qualities. It destroys malabsorption syndrome, anemia, skin diseases, hemorrhoids, edema, emaciation, abdominal diseases, fever, abdominal tumors, parasitic infections, and splenic disorders. It is astringent, pungent, and aggravates. Grape wine is scraping, attenuating, beneficial for the heart, not too hot, sweet, and laxative. It destroys anemia, urinary disorders, hemorrhoids, and worms, and it slightly aggravates and vata. The date wine has qualities only slightly different from this, is aggravates and heavy. The sugar wine is fragrant, sweet, pleasing to the heart, not excessively intoxicating, and light. The jaggery wine promotes the excretion of urine, feces, and is nourishing and digestive stimulant. Fermented sugarcane juice increases and alleviates disorders of unctuousness. And it destroys obesity, swelling, abdominal disorders, and hemorrhoids. Among these, the one made from ripe juice is superior. Honey wine is incisive, sharp, and conquers urinary disorders, chronic rhinitis, and cough. A fermented sour liquid does not cause exudation of a disorder of blood and bile, and one of the three. It promotes the downward movement of one of the three. It is extremely hot, sharp, dry, and sour. It is beneficial for the heart, stimulates appetite, and is laxative. It kindles the digestive fire, is cool to the touch, and destroys anemia, eye diseases, and worms. Made from jaggery, sugarcane, wine, and grapes, is progressively lighter in that order. Similarly, one should understand that fermented liquid made from tubers, roots, fruits, and so on possesses similar qualities, and other, sour preparations that are fermented are appetizing and light. Fermented rice gruel is purgative, sharp, hot, and, though hot, is cool to the touch. It removes fatigue and exhaustion, is appetizing, digestive, and alleviates pain in the bladder. It is beneficial for enema, cardiac-friendly, light, and removes and two types of fermented gruel possess these very same qualities. They destroy worms, heart disease, abdominal tumors, hemorrhoids, and anemia. They should be known, respectively, as made from dehusked barley and barley with husks. Urine from cows, goats, sheep, buffaloes, elephants, horses, camels, and donkeys. Increases is drying, sharp, hot, has a salty aftertaste, and is pungent. It conquers worms, swelling abdominal diseases, distension, pain, anemia, and vata. It is light and conquers tumors, anorexia, poison, leukoderma, skin diseases, and hemorrhoids. Thus, this partial description of liquids, consisting of the categories of water, milk, sugarcane juice, oils, and alcoholic beverages, has been presented in a general manner. Thus ends the 5th chapter, named Knowledge of Liquid Substances, in the Sutra Sthana of the Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the physician Lord Simagupta. Chapter 6. Now therefore, we shall expound the chapter on the knowledge of the nature of food. Thus indeed said the great sages, Atreya and others. But leguminous grains are of secondary importance because they are used as a condiment, are of little utility, and are generally unwholesome. Thus he says, now the category of grains with awns, red, great, brought by birds, long-awned, fragrant, pale, white sariva, golden, buffalo, named iron-haired, muddy, fearful of cold. Moths, golden, and other auspicious varieties of rice grains have a sweet post-digestive taste and are unctuous, aphrodisiac, cause little and firm feces. Have an astringent secondary taste, are wholesome, light, diuretic, and cooling. Among the grains, red rice is the best. It alleviates thirst and the three bodily humors. Following that, red rice is great rice, and following that is a type of rice. After that are the others, and others are sweet, hot, heavy, unctuous, sour in digestion, increase and cause easy excretion of urine and feces. The preceding ones are increasingly censured. Unctuous, constipating, light, sweet, alleviates the three, stabilizing, cold, is the best among the patty varieties, and the white one is superior to the blackish white one. Then in order and are considered to have only slight differences in their qualities. Another type of rice is sweet, has an acidic post-digestive taste, increases as heavy, and produces much urine, feces, and heat. The rice, however, aggravates all three. Another rice variety is sweet, has a sour post-digestive taste, increases one of the three, is heavy, and produces much urine, feces, and heat. The rice variety is indeed aggravates all three. Among them, foxtail millet promotes the union of broken bones, is nourishing and heavy. A type of millet is extremely constipating, cold to the touch, and counteracts poison. Barley is dry, cold, heavy, sweet, laxative, and causes feces and one of the three doses. It is an aphrodisiac, promotes stability, and conquers urinary disorders. Excess fat, one of the three doses, and one of the three doses. It also conquers chronic rhinitis, asthma, cough, stiffness of the thighs, and diseases of the throat and skin. Is inferior to barley. Bamboo-born barley is drying and hot. Wheat is an aphrodisiac, cooling, heavy, unctuous, life-giving, and alleviates, and it promotes healing, is sweet, provides stability, and is laxative. Nandimukhi is wholesome, cooling, astringent, and sweet and light. Thus ends the section on bearded grains. Now the class of leguminous grains. Leguminous grains like green gram, pigeon pea, lentil, etc. cause obstruction. They are astringent, sweet, constipating, pungent in post-digestive taste, cold in potency, and light. They are beneficial for fat tissue, kapha dosa, blood, and pitta dosa, and in applications like external pastes and washes. Among these is superior and causes little movement vata, while pea is extremely vata aggravating. Cowpea causes vata, is dry, produces much feces, and is heavy. Horse gram is hot, sour in digestion, and destroys semen, urinary calculi, asthma, chronic rhinitis. Cough hemorrhoids, one of the three and one of the three. It is extremely conducive to one of the three in blood. The hyacinth bean increases blood, breast milk, and urine. It is heavy. Purgative causes burning sensation and removes diseases of the eyes, semen, swelling, and poison. Black gram is unctuous, increases strength, phlegm, waste products, and bile. It is laxative. Heavy hot alleviates sweet, increases semen, and causes purgation. One should know that the fruits of and have qualities similar to black gram. Sesame is hot, beneficial for the skin, cold to the touch, good for hair, strengthening, and heavy. It causes little urine, is pungent in and increases intelligence, digestive fire, and flax is unctuous, sweet, bitter, hot, increases and is heavy. It diminishes vision and semen, is pungent in. Similarly, the seed of safflower has these qualities. Among all these, black gram is the worst. Among the grains, cereals, a type of barley, is also the worst. New grain is obstructive to channels. That which has been stored for a year is light. Similarly, leguminous grains that ripen quickly, and those that are husked and properly roasted, are light. Thus ends the chapter on leguminous grains. Now, the chapter on prepared foods, cooked foods. Of and there is lightness in the order previously mentioned. Among them is auspicious. It promotes the downward movement of one of the three. It alleviates thirst, debility, and residual. It is digestive and brings the body tissues into equilibrium. It softens the channels, promotes sweating, and kindles the digestive fire, removes hunger, thirst, debility, weakness, abdominal diseases, and fever. It promotes the downward movement of waste products, is wholesome, kindling, and digestive. Ra. The qualities of are stated, hunger and thirst. Abdominal disease means diarrhea. It is wholesome because it is medicinal in nature. A thick gruel is constipating, cardiac tonic, alleviates thirst, stimulates digestion, and is beneficial. For those with ulcers, eye diseases, those who have undergone purification, the weak, and those who drink oleaginous substances. Rice that is well washed, drained properly cooked, and whose steam has not completely escaped is light. And that which is prepared with a decoction of pungent medicinal substances or with fried rice grains is also light. The opposite of this, and that which is prepared with milk, meat, etc., is heavy. One should prescribe everything, such as substance, action, processing, combination, and measure, etc., meat broth, is nourishing, satisfying, aphrodisiac, beneficial for the eyes, and heals wounds. The soup of green gram is wholesome for those with purified wounds and those suffering from diseases of the throat and eyes. The soup of horse gram promotes the downward movement of and conquers and diseases. Preparations of sesame and oil cake, dried vegetables, sprouted grains, and a type of fritter are harmful to the eyes, aggravate the cause debility, and are heavy. Is nourishing and aphrodisiac, unctuous, strengthening, and promotes taste. A sweet drink removes fatigue, hunger, and thirst. It is invigorating and heavy. It is constipating, diuretic, beneficial for the heart, and its qualities depend on the ingredients. Parched paddy, alleviate thirst, vomiting, diarrhea, diabetes, corpulence, and one of the three. They pacify cough, and one of the three, are digestive stimulants, light and cold in potency. Flattened rice is heavy, strengthening, and causes constipation. Parched grains cause constipation, are dry. Nourishing, scraping, and heavy, roasted grain flour are light. They alleviate hunger, thirst, fatigue, eye diseases, and wounds. When consumed with water, they are nourishing and immediately provide strength. One should not eat separated by water, nor twice, nor at night, nor plain, nor after eating other food, nor by breaking them with the teeth, nor in large quantities. Oil cake is debilitating, dry, constipating, and harmful to vision. Minced meat preparation is heavy, unctuous, and increases strength and bulk. Those made from mung beans and so forth are heavy, following the qualities of their constituent ingredients. One should know that flatbreads, cooked in an underground oven, pottery shard, roasting pan, frying pan, or on embers, though of the same origin, are progressively lighter in digestion. Thus ends the chapter on prepared foods. Now the chapter on meat, and others are known as deer game, and also those called, and similarly, etc. These are the birds, etc. These are the birds. Frogs, monitor lizards, snakes, porcupines, etc. are burrow dwellers. Cows, donkeys, mules, camels, horses, leopards, lions, bears, monkeys, cats, mice, tigers, wolves, mongooses, hyenas, foxes, jackals, falcons, blue jays, dogs, crows, partridges, eagles, vultures, owls, sparrows, and honey badgers. These are the predatory animals and birds. Wild boar, buffalo, elephant, rhinoceros, and other large deer are large animals, etc. are aquatic animals. Swans, cranes, herons, and fish, turtle, crocodile, crab, oyster, otter, small fish, alligator, mythical sea creature, porpoise, a huge fish, and others. They declare meat to be of 8 kinds. Game animals, scratching birds, some pecking birds, and those living in burrows. Predatory animals, large game animals, aquatic animals, and fish. These are the 8 kinds. The goat and sheep are not specified among the classes of animals because their habitat is mixed. The first 3 classes and the last 3 classes are known as and respectively. The middle 2 are considered ordinary common. Among these, animals from arid land, meats are constipating, cold, and light. They are beneficial. In a condition where all 3 are vitiated, where is predominant is moderate and is weak. The rabbit is an appetizer, pungent in digestion, constipating, dry, and cold. Quails and similar birds are slightly warm, heavy, unctuous, and nourishing. Among them, the partridge is the best. It promotes intellect, digestive fire strength, and semen. It is constipating, improves complexion, and is supremely effective in alleviating a morbid state caused by the simultaneous derangement of all 3 dominated by. The peacock is not excessively wholesome. It is beneficial for the ears, voice, age, and vision. And similarly, a wild fowl is an aphrodisiac, but a domestic fowl increases and heavy. And birds promote intellect and digestive fire and are beneficial for the heart. The type of pigeon is heavy, salty, and aggravates all. Sparrows are phlegm-increasing, unctuous alleviate, and are excellent aphrodisiacs. The groups of animals mentioned hereafter are in successive order: heavy, hot, unctuous, and sweet. They increase urine and semen, are strength-giving, alleviate, and increase and. Having thus stated the general qualities of the 5 classes, he now states the exceptions. Among these, the large wild animals are cold. The carnivorous animals that seize their prey are salty in secondary taste, pungent in post-digestive taste, and increase muscle tissue. They are supremely beneficial for those afflicted by chronic piles, disorders of the duodenum, and emaciation. Goat meat is not excessively cold, heavy, or unctuous, and it is not harmful to the. Due to its similarity with the tissues of the body, it is not obstructive and is nourishing. The meat of a sheep should be known to be the opposite of goat meat, but it is indeed nourishing. Cow meat certainly controls dry cough, exhaustion, excessive digestive fire, irregular fever, rhinitis, emaciation, and diseases caused solely by. Buffalo meat is hot, very heavy, and causes firmness in sleep and stoutness. Similarly, pork removes fatigue and bestows taste, semen, and strength. Fish are supremely kapha-producing. The fish causes all three. The meat of common quail, a type of fish, iguana, and blackbuck are the best among their respective classes. One should consume meat that is freshly killed, pure, and of a suitable age, should be avoided. Meat from an animal that has died on its own, is emaciated, excessively fatty, or killed by disease, water, or poison should be avoided. For men, the anterior half is heavy, for women, the posterior half. The meat of a pregnant animal is heavy. Among quadrupeds, the female is light. Among birds, however, the male is light. The heaviness of the head, shoulders, thighs, back, waist, and shanks, and similarly of the stomach and intestines, should be stated in the preceding order. And among the tissues, beginning with blood, each succeeding one is heavier than the preceding. Heavier than muscle are the testicles, penis, kidneys, liver, and anus, in that order. Thus ends the chapter on meats. Now the chapter on leafy vegetables, Sakavarga. The leafy vegetables and alleviate all three are light and constipating. Similarly, and possess these qualities, among these is an appetizer and an aphrodisiac, is excellent, and destroys diseases of duodenum, small intestine, and piles, hemorrhoids. Lamb's quarters, on the other hand, causes fecal evacuation. Black nightshade destroys the three skin diseases, is an aphrodisiac, hot in potency, and a rejuvenator, is purgative, beneficial for the voice. And Indian sorrel is sour and kindles the digestive fire. It is beneficial for duodenal disorders, piles, and kapha is hot, constipating, and light, with and. These are bitter, pungent in digestion, constipating, aggravating, and alleviate and. Is beneficial for the heart, destroys worms, is sweet in digestion, and promotes taste. After stating the general qualities, he now describes the specific qualities and actions of some. S0 possesses qualities such as being beneficial for the heart. The sage Muni, however, stated that it pacifies all three. The leaves of alleviate its creeper removes its fruit, pacifies all three, and its root is purgative. The two plants increase are carminative, purgative, and alleviate. Adatota vasica is excellent for suppressing vomiting and cough, and for alleviating a bleeding disorder. Bitter gourd is pungent, a digestive stimulant, and supremely victorious over one of the three doses. Eggplant is pungent, bitter, hot, sweet, and victorious over and one of the three doses. It is alkaline, generates digestive fire, is good for the heart, palatable, and not very one of the three doses aggravating. Caper causes flatulence, is astringent, sweet, and bitter. Ridgegourd and Soralia coralifolia are purgative and stimulate the digestive fire. A type of leafy vegetable is cooling dry, has a sweet post-digestive taste, and is light. It destroys intoxication, one of the three poison and blood disorders, conquers and. It is unctuous, cooling, heavy, sweet, nourishing, and supremely semen-producing. Spinach is heavy and laxative. Malabar spinach also destroys intoxication, is considered to be like. It is constipating, alleviates, and is diuretic, sweet, and cooling. It is life-giving, nourishing, good for the throat, heavy, aphrodisiac, and a rejuvenative. Javanti is good for the eyes, alleviates all, is sweet and cooling. Kusmanda, Tumbaka, Kalinga, Karkaru, Urvaru, and Tindisa. Likewise, Trapasasanaka and Surbhata generate and. They are purgative, constipating, obstructing channels, sweet in post-digestive taste, and heavy. Among creeper fruits, ashgourd is the best. It conquers one of the three and one of the three. It purifies the bladder and is an aphrodisiac. Cucumber, however, is excessively diuretic. The bottle gourd is very drying and constipating. The cucumber and a type of melon, when unripe, alleviate and are cooling. When ripe, they are otherwise, i.e., aggravating and heating. That whose stalk has withered is slightly alkaline, aggravating and conquers and. It is appetizing, digestive stimulant beneficial for the heart, alleviates a prostate-like swelling, and abdominal distension, and is light. The stalks of lotus fibers, lotus roots, roots of white water lily, and roots of blue water lily, and are dry, constipating, cold, and heavy. And all tubers, as well as legumes, and are sweet, dry, somewhat salty, increase, and heavy. Cold loosen stool and urine, and mostly digest with obstruction. If steamed with juice pressed out and rich in fat, they are not excessively harmful. The which has small leaves is considered similar to lamb's quarters, and are sweet and slightly bitter, and conquer and. The two, punarnava, and which are somewhat alkaline, pungent, and bitter, stimulate digestion, are purgative, and destroy artificial poison swelling, and. The sprouts of our digestive stimulants destroy and are laxative. Asparagus shoots are bitter, aphrodisiac, and alleviate all three bodily humors. Bamboo shoots are dry, cause a burning sensation, and increase and. A type of plant is a digestive stimulant, bitter, and conquers splenic diseases, hemorrhoids, one of the three and one of the three. A type of plant is purgative and conquers worms, cough, and excessive moisture. Safflower greens are dry, hot, sour, heavy, aggravating, and laxative. Mustard greens are heavy, hot, constipating, diuretic, and cause all. That young radish, which has an indistinct taste, is slightly pungent and slightly bitter. That radish removes is light and slightly hot. It controls abdominal tumor, cough, wasting, dyspnea, ulcers, eye diseases, throat diseases, hoarseness of voice, debility of digestive fire, upward movement of wind, chronic rhinitis, and also. But the mature one is pungent in taste and hot in potency and causes all three. It is heavy and obstructive. Even that, when cooked with unctuous substances, conquers one of the three. All dried radish alleviates and another. Raw radish, however, aggravates the bodily humors, is pungent and hot, alleviates and increases, etc., are astringent condiments. They are causing burning sensation, pungent, dry, hot, beneficial for the heart, stimulating appetite, and carminative. They are sharp, beneficial for vision, semen, and worms, and they provoke the bodily humors and are light. Alleviates hiccup, cough, dyspnea, and pain in the sides, and destroys foul odor. A type of plant is not very burning, and it alleviates artificial poison and swelling. Coriander is bitter and sweet, diuretic, and does not increase one of the three. Garlic is extremely sharp and hot, with a pungent post-digestive taste and is purgative. It is beneficial for the heart, good for the hair, heavy and aphrodisiac, unctuous, appetizing, and a digestive stimulant. It promotes the union of fractured bones, is strengthening, and aggravates a disorder of blood and bile. It cures vitiligo, skin diseases, abdominal tumors, hemorrhoids, urinary disorders, worms, phlegm, and vata, along with hiccup, chronic rhinitis, asthma, and cough. It is a rejuvenator. Onion has fewer qualities than garlic, increases and does not excessively increase. It is beneficial for Ann-type hemorrhoids in fomentation and in food. Is pungent and constipating. It is not beneficial for those with. Is a digestive stimulant, appetizing, alleviates clear and light. It is especially beneficial for hemorrhoids. The is extremely aggravating to the ye. In the leaf, flower, fruit, stalk, and root, there is increasing heaviness in that order. Among the leafy vegetables is excellent, and mustard greens are inferior. Thus ends the section on leafy vegetables. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, now the chapter on fruits. Grapes are the best among fruits, aphrodisiac, beneficial for the eyes, and promote the excretion of urine and feces. They are sweet in post-digestive taste and primary taste unctuous, slightly astringent, cooling, and heavy. They alleviate one of the three blood disorders, bitterness in the mouth, alcoholism, thirst, cough, fatigue, asthma, hoarseness of voice, wounds, and consumption. Since fruits are of little use during mealtime compared to vegetables, the section on fruits is stated after the section on vegetables. It is also said in the Karanada, fruit is eaten at the end of a meal, therefore the section on fruits is described. Thus it is said, Sarvangasandara. Among fruits, the best fruit is grapes, which is a synonym for. It possesses qualities such as being an aphrodisiac, slightly astringent. It alleviates wind dosa and others up to wasting. The quality of alleviating upward movement of wind has been stated for it by the sage Karaka. This is as good as stated here, due to its unctuousness, aphrodisiac quality, and its ability to facilitate the excretion of feces and urine. The lesser qualities of other types of grapes should be inferred based on the region, etc. Sweet pomegranate conquers the three in those whose is aggravated. Sour pomegranate is not antagonistic to not excessively hot and alleviates N. All pomegranates are cardiac, light, unctuous, constipating, appetizing, and digestive stimulant. Banana, date, jackfruit, coconut, mango, palm fruit, jujube, almond, walnut, and these are nourishing, heavy, cold, remove burning sensation, emaciation, and consumption, purify bleeding disorders, have a sweet post-digestive taste, are unctuous, constipating, and increase and semen. The fruit of the palmyra palm increases purgative and cooling like Melina arborea. It removes constipation and urinary retention, is good for hair, promotes intellect, and is a rejuvenator. Almond and others are hot in potency, increase and are purgative. The fruit of Buchanania lanzan is supremely alleviating, unctuous, and not hot. The kernel of is sweet, aphrodisiac, and alleviates and. The kernel of Ziziphus jujuba has similar qualities, and it also conquers thirst, vomiting, and cough. Ripe is very difficult to digest, aggravates, and causes foul-smelling flatus. Unripe is an appetizer and alleviates and. Both, ripe and unripe, are astringent. Unripe wood apple is harmful to the throat and aggravates the, but when ripe, it alleviates the. Ripe conquers hiccup and vomiting. All, both ripe and unripe, is constipating and antidotal to poison. Rose apple is heavy, constipating, cooling, and greatly aggravates. It is binding for urine and feces, not good for the throat, and conquers and. An unripe mango produces and blood. One with a formed stone produces and. A ripe mango is heavy, alleviates, and if sweet and sour produces and semen. Garcinia indica is constipating, dry, hot, alleviates, and kapha, and is light. The fruit of is heavy, hot, detrimental to hair, and dry. Fruit of, however, increases. It alleviates and is a purgative and destroys splenic disorders, hemorrhoids, worms, and abdominal tumors. That which is slightly bitter and sweet is not excessively hot and conquers all three. The rind of the citron is bitter, pungent, unctuous, and conquers one of the three. The pulp is nourishing, sweet, heavy, and removes and another. Its filaments are light and destroy cough, asthma, hiccup, alcoholism, dryness of the mouth, and another obstruction, vomiting, anorexia, tumors, abdominal diseases, hemorrhoids, pain, and weak digestion. The rind and pulp of the marking nut are nourishing, sweet, and cooling. Its seed is like fire, promotes intellect, and is excellent for removing and. A fruit is of two kinds, sweet and sour. It is cold and hot, respectively. Both are heavy, difficult to digest, appetizing, and pacify excessive digestive fire. Sweet peach is appetizing. When ripe, it quickly undergoes digestion. It is not excessively hot, heavy, or harmful to the. Fresh and when sour, increase and. They are heavy, hot in potency, alleviate, and are laxative as is. Similarly, sour and ripe and dried do not excessively increase. The dry fruits of tamarind and jujube are carminative, purgative, relieve thirst, fatigue, and exhaustion, are light and beneficial for and. Among fruits, monkey jackfruit is inferior and aggravates all. One should reject grains that are contaminated by snow, fire, heat, bad winds, or the saliva of venomous creatures, etc. Infested by worms, submerged in water, grown in unsuitable soil, out of season, mixed with other grains, or deficient in potency due to being very old. Similarly, one should reject vegetables that are cooked without oil, not tender, lacking developed taste, or dried, except for radish. Generally, fruits should also be rejected in this manner, as should unripe fruits, except for Aigla marmelos. Thus ends the chapter on fruits. Now the chapter on medicinal substances. All salt is, causing exudation subtle, promoting excretion of waste, soft, alleviating digestive, sharp, hot in potency, appetizing, and increasing and. Among them, rock salt is slightly sweet, aphrodisiac, cardiac tonic, and alleviates all three. It is light, slightly warm, beneficial for the eyes, non-burning, and stimulates digestive fire. Black salt is light, cardiac tonic, fragrant, and purifies eructations. It has a pungent, post-digestive taste, removes obstructions, stimulates digestion, and promotes taste. Black salt causes the upward and downward movement of and is a digestive stimulant and destroys constipation, flatulence, abdominal distension, pain, and heaviness. Sea salt is sweet in post-digestive taste, heavy, and increases kapha. That which is slightly bitter, pungent, alkaline, sharp, and causes exudation, and is earthborn. In black salt, the qualities of sokol salt are present, but it is devoid of fragrance. The salt is light. The earth-born salt, being slightly alkaline, is heavy and increases phlegm. However, in the application of salts, one should use first. The substance born from barley alleviates abdominal tumors, heart diseases, anemia, splenic disorders, constipation with distension, throat diseases, dyspnea, hemorrhoids, and coughs with phlegm. All alkali is extremely sharp, hot, destructive to worms and light. It vitiates and blood causes suppuration, is incisive, harmful to the heart, and causes bursting. Due to its pungent and saline taste, it is unwholesome for semen, vital essence, hair, and eyes. Asafoetida alleviates and flatulence and pain. It aggravates. Its post-digestive taste and taste are pungent. It is appetizing, carminative, digestive, and light. It is carminative, digestive, intellect-promoting, and supremely age-preserving. It has hot potency, is laxative, promotes longevity, and bestows strength to the intellect and senses. Conquers skin diseases, discoloration, voice disorders, chronic and intermittent fevers, diseases of the head and eyes, anemia, heart disease, jaundice, sprue, consumption, swelling, diarrhea, obesity, fainting, vomiting, worms, asthma, cough, excessive salivation, hemorrhoids, splenic disorders, flatulence, poisoning, abdominal diseases, obstruction of channels, abdominal tumors, thigh stiffness, and anorexia. It conquers these and other diseases born of and. It is astringent, sweet in post-digestive taste, dry without the salty taste, and light. Similarly, Indian gooseberry is cooling, sour, and alleviates in two of the three. Bibitaka is pungent in post-digestive taste, cooling, beneficial for hair, and possesses some of those qualities. This, a combination of three fruits, is the best, rejuvenative. It removes eye diseases. It is a healer, and it conquers skin diseases, exudation, fat, urinary disorders, one of the three doshas, and blood disorders, and form the three aromatics. With saffron, it is the four aromatics. It aggravates, one of the three doshas, is sharp, hot, dry, appetizing, and digestive stimulant. Black pepper is pungent in taste and post-digestive taste. Alleviates and is light. Fresh, long pepper is kapha-producing, sweet, cold, heavy, and unctuous. That when dry is the opposite of this, unctuous, aphrodisiac, pungent in. Sweet and alleviates vata, kapha, dyspnea, and cough, and is a laxative. One should not use it excessively, except according to the rejuvenation method. Dry ginger is a digestive stimulant and aphrodisiac and absorbent, beneficial for the heart and removes obstructions. It is appetizing, light, sweet in post-digestive taste, unctuous, hot, and conquers, and similarly, fresh ginger also possesses these qualities. And these three conquer obesity, indigestion, dyspnea, cough, elephantiasis, and chronic rhinitis. Wild pepper and long pepper root differ little in qualities from black pepper. Leadwort is like fire in its digestion action, and it destroys swelling, hemorrhoids, worms, and skin diseases. This group of 5 pungent ingredients, without black pepper, is remembered as follows. It is an excellent carminative and alleviates tumors, splenic disorders, abdominal diseases, flatulence, and pain. The great group of 5 roots, consisting of and, conquers, and i.e. with its astringent, bitter, and hot qualities. The short pankamula is known to consist of the two, and it has a sweet post-digestive taste, is neither too cold nor too hot, and conquers all. The middle, pankamula, consists of and the two. It alleviates and does not excessively increase and is laxative. The group known as life-giving is remembered to consist of and. It is beneficial for the eyes and aphrodisiac and alleviates and vata. The group known as grass-like, which alleviates, consists of and. Thus ends the section on medicinal substances. On stationary and mobile poisons, roasted grain flour are aggravating and drying. When consumed, they cause satisfaction. Even without direct application, gems, incantations, etc. are effective. From fresh ginger, dry ginger is produced, which is lighter through processing. Even lighter become heavy, prepared flour balls. Even parched and pounded flattened rice from light red rice is heavy. Pounded rice becomes heavier than wheat. Parched paddy is light and alleviates, while paddy is heavy and aggravates. Half-boiled barley is constipating and heavy compared to light mung bean, and it is laxative. Unprocessed buttermilk is more constipating. Ginger prepared with dry ginger powder is also constipating. A drink made from jaggery and water is very diuretic and heavy. A preparation of curds with sugar, mixed with jaggery and curds, is heavier and extremely spermatogenic. From curds churned with a stick, which are heavy and cause excessive swelling, buttermilk, from which the fat has not been removed, is still anti-swelling and light. Ghee, which is very unctuous, does not alleviate facial paralysis like fresh butter. Wheat, though good for the eyes when cooked in oil, harms vision. Radish causes bodily humors, but when cooked, does not cause. Honey, even if it is an antidote to poison, becomes poisonous when hot. Grapes, when kept in an improper vessel, become sour and aggravate. A smooth, dry, and thick paste of sandalwood can also cause burning. This is due to the obstruction of heat in the skin, otherwise, agarwood would be cooling. Sesame is beneficial for intellect and cool to the touch, but its oil is not beneficial for intellect, and its residue is not cool. It is the sesame itself that causes phlegm, not the oil or the residue. Curds cause swelling, but buttermilk and fresh butter do not. Curds, milk, and a desert plant are wholesome for those living in desert regions. Alkaline substances for Easterners, fish for those in Sindh and for those in a region. Oil and sour substances for those in Malabar, root vegetables, etc., for those in Konkan, thin gruel. For Northerners, a churned drink. For those in Ujjain regions, wheat. Various foreign tribes are accustomed to meat, wheat, wine, weapons, and fire. Ghee, milk, wine, and meat are wholesome for the body for some. For others, soup, juice. For some, wheat. For others, rice. Even unwholesome things, when prepared by them, the people accustomed to them, become wholesome. Food, drink, and medicine should be considered wholesome based on quantity, etc. Wholesome food quickly gives strength and does not cause excessive even in large quantities. Cow's milk, which is laxative, becomes constipating for some. One with weak digestion usually has an excess of and in winter. Poison in the body of a snake increases even with anti-poisonous milk. Emesis, etc., are prohibited for the obese, the elderly, and children. Raw, buttermilk destroys in the alimentary tract, but creates it in the throat. Though grapes and dates alleviate, they cause vata in the alimentary tract. The peacock is not very wholesome, but it is wholesome for the ears, voice, age, and eyes. A substance that is cool to the touch is beneficial for the eyes, but a warm substance is praised for the ears. Milk is sweet, laxative, and cold. Curds are the opposite. With time, milk becomes curds, and then again, like milk, it becomes ghee. Milk and curds alleviate. That which is not yet formed, i.e. milk before it becomes curds, is aggravates. Buttermilk is constipating, astringent, and sour, but when it is only sour, it is laxative. Fire flame bush, jaggery, and water are the cause of wine and vinegar. In cold weather, unctuous, sour, and salty foods are beneficial at the beginning and end of the day. A drink of water and flour and daytime sleep are condemned except in summer. Even with equal combination, heat, etc., are causes of the accumulation of etc. In different seasons and in different tastes, there is a different order of dryness, unctuousness, and strength. Black nightshade is immediately rejuvenating, but when stale, it is poisonous. Young radish is victorious over, but like a tuber, it is the opposite. In fever, decoctions, ghee, milk, and purgation should be administered for 6 days each, observing the strength and weakness of the emesis. Is prescribed in the treatment of vomiting, heart disease, and abdominal tumor, even though it is prohibited. Enema is prescribed for hemorrhoids and skin diseases. In fever, similarity of season, and in urinary disorders, similarity of vitiated tissue. In blood tumor, chronicity, these are reasons for easy curability. In conjunctivitis, eye drops should be used after 3 days. Collyrium for mature and nasal drops in coryza. In cataract, that is not too advanced, bloodletting is performed. Even in conditions caused by vitiated blood, venesection is not desired in epistaxis. Even wholesome food is unwholesome at night for those with eye diseases. Dry are unwholesome, but they are wholesome for those with. For those with milk, curds, etc., mixed with juniper berries, etc., are wholesome. Honey is recommended in the rainy season, even though it is aggravates in vata aggravation. That same wine is an antidote to wine and an antidote to poison. Ghee from marshy regions and in winter is more potent. Lethargy and heaviness are symptoms even in vata-borne fever. Burning sensation, usually caused by consuming garlic, subsides with sweating. Food eaten today does not undergo digestion by daytime sleep until the next day. Wind, obstructed in the alimentary tract, causes digestive fire, but with fat and hemorrhoids it takes away. Ghee is difficult to drink and difficult to digest, but milk is otherwise appetizing. Scorpions originate from the putrefaction of snakes and other corpses. When bitten again by those same scorpions, they immediately lose their lives. The intense poison itself does not greatly harm them again. Their poison, which pervades the entire body, is considered like semen. Their flesh is suitable for consumption and is listed in the meat category. Housefly excrement is antiemetic, but the fly itself causes vomiting. Even in that can be cured by fasting and in fever and abdominal tumor that are cutting sharp. Even with similar place, time, etc., is not considered equal. Buttermilk is always victorious over in malabsorption, but it causes in wounds. In chronic rhinitis, asthma, cough, etc., only the processed buttermilk is praised. Thus, these and many other subtle phenomena with difficult to determine causes are diverse in nature. Some of them have been illustrated here. By this method, the intelligent person should infer the rest on their own. One should not rely solely on scripture, nor should one disregard traditional knowledge without consideration. Thus ends this section. This small portion of food, consisting of grains, legumes, ripe foods, meat, vegetables, fruits, and medicinal substances, has been described as suitable for daily use, categorized into groups. Thus, in the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of Sri Vidyapati Simhagupta, in the Sutra Sthana, ends the 6th chapter named Anasvarupa Vijnanaya, knowledge of the nature of food. Chapter 7. Now, therefore, we shall expound the chapter on the protection of food. Thus, indeed, spoke the great sages, beginning with Atreya. The king should establish a physician near the royal residence. Thus he, the physician, will always be vigilant everywhere. One should protect food and drink from poison, especially for a king, for acquisition and preservation depend on him, and righteousness and others are based on these. Poisoned rice, though dense, appears as if it cannot be poured. It cooks slowly. When cooked, it resembles stale food. Its vapor is like a peacock's throat, causing delusion, fainting, and excessive salivation. It loses its color, smell, and other qualities. It becomes moist and covered with iridescent spots. The cooked vegetables quickly dry out and their decoctions are turbid. A deficient, excessive, or distorted reflection may be seen in them, or none at all. The appearance of foam, upward-pointing lines, partings, threads, and bubbles in broken and tasteless leafy vegetables and meat. A blue line in meat juice, a coppery one in milk, and a grayish-brown one is seen in curds. A yellowish-black or black one in buttermilk, and one resembling water in ghee. In whey, it is pigeon-colored, and in rice water the line is black. It is black in wine and water, green in honey, and reddish in oil. Unripe fruits ripen and ripe fruits rot. Fresh and dry substances become withered and discolored. Soft things become hard, and hard things become soft. This is a reversal of touch. A garland's tips become broken, it withers, and a different smell arises. Metals, pearls, wood, stones, gems, etc. become smeared with dirt. Loss of oiliness, touch, and luster, but a clay object becomes lustrous. Turbid spots on cloth, and the shedding of threads and fibers. A person who administers poison looks around in all directions, bewildered, with a dark, dry mouth. He sweats, trembles, is agitated, fearful, stumbles, and yawns. When fire comes into contact with poisoned food, it crackles excessively, with a single swirl, and its smoke and flame resemble a peacock's throat, or it may be flameless and have a strong odor. Having consumed the poisoned food, flies die. A crow's voice becomes hoarse. Seeing it, parrots, birds, and birds shriek. A swan stumbles, a bird experiences distress. A bird's eyes lose their color. A crane experiences an onset of intoxication. Pigeons, cuckoos, birds, and birds abandon their lives. A cat becomes agitated. A monkey excretes feces. A peacock is delighted by its sight. The poison's potency becomes diminished. Thus, knowing food to be like poison, one should carefully discard it, in such a way that even small creatures do not perish by it. When fire encounters poisoned food, it cracks excessively with a single swirl, its smoke and flame resembling a peacock's neck, or it may be flameless or have a strong odor. When poison reaches the mouth, there is salivation, stiffness of the tongue and lips, a burning sensation and tingling. There is also dental sensitivity, loss of taste, and lockjaw. In such cases, gargles with and other substances are beneficial, and all measures that conquer poison are helpful. When poison is in the stomach, there is sweating, fainting, flatulence, intoxication, and dizziness. There is horripilation, vomiting, burning sensation, and obstruction of the eyes and heart. There is also an accumulation of the limbs with spots. But when poison is in the intestines, one vomits various colors, urinates, and has diarrhea. There is drowsiness, emaciation, pallor, abdominal distension, and loss of strength. For these two conditions, i.e., poison in the after emesis and purgation, turmeric, jaggery, roots of chicken egg, and should be used in nasal drops, collyrium, and drinks for the pacification of poison. Having mixed it with all kinds of perfumes, one should cook it and, when cooked, deposit it. Somaraji, Sunanda, Saralaganakuli, Karati, and Trayamana. With these, one should sprinkle that ground. Sunanda, a concreted bile pigment. Karati, a type of plant. Water that is poisonous, tasteless, very turbid, marked with streaks, foamy, heavy, discontinuous, not desired by birds, full of dead fish, and which causes swelling and itching upon touch. Rice cooked with such water, immediately after being eaten, causes burning. When digested with difficulty, it causes fainting and fever when cooked, and shows blue, yellow, variegated, and red colors everywhere. In such a case, one should drink a group of herbs starting with antidote, prescribed for defects of the earth. One should burn and then filter the ash. That which has been filtered many times should be cooked, and into it one should throw the 2 turmeric and tree turmeric, cardamom, Indian valerian, Indian madder, and having made them into a paste as an ingredient added at the end of cooking. Where drops fall from this, that place becomes detoxified. Having burned these inside a pot, one should throw them into poisonous water. When it is cold, heat. When hot, cold. The wind contaminated with poison causes dizziness, fainting, etc., and in such cases is desired. Himalayan cedar, Indian valerian, Indian sarsaparilla, licorice, antimony, red ochre, a type of yam creeper, load tree. One should scatter these finely powdered on treetops, on banners, on large cloths, and everywhere. Due to the contact of the powder, the air becomes detoxified. The shade becomes abnormal on a tree contaminated with poison. Its flowers, odorless or excessively fragrant, cause heart and head pain. Fruits, leaves, etc., cause itching, swelling, and dysentery. Whatever has been stated regarding the earth, all that is beneficial in such a case. One should not touch an unknown or untested maiden. Indeed, skilled people perform various preparations. A maiden, made poisonous by lifelong contact with poison, kills by touch, breath, etc. Her examination is as follows: by not touching her hands, hair, or breath, flowers and sprouts wither. Bedbugs die on her bed, lice on her clothes, and insects in her bathwater. Knowing her thus, one should abandon her from afar. The king should not eat anything that has not been sprinkled, not been identified, not been examined by a physician, and not been tasted by cooks, etc. Now, the collyrium, called which removes evil spirits and poisons, is supremely beneficial for the eyes, promotes longevity, and destroys enemies, will be described. Now, on an auspicious day in the bright fortnight, when the moon is in conjunction with one of the following constellations, or Rohini, or Uttara Falguni, Uttarasada, Uttara Bhadrapada, at an auspicious moment, one should collect that has arisen from the Sindhu River, is unctuous, lustrous, and resembles a blue lotus in its fragrance, color, and fracture. It should be 8 parts. Gold, silver, and cluster fig should each be 1 part. All of this should be placed in a crucible. After performing offerings and auspicious rites, one should light a fire with wood from kataku tree, acacia, axlewood, or a type of tree, or with cow dung. Then, having worshipped Aryavalokesvara, Aryatara, Brahma, Daksa, the Asvins, Rudra, Indra, Agni, Soma, Varuna, Vaisvanara, Vayu, Vishnu, Janaka, Bharadvaja, Dhanvantari, Susruta, Bhava, Sukanya, Skanda, Syavana, Vainateya, and other deities as prescribed, with flowers, unbroken rice, parched grain, a type of cake, a sweet cake, husked barley, jaggery, ghee, and rice pudding mixed with these. And having honored elderly physicians and Brahmins dressed in white with large Dikashana gifts, one should repeatedly heat that in that fire and pour it separately into cow dung juice, urine, ghee, curds, honey, fat, marrow, oil, wine. Water mixed with all perfumes, sugar water, and sugar cane juice, also into decoctions of Shebulic myrobalan, Indian gooseberry, Bellaric myrobalan. White jamelina, grape, water chestnut, blue lotus, lotus, fragrant water lily, and lotus stem, also into the juices of quail, francolin, deer, rabbit, deer, and crab, and also into water mixed with licorice, sandalwood, a type of fragrant wood, spikenard, lotus bud, vetiver, Indian madder, Indian sarsaparilla, red ochre, and saffron. rock lichen. Then, having tied it in a white cloth, one should keep it in rainwater for 12 nights. Then, having dried it in the shade, and adding quartz, pearl, coral, and azagorts, again, after performing offerings and auspicious rites, one should have it ground on a stone by a maiden dressed in white, and then deposit it in an calarium container made of gold, silver, copper, conch, stone, elephant tusk, mountain rock, buffalo horn, cat's eye gem, quartz, ram's horn, or Indian kino tree, wood, buffalo horn. Then again, having performed auspicious rites as before, a Brahmin learned in the Atharva Veda should consecrate it according to the rules with the ritual. Then, having placed it on the back of an elephant, accompanied by white umbrellas, fly whisks, and yak tail whisks, and with the sounds of conches and drums, and auspicious proclamations mixed with Vedic recitations made by excellent Brahmins, and having offered flowers, one should bring it from the physician's house to the leader's house. Thereafter, with that which was taught by the Lord of Vidaha and is successful in all endeavors, using a applicator made of any of the aforementioned materials for containers, one should, after worshipping cows and Brahmins, become pure and disciplined, and reciting this mantra, first apply it to the right eye. Salutations to the king who purifies the eyes, to the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened one. Thus, Om. Thereafter, remembering that same morning and evening, every day, this supreme, pure, health-giving, strength-giving, and all obstacle-removing was prepared by the Asvins for Indra when he was about to slay Vritra. Therefore, a pleased physician should prepare this for kings, great ministers, those desiring to conquer the earth, and Brahmins who are studying the Vedas or delving into other great scriptures. And here are some verses. Now, the auspicious preparations created by Brihaspati will be described. By using these, a king will not be deceived by enemies. Bile, pigeon pea, barley alkali, trumpet flower tree, a type of pungent herb, Melina arborea, combined with Indian frankincense, a decoction of these is an excellent sprinkling agent. A type of earth. When sprinkled with this, a poisonous object immediately becomes non-poisonous. Firewood, drinking water, clothes, beds, seats, cooked rice, armor, ornaments, umbrellas, yaktail whisks, and houses, a type of tree, Indian aconite. Drumstick tree, Indian sarsaparilla, spreading hogweed. Indian madder, bark from the root of a tree. Wood apple, a type of blood-red substance, along with a type of plant. Similarly, a sprinkling of these destroys poison. Saffron, beautyberry, Indian madder, a type of fragrant seed, along with licorice mixed with honey and made into a paste with the bile of a mongoose, should be buried in the ground in a cow's horn for 7 nights. Then, having made it into an amulet bound with gold, one should wear it on the hand. Anything poisonous that comes into contact with it immediately becomes non-poisonous. Mongoose. Realgar, a type of flower. Bark, the 2, turmeric and tree turmeric, white mustard. Wood apple, costus, Indian madder, finely ground with the bile of a dog, a cow, and a tawny cow. This excellent antidote is called. It is supremely effective in conquering poison, and the amulet should be made as before. A mouse or a type of plant tied to the hand also removes poison. A type of fragrant seed, spikenard, Indian madder. Turmeric, licorice, honey, a type of bark, holy basil, lac, dog's bile, an amulet made as before. Musical instruments and banners smeared with these pastes by hearing, seeing, or smelling them, one immediately becomes non-poisonous. The 3 pungents, ginger, black pepper, long pepper. The 5 salts, Indian madder, the 2 turmeric and tree turmeric. Fine cardamom, turpith, cinnamon leaf, false black pepper, colocynth, and licorice, all with honey, should be placed in a cow's horn. From that, one should administer a dose with warm water before meals. Eaten poison becomes digested, and even in a non-poisonous state, it does not cause harm. Lac, sal resin, vetiver, mustard, cinnamon leaf, a type of fragrant root, along with cardamom, marking nut tree, guggul, and flowers of Arjuna tree. Incense made from these when burned in a dwelling destroys both immobile and mobile poisons. Where this incense is burned, there are no poisonous insects, no rats, no reptiles, no magical spells, or black magic. Peacock feathers, crane bones, mustard, sandalwood, ghee. Incense made from these destroys poison in beds, clothes, seats, and houses. Colocynth, the 3 pungents, Indian madder, licorice. The 5 salts, the 2 turmeric and tree turmeric, cinnamon leaf, cardamom, turpith. powdered and mixed with honey. The previously mentioned, a combination of ginger, black pepper, and long pepper, etc., should be mixed in water for bathing. Or a decoction made from Calotropis gigantea flowers, white variety of Clitoria ternatia, Acaranthes aspera, and mustard, along with curds and ghee, mixed with appropriate and types of plants. Or a paste of sandalwood, Ficus religiosa, Butea monosperma, tree bark, Marsdenia tenacissima, cardamom, Cyperus scariosus, Sarcostema acidum, and Amaranthus viridis. A decoction with Solanum nigrum is beneficial for all water-related applications. By applying a mark on the forehead made from ox gall, a type of leaf, and saffron, one is not afflicted by poisons and becomes dear to women, men, and kings. Gautama says that a body smeared with powders of turmeric, Rubia cordifolia, a type of plant, long pepper, and neem becomes free from poison. For one who has consumed poison, life-restoring, antidotes and strong emetics should be administered through nasal administration, drinking, sitting, perhaps a specific posture, and external application. Antidotes mentioned in the treatises on toxicology. If purgation and bloodletting are indicated, they should be performed with long pepper, honey, sugar, and sugarcane juice. Before facing enemies, one should protect the heart. One should drink the ghee called or on an empty stomach, and are mentioned in the treatises on toxicology. Ghee, honey, curds, milk, and finally cold water. Finally means in the absence of all others. Therefore, in the case of the preceding ones, if the former is absent, the latter is obtained. Meat is desired like a paste of sugar, licorice, and a type of plant. The meat of monitor lizard, deer, and mongoose with long pepper and ginger is excellent. The meat of peacock with dry ginger, Aconitum heterophyllum, and sugar candy. Their respective juices, well cooled and with ghee, are prepared. Thus, a physician should protect the king from poisons and artificial poison. If the king is destroyed, it leads to the destruction of the people and all activities. The king's commands, courage, forgiveness, and generosity are superhuman qualities even in a human being. Therefore, the king should be worshipped by those who transcend the senses due to his actions. Where the king is present in person, the physician should enter only when recognized. Even if approved, one should not adopt an inappropriate vehicle, place, or seat. One should stand appropriately before the king and not interrupt his words. One should speak for the king's benefit at the right time, and for one's own benefit with pleasant and beneficial words. In the right place and time, for the benefit of others, one should speak words endowed with righteousness and purpose. One should not instruct someone who has not asked, for this is a great audacity. One should not act in a way that is harmful to him, for that would be destructive to the root. One should speak what is agreeable and beneficial, and privately dissuade from what is harmful. If there is a fault due to his negligence, one should use noble and conciliatory words, or remain silent in response, and avoid conversations with disliked persons. Even a wise person who does not understand the mind, or a childlike person who understands intentions, even if very dear or disliked, quickly becomes the opposite. One should perform even very small tasks only after informing the king. One should not go to or stay long in the treasury or places of confinement. One should show contentment even with small gains and not be arrogant in mind. Private conversations with others, gossip, and arguments. One should avoid clothes similar to the king's and imitating royal pastimes. However, what is given by the king himself should be worn to increase his satisfaction. One should smile when it is appropriate to laugh, following the king's lead. When a secret of another is being spoken, one should remain silent. Regarding one's own secrets, one should be deaf and maintain patience, sweetness, and propriety. One should not make oneself too exalted through excessive effort. Just as a fall brings sorrow, so too exaltation does not bring happiness. Serving the king closely is like playing with weapons, snakes, and fire. It is controlled by great skill and humility. Having attained difficult-to-obtain sovereignty and the king's respect, one should be vigilant so that one may enjoy it for a long time. One should arrange a bed all around, consecrated with protective. At night, pure mustard seeds, sacred ash, and unbroken rice. A protective amulet, and at the head of the bed, barley sprouts and barley meal, with grass, a full pitcher with flowers, fruits, and sprouts, and an offering at dusk and after eating and at night. This auspicious ritual should be performed by a pure person for a pure person. It promotes longevity, nourishment, and conquers evil spirits, poisons, black magic, and sins. This is a brief explanation for the protection from poison, and the detailed procedure will be given in later sections. Having thoroughly considered everything, one who acts with intelligence should apply it, having ascertained the signs of the disorder. Thus, the great-souled king who constantly and vigilantly follows these instructions for protection from poison and evil spirits becomes unconquerable by his own and others' enemies, and brings welfare and prosperity to the people for a long time. To one who has consumed poison and has been purified upwards and downwards, fine copper powder with honey should be given at the right time for purifying the heart. When the heart is purified, then a 1/4 of gold powder should be administered. Poison does not adhere to the body of one who drinks gold, just as water does not adhere to a lotus leaf, and a long life is attained. This method is also prescribed for artificial poison. One should also know incompatible food to be like poison or artificial poison. Marshy meat is incompatible with black gram, honey, milk, and sprouts. It is also incompatible with lotus stalks, radish, or jaggery, especially fish with milk. Among fish, a specific type of fish is most incompatible. All sour substances are incompatible with milk, and so are all fruits. Similarly, horse gram, a type of grain, foxtail millet, hyacinth bean, and a type of pea are incompatible. Having eaten green vegetables such as radish, one should avoid milk. One should not eat pork with porcupine, nor partridge and chicken with curds. Raw meat with bile, radish with black gram soup, sheep with safflower greens, sprouted grains with lotus stalks, lakuka fruit with black gram soup, jaggery, milk, curds, or ghee, banana fruit with buttermilk or with curds or with palm fruit, kakamachi black nightshade with long pepper and black pepper or with honey or with jaggery, or cooked in a vessel for fish, or in a vessel for ginger, or cooked in any other vessel. If it is desired and has been kept overnight, one should not eat. One should avoid long peppers cooked in oil used for frying fish. Ghee kept for 10 days in a bronze vessel and hot substances with marking nut one should avoid. A lammergeier cooked on a spit and Kamala tree powder prepared with buttermilk are incompatible. One should avoid rice pudding, alcohol, and a dish of rice and lentils together. Honey, ghee, muscle fat oil, and water, when combined in 2, 3, or all together in equal proportions, are mutually incompatible. Even when honey and ghee are in unequal proportions, they are incompatible if consumed with celestial water, as in post-meal drink. Honey and lotus seeds, and honey with and types of alcoholic beverages. Milk rice, with as an turmeric with mustard oil, are incompatible. Indian spinach, cooked with a paste of sesame seeds, leads to diarrhea. A crane, combined with a type of liquor and half-cooked grains, becomes incompatible. The same crane, roasted with hog fat, immediately takes away life. Similarly, partridges, peacocks, monitor, lizards, quails, and gray partridges, cooked with castor wood fire and then fried in castor oil, are incompatible. The meat of a green pigeon impaled on a turmeric skewer and cooked with turmeric fire immediately destroys life. The same meat, covered with ash and dust and with honey, whatever aggravates the S but does not expel them, that, in brief, is incompatible. Since it is impossible to collect all incompatible substances by stating each one individually due to their endless nature, a comprehensive definition is given for their collection. Sarvanga Sundara, whatever food, drink, or medicine, agitates the S, moving them from their proper place, but does not expel them outwards. That, in brief, is incompatible. Purification is desired here, or palliation by substances antagonistic to them, or the body's prior preparation with those very substances. For those who are accustomed to exercise, whose digestive fire is strong and keen, who are in their prime of life, and who possess great strength, even incompatible food does not cause distress, provided it is wholesome by habituation and consumed in small quantity. One should abandon unwholesome habits gradually by a quarter or by a 16th. Similarly, one should consume wholesome things with 1, 2, or 3 intervals. In this manner, the pathological factors from unwholesome things, when abandoned, do not cause distress, and the qualities of wholesome things, when increased, attain stability. For even unwholesome things, if abandoned, or wholesome things, if consumed, suddenly and otherwise, lead to disorders of habituation and non-habituation. The pathological factors gradually diminished and the qualities gradually increased, being present, attain a state of non-recurrence and become unshakable. A wise person should not again cause vitiation with unwholesome things to that are extremely close and inherently vitiating. The body is constantly sustained by food, sleep, and celibacy when employed judiciously, just as a house is sustained by its supports. Food has been described in various places and will be described in various other places. Happiness and sorrow, nourishment and emaciation, strength and weakness, virility and impotence, knowledge and ignorance, life and non-life, all depend on sleep. Sleep, when indulged in at the wrong time, or excessively, or not at all, destroys happiness and life, just like another night of destruction. Kalaratri. Waking at night is drying, sleeping during the day is unctuous. Drowsing while seated is not drying and not obstructing. In summer, due to the accumulation of the dryness of the period and the shortness of nights, daytime sleep is beneficial. In other seasons, however, it causes but excluding those exhausted by speaking, writing, walking, alcohol, women carrying heavy loads and other activities, those afflicted by anger, sorrow, or fear, those with dyspnea, hiccups, or diarrhea, the old, the young, the weak, the emaciated, the wounded, those suffering from thirst or colic, those with indigestion, those who have been struck, the insane, and those accustomed to daytime sleep. For these there is balance of the bodily constituents, and kapha nourishes their limbs. Those with much fat and soothing, and those who habitually consume unctuous foods, should not sleep during the day. One afflicted by poison and one suffering from throat disease should never sleep at night. From untimely sleep arise delusion, fever, stiffness, chronic rhinitis, headache, swelling, nausea, obstruction of channels, and sluggish digestion. In those conditions, fasting, emesis, sudation, and nasal medication should be administered as remedies. For excessive sleep, sharp emetics and collyrium should be employed. Nasal medication, fasting, worry, sexual intercourse, grief, fear, and anger. By these very means, sleep is destroyed due to excessive depletion of kapha. From loss of sleep arise body aches, headache, heaviness, yawning, dullness, lassitude, dizziness, indigestion, stupor, and diseases born of one of the three doshas. Therefore, one should sleep at night at the proper time, according to one's habituation. If unaccustomed to waking, one should sleep for half the duration in the morning without having eaten. One who has sluggish sleep should partake of milk, alcohol, meat broths, and curds, and practice oil massage powder, massage bathing, and oiling of the head, ears, and eyes. The embrace of a beloved woman, contentment, the fulfillment of tasks, and agreeable sense objects are extremely conducive to comfortable sleep. For one devoted to celibacy, whose mind is free from desire for carnal pleasure, and who is content and satisfied, sleep does not transgress its proper time. In sexual intercourse, one should avoid a woman who is not supine, who is menstruating, who is unpleasant, of unpleasant conduct, whose genitals are diseased or constricted, who is excessively fat or thin, who has recently given birth, who is pregnant, or any other woman, a celibate woman, or any other species of female, and one should avoid the abodes of gurus, deities, or kings, shrines, cremation grounds, temples, crossroads, water sources, and public squares. One should avoid auspicious days, daytime, striking the head or heart, and one who has eaten too much, is impatient, hungry, whose limbs are in an uncomfortable position, or is thirsty. A child, an old person, one afflicted by other urges, and a sick person should avoid sexual intercourse. In winter, one who is satisfied and invigorated may indulge in sexual intercourse as desired. In spring and autumn, every 3 days, in the rainy season and summer, every fortnight. Otherwise, for one who engages in sexual intercourse, there would be delusion, fatigue, severe weakness, depletion of strength, body tissues, and sense organs, and untimely death would occur. Those who are restrained in sexual intercourse become superior in memory, intellect, longevity, health, nourishment, sensory power, fame, and strength, and experience less aging. After intercourse, when one is exhausted, one should partake of bathing, anointing, cool air, sweetmeats, cold water, milk, meat juice, vegetable soup, liquor, and a type of liquor. And one should lie down afterwards. Thus, the vigor of that person's body quickly returns. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita from the beginning regarding what should be consumed. At the end of sexual intercourse, states bathing, and so on. A cold wind, a food rich in sugar. Cold water, meat broth, clear liquor, sleep. These should be consumed immediately after the cessation of sexual activity. When this is done, the bodily vigor of that person whose energy has been depleted by sexual activity quickly returns again. And the physician alone knows all this previously mentioned beneficial and harmful conduct. The king becomes endowed with abundant vigor, health, fame, and influence, enjoying the fruits of his own good deeds, and lives long. Thus, in the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the lord of physicians Simagupta, in the Sutra Sthana, the 7th chapter named Anaraksa, protection of food, concludes. Having entrusted the protection of the body without reservation to a physician who is rich in knowledge and conduct, skilled in action, and compassionate. Chapter 8. Now, therefore, we shall explain the chapter on eating in proper measure. Thus indeed spoke the great sages, Atreya and others. One should always eat in proper measure, for measure is what stimulates the digestive fire. Substances, whether heavy or light, depend on measure. For heavy foods, half satisfaction; for light foods, not excessive satisfaction. The measure of quantity is prescribed as that which digests easily. Food in insufficient quantity, however, is not conducive to strength, growth, or vital essence. It also becomes the cause of one of the 3 diseases. Excessive eating, however, provokes all 3 biological humors. For the and other being oppressed and simultaneously provoked by that undigested, corrupted food, enter that very food and cause a type of indigestion by obstructing it, and cholera-like illness by expelling it, suddenly through the upper and lower passages in a person who lacks self-control. The food does not move upwards nor downwards, nor is it digested. It becomes sluggish in the stomach, therefore it is called sluggishness. Due to the severe aggravation of another with various kinds of painful eruptions, it pierces the limbs as if with needles, hence it is called. Therein, colic, giddiness, distension, tremor, stiffness, etc. are due to vata. Fever, diarrhea, internal burning sensation, thirst, fainting, etc. are due to vomiting, heaviness of the body, speech impediment, expectoration, etc. are due to. Especially in a weak person, one with low digestive fire, and one who suppresses natural urges. Food oppressed by vata, obstructed by kapha internally, rendered inactive, agitated by the tailing, and remaining like a foreign body, causes severe colic, etc., but without vomiting and diarrhea. That is, if the bodily humors, excessively vitiated, and with their channels obstructed by vitiated, undigested food matter, spread throughout the entire body and stiffen it like a stick. That condition is called a type of tetanus. One should abandon it as it is rapidly fatal. One who habitually consumes incompatible foods, eats before digestion, or suffers from indigestion, develops a severe disease with symptoms resembling poison. This condition, known as poison-like, should be abandoned, because it acts rapidly like poison and its treatment is contradictory. Then, when undigested food matter has become manifesting symptoms if it is curable, one should quickly induce vomiting. Having drunk warm water with veka, rock salt, and madanaphala, one should then apply fomentation and a fruit suppository that promotes the downward movement of feces and wind. If the limbs are contracting and excessively fomented, one should bandage them. When cholera-like illness is excessively severe, cauterization of the heels is recommended. On that very day, after fasting the patient, one should treat him as if he had undergone purgation. Even a person suffering from severe pain, if afflicted by indigestion, should not drink medicine that alleviates colic. For the digestive fire, when obstructed by undigested food, is unable to digest the bodily humors, the medicine, or the food, and the derangement of these can suddenly kill the afflicted person. But when the food is digested, one should administer medicine when the abdomen is stiff and heavy for the digestion of the remaining and for kindling the digestive fire. The pacification of related disorders occurs through depletion therapy. This is threefold for the 3 types of. One should apply it after careful consideration. Among these, for a small amount of fasting is beneficial, for a moderate amount and digestive therapy, for a large amount purification therapy is beneficial, for it uproots the waste products from their very root. Thus, a physician should treat other diseases also by the opposite of their cause, nidana. But if there is persistence of the disease, abandoning the opposite of the cause, he should apply the opposite of the disease as appropriate, or that which produces the desired effect. But when the is matured and the digestive fire is strong, then unctuous applications, intake of fats, enemas, etc., are beneficial, applied judiciously. And indigestion, due to one of the three, is called undigested food. In that condition, there is swelling of the eyes and cheeks, eructation as if food has just been eaten, excessive salivation, nausea, and heaviness. Obstructive indigestion is due to wind causing pain, constipation, distension, and debility. Due to bile, the digested burnt type is accompanied by thirst, delusion, giddiness, sour eructations, and burning sensation. In undigested type of, fasting should be performed. In obstructed, intense fomentation should be done. In digested burnt, emesis should be done, or whatever is beneficial according to the condition. A type of indigestion arises from undigested food that is very heavy and deeply lodged. It is associated with two of the three has symptoms similar to, and its treatment is similar to that of. Even when food is digested, sometimes the essence of food, may remain undigested. Due to this residual, there is lack of appetite, heart pain, even when the belching is clear. In this condition, one should sleep only a little, and anyone suffering from indigestion should not eat during the day. One with indigestion should sleep. When hunger arises, one should eat a moderate and light meal. Constipation or excessive discharge, lassitude, and wind being obstructed are general symptoms of indigestion, as are distension, heaviness, and dizziness. A0RA0. To summarize the specific types of both mentioned and unmentioned, the general symptoms of are stated, etc. Non-passage of feces, the movement of wind in wrong channels, specifically stiffness of the limbs. Not only is an excessive quantity of food alone the cause of indigestion, but also food that is disliked, constipating, overcooked, raw, heavy, dry, cold, impure, burning, dry, or excessively soaked in water does not digest. And food eaten by one afflicted by grief, anger, hunger, etc. also does not digest. Food that is a mixture of wholesome and unwholesome items is considered improper combination of foods. One should know that eating again on top of food already eaten is eating before digestion. Food eaten at an improper time, whether in large or small quantity, is irregular eating. All three of these either cause death or generate terrible diseases. At the proper time, food that is wholesome, pure, beneficial, unctuous, warm, light, and eaten with a focused mind, possessing all six tastes, predominantly sweet, neither too fast nor too slow, after bathing, when hungry, in a secluded place with washed feet, hands, and face, having satisfied ancestors, deities, guests, children, and elders, having considered even animals that have sought refuge, having properly examined oneself, without condemning, without speaking, while eating liquid food. One should eat desirable food with desirable companions, brought by pure and devoted servants. One should avoid food contaminated with grass, hair, etc. Food that has been reheated, food predominantly of vegetables or inferior grains, and food that is excessively hot or salty. One should not habitually consume a milk product, curds, another milk product, alkaline preparations, fermented gruel, raw radishes, meat of emaciated or dried pigs, sheep, cows, fish, or buffaloes, black gram flat beans, water lily stalks, lotus rhizomes, flour products, sprouts, dried vegetables, barley, and half-processed jaggery. One should habitually consume rice, wheat, barley, rice, and meat of wild animals, Marsilia quadrifolia, Leptodenia reticulata, young radish, Chenopodium album, Terminalia chibula, Emblica officinalis, grapes, Trichosanthes dioica, mung beans, sugar, ghee, divine water, rainwater, milk, honey, pomegranate, and rock salt. One should also habitually consume a combination of and with honey and ghee at night for eye strength, and whatever promotes the continuation of health and eradicates disease. One should first eat substances that are heavy, unctuous, sweet, slow, and stable, such as lotus stalks, sugarcane, plantains, coconuts, mangoes, sweet balls, a type of sweet cake, and so on. The opposite of these should be eaten at the end, and substances predominated by sour and salty tastes in the middle. One should fill 2 parts of the abdomen with food, 1 part with drink, and leave the 4th part empty for wind and other. Cold water is beneficial for barley and wheat. For curds, alcohol, poison, and honey, cold water. But for flour-based foods, lukewarm water. for modified forms of leafy vegetables and pulses, whey, buttermilk, sour gruel, or fermented grill. Alcohol is for emaciated individuals for nourishment, but for obese individuals, honey water. For emaciation, meat broth. Alcohol for meat and for weak digestion. For those emaciated by disease, medicine, travel, speaking, women, fasting, sun, or exertion, and for the aged and children, milk is wholesome like nectar. And post-meal drink is that which is contrary to the qualities of the food, and yet not contradictory to the body. In brief, suchan is always praised, and produces strength, satisfaction, pervasion, and firmness of the limbs. It also causes the loosening, moistening, and digestion of the food mass. It is not beneficial in cases of upward-moving diseases, wounds, asthma, cough, chest injury, and rhinitis. Nor is it beneficial in the context of singing, speaking, or in cases of voice disorders. Those whose bodies are excessively moist, those afflicted by urinary disorders, eye diseases, throat diseases, and wounds, should avoid drinking. And everyone should avoid excessive speaking, walking, and sleeping after drinking and eating, as well as sun, fire, vehicles, swimming, and riding. When urine and feces have been properly discharged, when the heart is very clear, when the bodily humors are moving in their proper paths, when belching is pure, when hunger has arisen, when one of the three doshas moves downwards, and when the digestive fire is stimulated, when the senses are clear, and when the body feels very light, then one should partake of food regulated by the prescribed rules, for that is considered the proper time. Here ends the 8th chapter, named Matra Sitya, in the Sutra Sthana of the Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, composed by Srimad Vagbhata, son of Sri Vidyapati Simhagupta. Chapter 9. Now we shall expound the chapter on the knowledge of substance, and so forth. Thus indeed said the great sages Atreya and others. Therein, substance is mentioned before taste, and so forth, due to its preeminence. Alone is superior among, and so forth, for they are dependent on it. That substance is composed of the 5 great elements. It originates by residing in earth. Its production and specific characteristics arise from the combination of water, fire, air, and ether. The designation, however, is by the predominant element. Therefore, no substance has a single taste due to its origin from a combination of elements. Since they are not single, diseases arise from multiple. There a manifest taste is remembered. An unmanifest, subtaste, is also desired, which is slightly manifest at the end. Qualities like heaviness, etc., reside in the substance, such as earth, which is the substratum of tastes. They are attributed to the tastes through the convention of concomitants. Among these, the substance that is earthy is heavy, gross, stable, and has a predominance of the quality of smell. It causes heaviness, stability, compactness, and growth. That which has an excess of the qualities of liquidity, coldness, heaviness, unctuousness, slowness, density, and taste, is watery and causes unctuousness, oozing, moistening, delight, and binding. That which has an excess of the qualities of dryness, sharpness, heat, non-slimness, subtlety, and form, is fiery and is characterized by burning luster, color illumination, and digestion. An airy substance is characterized by an abundance of qualities like dry, non-slimy, light, and touch. It causes dryness, lightness, non-slimness, movement, and exhaustion. The ethereal element is predominated by the qualities of subtlety, non-slimness, lightness, and sound. It causes porosity and lightness. In this world, there is no substance that is not a medicine, due to its capacity for various purposes and applications. Among substances, that which moves upwards is predominated by fire and air. That which moves downwards is mostly abundant in the qualities of earth and water. Thus, substances and their tastes will be explained later with their distinctions. Some, however, declare potency to be heavy, unctuous, cold, soft, light, dry, hot, and sharp. Thus, it is considered to be of 8 kinds. Karaka, however, says that by which an action is performed is potency. Nothing acts without. Indeed, all action is brought about by. The designation is described by him as meaningful only for heavy and others, because they are the essence of all qualities, manifest superior potency, are primary for practical application, and are mentioned first among many. And because of the opposite nature, even if it were possible, it is not. Intended for in others, therefore refers to in others. Others declare to be only of 2 kinds, hot and cold. And also a substance, though manifold in nature, never transgresses the two mighty forces, and just as the manifest and unmanifest world does not. Among these, the hot potency causes giddiness, thirst, lassitude, sweating, burning sensation, and quick digestion, and it pacifies wind dosa and phlegm dosa. The cold potency, however, causes pleasure, vitality, stiffness, and clarity of blood and bile dosa. That other taste essence, which arises from the combination with the digestive fire. At the end of the transformation of the tastes is known as post-digestive taste. The sweet and saline are digested as sweet, the sour is digested as sour. The of bitter, pungent, and astringent is generally pungent. That substance has effects similar to its. Among them, some substances produce auspicious or inauspicious actions through their and others through their. Some through another quality, through potency, and some indeed through specific action. Whatever among the S, etc., is present in a substance with greater strength, that, overpowering the others, becomes the cause of the effect. For in a combination of conflicting qualities, the lesser is indeed overcome by the greater. The taste, the post-digestive taste, overcomes it. The potency overcomes both of them. The specific action overcomes all of them. This is the natural strength among taste, etc., when their strengths are equal. When taste, etc., are equal, any specific action is born of. Even though Baliospermum montanum is similar to Plumbago zeylanica in taste, etc., it is purgative. Grapes is similar to licorice, and ghee is similar to milk in its qualities, yet Midvika is purgative, and Gruta is a digestive stimulant. Thus, this is the general action of substances, etc. And again, that action varies according to the difference in substances, which are produced by diverse causes. Wheat is sweet, heavy, and alleviates. Barley causes. Fish are hot, milk is cold. A lion is pungent, not a boar. 28.5. Thus, the 9th chapter, called Knowledge of Substances, etc., in the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the illustrious Vaidapati Simagupta, is concluded. Now we shall expound the chapter on the classification of tastes. Thus, indeed, said the great sages headed by Atreya, and it was previously established that there are only 6 tastes. He now defines them. The sweet and other tastes arise sequentially from the elements: earth and water, earth and fire, water and fire, space and air, fire and air, and earth and air, when these two are predominant. Among these, one should know that taste to be sweet, which coats the mouth, which, when tasted, delights the body and clarifies the senses, and which is dear to ants and the like. The sour taste cleanses the mouth, causes horripilation of the hair and teeth, and contracts the eyes and eyebrows. The saline taste causes the mouth to salivate and produces a burning sensation in the cheeks and throat. The bitter taste cleanses the mouth and dulls the sense of taste. The pungent taste agitates the tip of the tongue, causing a tingling sensation. It causes discharge from the eyes, nose, and mouth, and seems to burn the cheeks. The astringent taste makes the tongue numb and causes obstruction of the channels in the throat. Thus, the characteristics and actions of the tastes. The sweet taste, from birth being wholesome, greatly strengthens the body tissues. It is excellent for children, the elderly, those with wounds, the emaciated, and for the complexion, hair, sense organs, and vital essence. It is nourishing, beneficial for the throat, promotes breast milk and union of fractured bones, and is heavy. It prolongs life, sustains life, is unctuous, and alleviates one of the 3 dosas, vata, and poisons. However, through excessive use, it also causes diseases arising from fat tissue and kapha, such as obesity, indigestion, collapse, urinary disorders, goiter, tumors, and so on. The sour taste stimulates digestive fire, is unctuous, beneficial for the heart, aids digestion, and promotes appetite. It has hot potency but a cooling touch, is nourishing, moistening, and light. It increases one of the 3 dosas, and blood, and promotes the downward movement of obstructed, one of the 3 dosas. When excessively consumed, it causes looseness of the body, vision disorder, and vertigo. It also causes itching, pallor, erysipelas, swelling, blisters, thirst, and fever. The salty taste removes stiffness, congelation, obstruction, and distension. It stimulates the digestive fire. It is unctuous, sudorific, sharp, appetizing, and causes exudation and breaking open. If used in excess, it produces disorders of blood and baldness, graying hair, wrinkles. Thirst, skin diseases, poisoning, and erysipelas. It diminishes strength. The bitter taste, though itself unappetizing, overcomes anorexia worms' thirst poisoning. Skin diseases, fainting, fever, nausea, burning sensation, and it dries up moisture, fat, muscle, fat marrow, feces, and urine. It is light intellect promoting cold, dry, and purifies breast milk and the throat. If used in excess, it causes depletion of the end disorders. Pungent taste, katu rasa, conquers throat diseases, urticaria, skin diseases, a type of indigestion, and swelling. It causes wounds to subside, dries up unctuous, fat, and moisture. It is a digestive stimulant, a digester, an appetizer, a purifier, and dries up food. It loosens bonds, opens channels, and removes. However, when used excessively, it causes thirst, depletion of semen, and strength. It causes fainting, contractions, tremors, and pain in the lower back, etc. Astringent taste alleviates and is heavy and purifies blood. It constricts, heals, is cold and dries up moisture and fat. It arrests undigested material, is constipating, rough, and greatly clarifies the skin. When habitually used excessively, it causes constipation, flatulence, heart pain. It also causes thirst, emaciation, loss of virility, obstruction of channels, and retention of feces. Ghee, gold, jaggery, walnut, plantain, banana, Grewia asiatica. Asparagus racemosus, Roscia procera, Artocarpus heterophyllus, Buchanania lanzan. The 3, Sitta cordifolia, Abutilon indicum, Grewia populifolia. The 2, Polygonatum cirifolium, Polygonatum verticillatum. The 4, Desmodium gangeticum, Uraria picta, Vigna radiata, VR sublobata, Vigna pilosa, Leptodenia reticulata, Malaxis acuminata, Malaxis macifera. Maduca longifolia, Glycyrrhiza glabra, Coccinia grandis. The pair of Spheranthus indicus, Spheranthus africanus. Ipomea digitata, Bamboo manna. The 2, Lilium polyphyllum, Euphorbia hirta, Melina arborea. The 2, Desmodium gangeticum, Desmodium triflorum. Milk, sugarcane, Tribulus terrestris, honey, grapes, etc. This is the sweet group. Sour are Emblica officinalis, Tamarindus indica, Citrus medica, Garcinia pedunculata. Pomegranate, silver, buttermilk, sour gruel, Flacorcha indica, curds. Mango, Spondius pinnata, Delinia indica, Feronia limonia, Carissa carandus. The best is black salt, salt, sea salt, salt from saline soil, salt from Ruma Lake, salt from ashes, lead salt, and alkaline substance. This is the group of salts. He speaks of the bitter group. Bitter are pointed gourd, blue-flowered gentian, fragrant grass, sandalwood, Andrographis paniculata, neem, Picoriza coroa, Indian valerian, agarwood, Holorina antidysenterica, Indian beech, 2 types of turmeric, nutgrass. Sansevieria roxburghiana, Malabar nut, Cisampulus pereira, Acuranthus aspera, a type of metal, iron, Tinospora cordifolia, Fagonia cretica. The greater 5 roots. The 2 Solanum species, Citrulus colocynthus, Aconitum heterophyllum, Acorus calamus. Pungent substances are asafoetida, black pepper, vadanga, the group of 5 pungent spices, and other greens, bile, urine, balataka. The astringent group includes haritaki, bibitaka, honey, pearl, coral, antimony. Red ochre. Unripe, wood apple, date, lotus stalk, lotus, water lily, and others. Sweet taste generally increases one of the 3 except for old rice, barley, green gram, wheat, honey, sugar, and the meat of wild animals. Sour taste generally generates one of the 3 except for pomegranate and Indian gooseberry. Salt is generally unwholesome for the eyes, with the exception of rock salt. Bitter and pungent tastes are mostly aphrodisiac reducing and provoke one of the 3 dosas. Except for Tinospora cordifolia, Trichosanthes dioica, dry ginger, long pepper, and garlic. The astringent taste is generally cooling and constipating, except for haritaki. The pungent, sour, and salty tastes are increasingly hot in potency. The bitter, astringent, and sweet tastes are similarly increasingly cold. The bitter, pungent, and astringent tastes are dry and constipating. The salty, sour, and sweet tastes are unctuous and promote the elimination of feces, urine, and. The astringent taste is heavier than the salty, and the sweet taste is supremely heavy. The sour taste is light. Lighter than that is the pungent, and lightest of all is the bitter. The combinations of the tastes are 57, and their permutations are 63. This division is made according to their gross, perceptible nature, due to their practical applicability. When one taste is omitted from the 6, there are 15 such combinations. In combinations of 2, the sweet taste occurs 10 times, the sour 6 times, the pungent 3 times, and the bitter once. In combinations of 4, the sweet occurs 10 times, the sour 4 times, and the pungent once. In combinations of 5, the sour occurs only once. while the sweet is associated with 5. A single substance can have 6 tastes, and the 6 tastes can also exist uncombined. Has 5 tastes and terminalia cibula. Just as wine has 5, just as sesame has 4, just as castor oil has 3, just as honey has 2, and ghee has 1, namely sweet, according to the division of sweet, and so on. Thus, from what has been stated as an indication, the rest should be inferred by the wise. Now, to briefly explain the divisions of that have been stated by the author of the in the text, beginning with, lacking 1 each. He says, there are 6 combinations of 5 and 6 individual. There are 15 types of combinations of 4 and 2. The divisions of 3 are 20, and one substance has all 6 tastes. Thus, there are 63. These divisions of tastes and subtastes, and their calculation based on intensity and variation, are innumerable. They should be applied according to the and the remedies. Thus, in the of the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the Lord of Physicians, Simhagupta, ends the 10th chapter, named On the Divisions of Tastes. Chapter 11. After the chapter on the classification of taste, the chapter on the knowledge of S and so forth is begun. Now, therefore, we shall expound the chapter on the knowledge of S and so forth. Thus indeed did the great sages like Atreya declare, the S, and S are always the root of the body, that body. The mobile, one of the 3. By enthusiasm, exhalation, inhalation, movements, initiation of urges, by proper movement of the body tissues, and by the sharpness of the senses. Supports the body when it is not vitiated. One of the 3 supports by digestion, heat, vision. Hunger, thirst, relish, luster, intellect, wisdom, valor, and softness of the body. Also known as one of the 3 supports by stability, unctuousness, binding of joints, patience, etc. Nourishment, sustaining life, plastering, unctuousness, support, and filling, and procreation are considered the best functions of the in order. The retention of feces, the carrying away of moisture, waste, by urine, the retention of by sweat, but vata, when increased, causes emaciation, blackish discoloration, desire for warmth, tremors, abdominal distension, retention of feces, loss of strength, sleep and sensory faculties, delirium, giddiness, and debility. Yellowing of feces, urine, eyes, and skin, excessive hunger, thirst, burning sensation, and little sleep. These are one of the 3 symptoms, one of the 3. Causes dullness of digestive fire, excessive salivation, lethargy, heaviness, whiteness, coldness, looseness of limbs, dyspnea, cough, and excessive sleep. Even plasma chyle causes diseases like kapha. Blood causes erysipelas, splenic enlargement, abscesses. Skin diseases, gout, hemorrhagic disorders, abdominal tumors, abdental disease, jaundice. Facial blemishes, loss of digestive fire, fainting, and redness of the skin, eyes, and urine. Increased muscle tissue causes thighs, abdomen, and enlargements, and excessive flesh in the throat, etc. Similarly, fat tissue causes fatigue, and shortness of breath even with slight exertion, and sagging of the buttocks, breasts, and abdomen, and supernumerary bones and supernumerary teeth. Bone marrow causes heaviness of the eyes and body. It produces difficult to treat eruptions with thick bases on the joints. Excessive desire for women, increased semen, and seminal calculus. Distension in the abdomen, gurgling, heaviness, pain, and feces. Urine, however, causes pricking pain in the bladder, and even after urination, a sensation of not having urinated. Sweat causes excessive sweating, foul odor, itching. In this way, one should also discern the and other waste products by their abundance, heaviness, etc. The sign of diminished vata is lassitude of the body, little speech and movement, loss of consciousness, and the occurrence of diseases associated with increased kapha. In one of the 3, there is a dull digestive fire, coldness, loss of luster. In one of the 3, dizziness, emptiness of the sites of palpitation of the heart, and looseness of the joints. When plasma chyle is diminished, there is dryness, fatigue, emaciation, debility, and intolerance to sound. When blood is diminished, there is a desire for sour and cold things, looseness of the veins, and dryness. When muscle tissue is diminished, there is weakness of the eyes, dryness of the cheeks and buttocks, and pain in the joints. When fat tissue is diminished, there is an increase in the size of the spleen in the lumbar region and emaciation of the body. When bone tissue is diminished, there is pain in the bones, and the teeth, hair, and nails decay. When bone marrow is diminished, there is porosity of the bones, dizziness, and seeing darkness. When semen is diminished, Semen or blood is ejaculated slowly. There is excessive pricking pain in the testicles, and the penis seems to emit smoke. When feces is diminished, one of the three moves around in the abdomen, as if coiling the intestines with a sound, and ascends, severely pressing the heart and sides. In the urine, one urinates little, with difficulty, discolored or even bloody. In sweat, there is hair fall, stiffening of the hair, and cracking of the skin. One should discern the difficult-to-perceive diminution of even very subtle waste products by the drying, pricking pain, emptiness, and lightness of their respective channels. Having thus extensively described the increase and decrease of, and he now states this to describe them concisely. A physician should know the increase and decrease of etc. according to their own nature, by the diminution of opposing qualities and by their increase, and the increase of by their accumulation, and their decrease by excessive elimination. Because the body is accustomed to decrease causes more suffering than increase. Among these resides in the bones, while resides in sweat and blood. Resides in the remaining ones. Therefore, for these substratum and residing entity mutually, that which is the medicine for the increase or decrease of one is also for the other. This is not so for bone and vayu, for increase is mostly due to nourishment, and is accompanied by, therefore decrease is due to the opposite, and that decrease is accompanied by. Therefore, one should quickly treat the disorders arising from increase and decrease, with lightening therapy and nourishing therapy, respectively. Elsewhere for one of the three, but those born from it, i.e., should be treated with the same methods applied in reverse order. Specifically, those arising from an increase of blood should be treated with bloodletting and purgation. Diseases arising from an increase of muscle tissue should be treated with surgical instruments, alkali, and cauterization. Those born from fat tissue should be treated with the management of obesity and emaciation. Those born from the decrease of bone tissue should be treated with milk and ghee mixed with bitter substances and also with enemas. Those born from an increase of feces should be treated with the management of diarrhea. Those born from a decrease of should be treated with the middle part of sheep and goat, half-cooked grains, 2 types of beans, etc. Those arising from an increase and decrease of urine should be treated with the management of urinary disorders and dysuria. Those born from a decrease of sweat should be treated with exercise, anointing, fomentation, and alcohol. The parts of the digestive fire residing in its proper place are situated in the bodily tissues. From their dullness or excessive intensity, there arises either an increase or decrease of the. A proceeding when increased causes the subsequent one to increase, and when decreased, it causes the subsequent one to decrease in the same manner. The vitiated, along with the tastes, vitiate the, both dosas and dhatus vitiate the, waste products, 2 below, 7 in the head, and the channels carrying sweat. These are the excretory channels. Therefore, diseases arise in them according to their respective nature. The vital essence is considered the supreme essence of the bodily tissues, up to reproductive tissue. Though located in the heart, it is pervasive and is the basis for the body's existence. It is unctuous, like cooling, nourishing, pure, and slightly reddish yellow. Its destruction inevitably leads to destruction. When it remains, one remains. From it arise various entities that are dependent on the body, diminishes due to anger, hunger, anxiety, grief, exertion, and so on. When it is diminished, one becomes fearful, weak, frequently anxious, with distressed senses, has a bad complexion, is dejected, rough, and emaciated. Life-promoting medicines, milk, meat soup, and so on are the remedies in such a case. Indeed, with the increase of vital essence in the body, there is an emergence of contentment, nourishment, and strength. Whatever food one dislikes and whatever one desires, provided it is not contradictory, by avoiding the former and consuming the latter, one should conquer those respective increases and decreases of thee. Indeed, the bodily humors, when increased or decreased, mostly cause a desire for things that are opposite or similar to them respectively. But the ignorant do not perceive this, and whether increased or decreased should not be identified by this symptom alone. Increased manifest their own symptoms according to their strength, while decreased ones abandon them. Balanced perform their own functions. The bodily humors, when diminished due to their very diminution, become incapable of action and sometimes do not cause any affliction. Thinking this, physicians of little understanding might sometimes show disregard for increasing the diminished. Therefore, it is said, those vary that, when balanced, lead to the growth of the body. Those vary when imbalanced, lead to destruction. Therefore, they must be protected from diminution, just as from excessive increase, by means of a beneficial regimen. Thus ends the 11th chapter, named Dosadivijnana, in the Sutra Sthana of the Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the Lord of Physicians, Simhagupta. Chapter 12. Now we shall expound the chapter on the classification of bodily humors. Thus indeed spoke the great sages, Atreya and others. The large intestine, waist, thighs, ears, bones, and the sense organ of touch are the locations of. Among these, the large intestine is especially important. The navel, stomach, sweat, lymph, blood, plasma, chyle, the eyes, and touch are the seats of. Among these, the navel is especially so. The chest, throat, head, lungs, trachea, joints, stomach, plasma, chyle. Fat, the nose, and the tongue are the seats of. Among these, the chest is preeminently so. The one of the three, due to its divisions into and others, is fivefold in nature. Among these is located in the head. It moves in the chest and throat, sustains the intellect, heart, senses, and mind. It causes spitting, sneezing, belching, inhalation, and the entry of food. The chest is the seat of one of the 5 types of, and it moves in the nose, navel, and throat. Its actions are speech, effort, energy, strength, complexion, and memory. Situated in the heart, moves throughout the entire body and is very swift. Almost all actions of embodied beings, such as movement, lowering, raising, closing, and opening of the eyes, are dependent on it. The one of the 5 types of is near the digestive fire. It moves throughout the alimentary tract. It receives food, digests it, separates it, and releases it. The one of the 5 types of resides in the region moving in the hips, bladder, penis, and thighs. It performs the actions of expelling semen, menstrual blood, feces, urine, and the fetus. Is fivefold. Among these, that which is located in the middle of the stomach and the large intestine, though composed of the 5 elements, yet due to the predominance of the fiery quality, has abandoned its fluidity through the process of digestion and is called fire. It digests food and separates the essence and waste distinctly. Remaining in its own place, it also bestows strength and support upon the other. It is known as. The residing in the stomach is because it colors the. The located in the heart is because it accomplishes desired objectives through intelligence, retention, ego, etc. Is known as that which perceives forms. That which is located in the eye is the perceiving. That which is located in the skin is the shining, due to its causing the skin to shine. Kapha is, however, of 5 types. That located in the chest, by its own, supports the, and by the of food, it supports the heart. And that very located there, by its watery action, provides support to the remaining seats of. Therefore it is called which, situated in the stomach. That kapha moistens the mass of food due to perceiving tastes. The kapha residing in the tongue. The type of is located in the head, due to its nourishing of the eyes. The type of is located in the joints, due to its binding together of the joints. One should know the locations of the bodily humors, even when they are in their natural state and pervasive, and also their actions, each separately. The dry and other qualities, when combined with heat, cause the accumulation of. When combined with cold, they cause aggravation. The unctuous and other qualities, when combined with heat, cause pacification. 1920. Associated with cold, the sharp and other qualities cause the accumulation of one of the 3. Associated with heat, they cause its aggravation. The dull and other qualities, when associated with cold, cause its alleviation. Associated with cold, the unctuous and other qualities cause the accumulation of another name for one of the 3. Associated with heat, they cause its aggravation. The dry and other qualities associated with that same heat cause its alleviation. Accumulation is an increase in its own abode, an aversion to the causes of increase, and a desire for qualities opposite to them. Aggravation, however, is going on a wrong path. The manifestation of their own signs, unhealthiness, and the occurrence of disease. Equilibrium of that which is in its own abode, and the non-occurrence of disorders is alleviation. The accumulation, excitation, and pacification of occur in the three seasons beginning with summer, i.e., summer, rainy season, autumn. For they occur in the three seasons beginning with the rainy season, i.e., rainy season, autumn, early winter. 4. Or they occur in the three seasons beginning with early winter, i.e., early winter, spring, summer. The IE accumulates due to light and dry herbs or substances. Though it is of the same nature, light and dry, in a body of the same nature, light and dry, it does not become excited due to the heat of the season. Similarly, accumulates due to water and herbs or substances that are sour in taste and post-digestive effect, but it does not become excited due to the coldness of the season. Accumulates due to water and herbs or substances that are unctuous and cold. Even though the season and body are similar, it does not become excited because of its congealed state. This is the nature of time. However, due to diet and other factors, the bodily humors may undergo accumulation and other stages immediately or not, even at their proper time. The waste product dosa quickly pervades the body from the sole of the foot to the crown of the head, but when aggravated, it recedes little by little, like a flood of water. The waste products dosas, when aggravated by innumerable disorders of various forms, afflict the body. Therefore, it is not possible to describe the causes, manifestations, and treatments of each one individually. Hence, a general account is given. Indeed, the alone are the sole cause of all diseases. Just as a bird, flying everywhere throughout the entire day, does not leave its own shadow, or just as this entire diverse collection of transformations does not transcend the three qualities. Similarly, the entire collection of disorders, which always has the imbalance of one's own as its cause, does not transcend the three. The cause of their vitiation is contact with unwholesome objects, time, and unwholesome actions. This cause is again divided into three types by deficient, excessive, or perverse conjunction. Deficient conjunction is slight contact of the sense organ with its object, or no contact at all. Excessive conjunction is excessive contact. The form that is seen by the eye, whether minute, dazzling, terrifying, too near, too far, unpleasant, or distorted, etc., that is a dreadful perverse conjunction. In this way, one should understand the sense objects like excessively loud, putrid, etc., for the respective sense organs. Time, however, is considered to be of three types, based on the distinctions of cold, heat, and rain. When it is deficient, it is called deficient conjunction, such as deficient cold. When excessive, it is excessive conjunction, characterized by excessive signs. Wrong conjunction is declared to be that which has characteristics contrary to its own. Action should also be divided into three types based on the distinctions of body, speech, and mind. Deficient activity of bodily, etc. action is called deficient conjunction. Excessive activity is excessive conjunction, stimulating or suppressing urges, initiating actions with improperly positioned limbs, falling, stumbling, etc. Speaking while half-eaten, and passion, hatred, fear, etc. And the 10 types of reprehensible actions like killing living beings. All of this, whether done in this life or in a previous life, is wrong conjunction. This is the causative factor for the bodily humors. When they are aggravated by it, they produce various diseases in the tissues, alimentary tract, bones, and joints. The blood and other tissues, and also the skin. Indeed, that is the pathway for external diseases. Diseases like moles, freckles, boils, a type of skin eruption, and tumors are dependent on them. And diseases like hemorrhoids, abdominal tumor, and edema are also external conditions. The internal cavity, the great channel, which is the abode of the undigested food and digested food. Diseases like vomiting, diarrhea, cough, dyspnea, abdominal diseases, and fever have their seat there. And the internal part is also the seat of swelling, hemorrhoids, abdominal tumor, erysipelas, and abscesses. The vital points, like the head, heart, and bladder, and the joints of the bones, and the channels, ligaments, tendons, etc. connected to them, constitute the middle pathway of diseases. Consumption, hemiplegia, facial paralysis, diseases of the head, etc. Pain and stiffness in the joints, bones, and sacral region, etc. are located there. Loosening, spreading, piercing pain, numbness, debility, pain, pricking pain, tearing pain, obstruction, breaking of limbs, contraction, twisting, horripilation, thirst. Tremor, roughness, porosity, emaciation, throbbing, constriction, stiffness, astringent taste, and a dark or reddish color. These are the actions of one of the three. of our burning sensation, redness, heat, and suppuration, sweating, sliminess, discharge, putrefaction, debility, fainting, intoxication, pungent and sour tastes, and a color other than pale or reddish. 4 or one of the three, the symptoms are oiliness, hardness, itching, coldness, heaviness, binding, sliminess, stiffness, swelling, indigestion, excessive sleepiness, a white complexion, sweet and salty tastes, and chronic duration. Thus, the characteristics of the which pervade all diseases have been described. The physician, attentive and knowledgeable of the divisions of disease stages, should properly observe them in the afflicted at every moment. Through practice, insight is gained, which illuminates the success of actions. Knowledge of good and bad, concerning gems and so on, does not arise from Scripture alone. Some diseases arise from visible transgression, some from past transgression. Another arises from a mixture of these. Thus, disease is said to be threefold. That which arises from according to their causative factors is dosa-born. That which arises without causes is karma-born. A disease that has a great onset even with a minor cause is dosa-karma-born. The former disease by resorting to the opposite, and that born of by the destruction of. And that born of both goes to destruction by the destruction of both and. Diseases are of two kinds due to being independent and dependent. The latter are again of two kinds. Those that arise first are called prodromal symptoms. Those that arise later are complications. Independent diseases are those whose origin and alleviating factors are specific to themselves and whose symptoms are clear. But others, which are contrary to that. One should likewise understand the waste products. One should carefully observe those doses as they undergo changes in each fever. When the primary among them subsides, the other also subsides. If it does not subside, then one should treat it afterwards, or quickly treat a strong complication. Of those dependent diseases, which are secondary, when the independent disease subsides, there is subsidence of the dependent disease, meaning a separate treatment for them should not be undertaken. If they do not subside, i.e. the dependent diseases or that do not subside, in that manner, i.e. by means of the treatment prescribed for the primary condition, afterwards, i.e. after the treatment of the primary condition, one should treat them. For if left untreated, they might become incurable, or quickly. If a complication is strong, then one should treat that complication quickly, not afterwards, for it causes greater distress to a body afflicted by disease. A physician unskilled in the names of disorders should never be ashamed, for there is no fixed existence of all disorders by name, that very having become aggravated due to specific causes of manifestation, and having reached other locations, produces many diseases. Therefore, having understood the nature of the diseases, their various locations, and the specific causes, one should quickly undertake treatment. The vitiated tissue, the place, the strength, the time, the digestive fire, the constitution, the age, the mind, psychic state, the suitability, and also the diet, and the various stages, conditions. By carefully examining these subtle and very subtle aspects in the determination of in medicine, one who proceeds in treatment never falters. And not only the and other factors should be examined. The manifestation of a severe or mild disease may appear otherwise due to the strength or weakness of the mind and body. One should be attentive in that regard. But a quack physician who considers a disease to be severe or mild errs in treatment by misjudging the as few. Therefore, a small dose or a medicine of low potency, when administered in a severe illness, will greatly aggravate the diseases due to insufficient application of the purificatory therapy. But purificatory therapy administered excessively in a minor illness will not merely diminish the waste products, but will also destroy the body. Therefore, one who is constantly diligent, having thoroughly considered everything in every way, should administer medicine in such a way that health is certainly achieved. It was stated earlier, verse 32, "The alone are the sole cause of all diseases." Therefore, he now speaks of those vary in terms of their increase and decrease. The will now be described according to their increase and decrease. Understand the three distinct types of combination. Now he speaks of them. There are 3 types of combination, and among them 9. How are there 9 types? He says 3 are due to simultaneous increase, 6 when one is excessively increased. How are there 13 in all? He says 6 are due to the excessive increase of 2 or 1, 1 is due to equal excess, and 6 due to variations in intensity. Thus, 25 types are described for increased and an equal number for decreased. 6 are due to the increase of 1 and the simultaneous decrease of others, and again 6. These are also due to the decrease of 1 and the increase of a pair, and vice versa. 62 variations are thus enumerated. 63 is the state of health. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, Dosa Beta, chapter on the varieties of. Thus, these 62 varieties of simultaneous derangement of all three should be known through two forms of increase. Sarvanga Sundara. Thus, by counting the varieties, 62 varieties have been enumerated, i.e. stated. Sarvanga Sundara, the 63rd variety of which completes the 63, is the cause of health, i.e. the cause of well-being, due to the equilibrium of the bodily tissues, in this state and are in their proper measure. And the 62 varieties of are the cause of disease. This is implied, and in this context, the disequilibrium of the is the cause of disease. The term 63rd is formed by the suffix according to the rule. The suffix is used to denote the completion of that. And through the combination of these with etc., and through their varieties of decrease, equilibrium, and increase, and through their combinations of greater and lesser degrees, they attain infinity. One should know them accordingly with an attentive mind. Thus ends the 12th chapter, named Chapter on the Varieties of, in the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the Lord of Physicians, Simhagupta. Chapter 13. Now we shall expound the chapter on the treatment of the bodily humors. Thus indeed spoke the great sages, beginning with Atreya. The treatment for one of the three is oleation, fomentation, and mild purification. Sweet, sour, and salty foods, warm things, anointing, massage, bandaging, frightening, pouring, wine, preparations of flour, and jaggery. Unctuous and warm, enemas, adherence to rules and a comfortable disposition. Unctuous substances, prepared with digestive stimulants and digestive aids of many origins, especially oil enema with fatty meat broth and oil. For the drinking of ghee and purgation with sweet and cool substances, and foods and medicines that are sweet, bitter, and astringent. The use of fragrant, cool, and pleasing scents, and wearing necklaces, pearl strings, and jewels on the chest. Anointing oneself repeatedly with camphor, sandalwood, and vetiver. And the evening, the moon, charming mansions, singing, and cool breezes. A friend who brings unrestrained joy. A son whose speech is indistinct and tender. And wives who are compliant, beloved, and adorned with good character. Houses with cool water streams inside, garden ponds, and a grass hut situated on the sandy bank of a large, clear body of water with a beautiful landing place, at the edge of the water filled with lotuses and surrounded by trees. Gentle things, milk, ghee, and especially purgation are beneficial. 4. One of the three, sharp emesis and purgation performed according to the method, and food that is dry, scanty, sharp, hot, pungent, bitter, and astringent. Old wine, sexual pleasure, staying awake. Various forms of exercise, worry, dry massage, and especially emesis, broths, honey, fat-reducing medicine, fumigation, fasting, gargles, and discomfort lead to comfort. The treatment which has been declared by specifically addressing individual bodily humors should be adapted according to their specific nature in cases of combination of two and combination of all three. For Vata Pitta, the treatment is mostly that of summer, for Kapha Vata, that of spring. Because Vata is a carrier, but for Kapha Pitta, it is that of autumn. One should conquer a bodily humor when it is in the stage of accumulation, and if it is aggravated, one should conquer it without opposing other dosas. If all dosas are aggravated, one should conquer the strongest one without opposing the remaining dosas. That application of medicine, which alleviates one disease but excites another, is not pure, but that which is pure alleviates the disease and does not aggravate another. Due to exertion, due to the sharpness of heat, and also due to improper conduct, the move from the alimentary tract to the extremities, bones, and vital points, and due to the swiftness of vata. Similarly from those sakas, etc., they return to the cleansing of the openings of the channels, due to increase of doses, due to overflow, stickiness, due to digestion, maturation, and due to the suppression of vata. And those dosas situated there in the kastha may linger, awaiting further causative factors. They, having obtained the strength of time and other factors, become aggravated even in other abodes, when they are located in another place, but are weak in their own place. One should perform the treatment, their own treatment, when they are strong and overpower others. One should pacify the exogenous pathological factor by counteracting the endogenous dosa, or alternatively, if the sthanan is weak, without counteracting it. Dosas that have moved obliquely usually torment patients for a long time. One should not perform treatment on them hastily, considering the body, digestive fire, and strength. One should pacify those dosas through appropriate application, or bring them to the alimentary tract comfortably. Having known that they have entered, the one should expel them through the nearest route. Obstruction of channels, loss of strength, heaviness, sluggishness of wind, laziness, indigestion, spitting, retention of feces, anorexia, and fatigue are the signs of afflicted with waste products. The opposite is true for free from ones. Due to the low strength of the digestive fire, the first tissue element which is undigested and which is corrupted and located in the stomach is called undigested matter. Others say that arises from themselves when they are excessively vitiated and mutually combine, just as poison arises from a type of grain. Dosas and tissues, substances that can be vitiated, that are afflicted by that, undigested, unripened metabolic waste, and the diseases arising from them are called afflicted with ama. One should not expel that have spread throughout the entire body, that are lodged in the, and are not dislodged, just as juice from an unripe fruit. For they would cause the destruction of their support body, due to the difficulty of their expulsion. Having purified those dosas with digestive and appetizer therapies, and with oleation and sudation therapies, one should eliminate them with purificatory measures at the proper time, according to their proximity to the exit route and according to the patient's strength. A substance administered through the mouth quickly eliminates impurities from the stomach and upper alimentary tract. Administered through the nose, it eliminates those arising from above the clavicle, and administered through the anus, it eliminates those from the large intestine. One should not suppress the bodily humors that are aggravated and moving downwards or upwards, nor those that are undigested material and moving on their own accord by means of medicines. For when suppressed, these cause diseases. Therefore, one should disregard the tem that have begun to move in one who consumes beneficial food. Or one should ripen those that are obstructed with various digestive medicines and then expel them. In the months of, and which are ordinary, moderate seasons, one should successively eliminate the A and other that have accumulated in summer, the rainy season, and winter, respectively. Indeed, the arrivals of summer, the rainy season, and winter are excessively hot, rainy, and cold. In the moderate conjunction of these, one should purify the vitiated. This is with reference to the regimen for a healthy person. In disease, however, it is according to the disease. Having made appropriate countermeasures for cold, heat, and rain, one should administer the appropriate treatment and not miss the opportune time for treatment. One should administer medicine without food at the beginning of food, in the middle, at the end, between mouthfuls, with each mouthful repeatedly with food, like a box, and at night. When one of the three is excessively increased in a disease, and for a strong patient with a strong disease, medicine should be given without food. When one of the 5S is vitiated, it is desired at the beginning of food. When one of the 5S is vitiated, in the middle. When one of the 5S is vitiated, at the end of the morning meal. And when one of the 5S is vitiated, at the end of the evening meal. When one of the 5s, the wind, is vitiated, it should be given between mouthfuls. In cases of poisoning, vomiting, hiccup, thirst, dyspnea, and cough, medicine should be given repeatedly along with food, and in anorexia with various foods. In tremors, convulsions, and hiccup, medicine taken at the beginning and end of a meal is recommended for those who eat light food. In diseases of the upper clavicular region, it is praised at bedtime. Thus ends the 13th chapter, named Dosopakramaniya, in the Sutra Sthana of the Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of Sri Vidyapati Simagupta. When the sun's rays are obstructed by dense, thick clouds that completely cover the sky, and the earth is excessively muddy due to the inundation of water from the continuous downpour of rain, the body becomes extremely moist. Its digestive fire and strength are diminished. The strength of the waste products is increased, and it is weakened by the period of depletion. The group of medicinal plants, whose root systems and essential sapwood are inundated by the vast quantities of water accumulated from the continuous downpour of rain, and whose trunks and branches are covered with abundant, tender new shoots, become as if young again, and their potency is diminished. Furthermore, due to their unstable nature, and because they are mixed with water that is predominantly earthy, has an acidic post-digestive taste, and is contaminated with the tissues, urine, and feces of dead birds, animals, reptiles, etc. And also due to the heat of the rain-bearing clouds combined with cold winds carrying water droplets, the immature plants, being tender, undergo even greater putrefaction. Therefore, such plants become unsuitable and certainly lead to improper administration. Even medicine collected earlier, when affected by the wind accompanied by the cloud's water, becomes like this on Earth. In summer, however, due to the debilitating effect of the period, the body becomes afflicted by hot, dry, and sun, excessively sweaty, extremely loose, and its are excessively liquefied. Medicine, even if not inherently hot, becomes hot and sharp due to the intense rays of the young sun, leading to excessive administration. The body then suffers from thirst, dizziness, and exhaustion. Therefore, one should administer emesis and other therapies only during the intermediate, ordinary seasons, unless there is an urgent disease. In an urgent case, however, the attentive physician should administer medicine by artificially enhancing its qualities, making it contrary to the qualities of the season, and by varying its combination, processing, and dosage. In states of illness, there is no concept of proper or improper time. For example, this is the proper time or improper time for this medicine in this condition. For medicine that is not administered at the right time or is given past its time is not effective. The types of medicines are also shown in the SUA 12. Medicine is of two kinds, that which promotes vigor and that which cures disease. Both are of both natures, but the designation is based on predominance. Of these is of two kinds, rejuvenative and aphrodisiac. Is also of two kinds, that which alleviates disease and that which prevents its recurrence. Again, it is of two kinds, material and non-material. Of these, material is of three kinds, earthly plant-based and animal-based. Among these, what will be described from gold to salt is mostly earthly. Plant-based, however, is of four kinds, based on the distinction of a aming healing. Of these, bears fruit without visible flowers, has both flowers and fruit. Creepers and shrubs are perishes after bearing fruit. Animal-derived substances like honey, ghee, etc. are called. Non-material includes fasting, air, sunshade, mantras, mental strength, charity, fear, terror, agitation, delight, scolding, sleep, waking, massage, etc. Similarly, medicine is of three kinds: divine therapy, rational therapy, and mental restraint. Of these includes mantras, medicines, gems, auspicious rites, offerings, oblations, observances, expiations, fasts, benedictions, prostrations, pilgrimages, etc. Is the proper application of diet and medicine. However, is the restraint of the mind from unwholesome things. Again, it is of three kinds: elimination, pacification, and avoidance of causative factors. These and others are again of two kinds, external and internal. Of these, external is performed with surgical instruments, hands, mechanical devices, etc., for tumors, abscesses, a type of eye disease, worms, foreign bodies, etc. Internal is performed with purgation, etc., is pacification. Of these, external pacification includes oil, massage, fomentation, application of pastes, pouring liquids, rubbing, etc. Internal pacification is that which, entering inside, pacifies the without agitating them, is the avoidance of cold, hot, food, exercise, etc., according to the and the non-consumption of unctuous, dry, etc. substances. In cases treatable by surgery, medicine is administered subsequently, but in cases treatable by medicine, surgery is not. Again, it is of three kinds: contrary to the cause, contrary to the disease, and acting for both purposes. Of these is for a disease caused by heavy, unctuous, cold, etc. substances, the use of light, dry, hot, etc. substances, and similarly the opposite for the other, refers to two fundamental therapies. These are lightening and nourishing, oleation and fomentation, the five therapies like etc. and therapies like smoking and collyrium, as well as dissolving, poultice, incision, etc. And that which is particularly beneficial in fever, even though it is a cause of pacification, is Cyperus rotundus, Fumaria indica, and gruel. In diabetes, it is turmeric and barley food. In upward bleeding disorder, it is, in downward, is divine therapy medicine. For example, emesis for vomiting, downward movement; for diarrhea, consumption of alcohol for alcoholism; exposure to fire for superficial burns, fomentation for hidden internally or in wrong channels; and consumption of pungent, sour, salty, sharp, hot substances externally to bring it out and guide it to its proper channel. And for kapha, hidden internally and stiff, external cold applications are used to liquefy by forcing the heat inward. Thus, such a medicine, when not contrary, acts as both and. Non-medicine is of two kinds, immediately fatal and eventually fatal. Of these, instantly takes life after some time. Thus, in Himadri's commentary, the chapter on the treatment of has been fully described. Chapter 14, Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita. Now we shall expound the chapter on the two types of therapeutic approaches. Thus indeed spoke the great sages beginning with Atreya, Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita. Indeed, because that which is to be treated is of two kinds, the therapeutic approach is considered to be of two kinds. Of these, one is repletion, nourishment, and the second is depletion, emaciation. Nourishing and lightening are declared to be their synonyms. Is that which is for the bigness, and is that which is for the lightness of the body. They are mostly earthy and watery, and the other. The actions of oleation, drying, fomentation, and astringent therapy also do not exceed the two types due to the duality of beings. Among those, depleting therapy is also of two types, purification and palliation. That which expels the outwards is purification, and it is of 5 types: enema, emesis, purgation of the body and head, and bloodletting. That which normalizes the deranged is pacification, and it is of 7 types: digestion, kindling digestion, hunger, thirst, exercise, sunlight, and wind. That which does not purify thee and does not excite the balanced ones. But nourishing therapy is indeed a pacification of one of the 3, and of one of the 3 associated with. One should administer to those emaciated by disease, medicine, alcohol, women, or grief. To those wasted by heavy loads, long journeys, chest wounds, or emaciation; to those who are rough, weak, or dominated by; to pregnant women, women in puerperium, children, the elderly, and even others in summer, with meat, milk, sugar, ghee, sweet and unctuous enemas. Sleep, comfortable beds, anointing, bathing, contentment, and exhilaration. One should always administer lightening therapy to those suffering from urinary disorders, disorders of impaired digestion, excessive unctuousness, fever, thigh stiffness, skin diseases, erysipelas, abscesses, splenic disorders, and diseases of the head, throat, and eyes, as well as to the obese. In the late winter season, one should administer it to others as well. Those who are excessively stout, strong, and have an excess of and. Those afflicted by undigested metabolic waste, fever, vomiting, diarrhea, heart disease, constipation, heaviness, belching, nausea, etc. Those of moderate stoutness, etc., who are generally afflicted by these very diseases, should first be treated with digestive and appetite-stimulating therapies. Those afflicted by these very diseases, but with less stoutness, strength, etc., and those afflicted by bodily humors of moderate strength who are robust, should be treated with suppression of hunger and thirst. What then of those people with low strength, afflicted by wind, sun, and exertion? The text states the subject of a type of with, among them, with purification therapies. Those who are excessively stout, etc., and are suitable for should be treated with. It states the subject of and with, amadosa, etc., constipation, heaviness, etc., those of moderate stoutness, etc. Those afflicted by etc. and who are of moderate stoutness, etc., should first be treated with and afterwards with. It states the subject of hunger and thirst with, by these very ones, by suppression of hunger and thirst, by these, i.e., etc. It states the subject of exertion, sun, and wind with, those afflicted by dosas, by wind, etc. Those afflicted by of moderate strength should be treated with wind, etc. What then of those afflicted by of low strength? The meaning is that those afflicted by of very low strength should certainly be treated with. One should not administer nourishing therapy to those who require depleting therapy. Those who require nourishment should undergo lightening therapy mildly. or one should treat them appropriately, considering the strength of the time, etc. When is performed, there will be strength and nourishment, and the diseases treatable by it will be destroyed. Clarity of the senses, expulsion of waste products, lightness, relish, simultaneous appearance of hunger and thirst, purity of heart, eructation and throat, softening of diseases, enthusiasm, and absence of drowsiness are present in one who has undergone lightening therapy. But when these therapies are administered without regard for measure, etc., they cause excessive corpulence, excessive emaciation, etc., which will be described later along with their remedies. The characteristics of excessive nourishing therapy and excessive lightening therapy are stated without regard, etc., excessive corpulence, etc., administered excessively without regard for measure, place, time, etc., causes excessive corpulence, etc., while causes excessive emaciation, etc. What are these excessive corpulence, etc., and excessive emaciation, etc.? In response to this, it is stated, they will be described later. The characteristic features of excessive nourishing therapy and depleting therapy should be understood from these very same conditions, i.e., excessive stoutness, etc., and excessive emaciation, etc. Excessive stoutness, scrofula, diabetes, fever, abdominal diseases, fistula and ano, cough, collapse, dysuria, undigested metabolic waste, leprosy, etc., which are extremely severe. In these conditions, everything that destroys fat tissue, vata dosa, and kapha dosa is desired. Kulatha, horse gram, a type of grain, barnyard millet, barley, green gram, and honey water, buttermilk churned with a stick, fermented medicinal preparation, purification of thoughts, and staying awake. One should lick a group of 3 fruits with honey or Tinospora cordifolia or Terminalia shibula in abundance. The use of great aqueous extract of Berberis aristata, group of 5 roots, and Commiphora whitei. The use of mineral pitch, along with the juice of Clerodendrum flammatis, is beneficial. Embelia ribes, dry ginger, alkaline preparation, black iron powder, and honey, and a powder of barley and Emblica officinalis. This formulation conquers the defect of excessive corpulence. Tricadu, Picorrhiza coroa, Triphala, Moringa oleifera, Embelia ribes, Aconitum heterophyllum, Citta cordifolia, Asafoetida, black salt, cumin, Trachospermum ammi, coriander, Plumbago zeylanica, turmeric and tree turmeric. The 2, Solanum indicum and Solanum xanthocarpum, Juniperus communis, Cisampulus pereira, and the root of Costus speciosus. A powder of these, honey, ghee, and oil, all in equal parts, mixed with 16 times the quantity of barley flour when drunk, destroys all diseases like excessive corpulence and others of that kind, heart disease, jaundice, leukoderma, dyspnea, cough, throat constriction. It promotes intelligence, memory, and discernment, and stimulates a sluggish, digestive fire. Excessive emaciation, dizziness, cough, excessive thirst, anorexia, diminution of unctuousness, digestive fire, sleep, vision, hearing, semen, vital essence, hunger, and voice. Pain in the bladder, heart, head, shanks, thighs, sacrum, and sides, fever. Delirium, upward movement of lassitude, vomiting, splitting pain in the joints and bones. Retention of feces and urine and other such conditions arise from excessive fasting. Emaciation is indeed better than obesity. For the obese, there is no medicine that is either nourishing or depleting that is sufficient to conquer excessive fat, digestive fire, and one of the 3 doses. Emaciation is easily destroyed by sweet, unctuous, and satisfying foods, whereas obesity is destroyed by extremely contrary regimens. All nourishing food, drink, and medicine should be employed there, by freedom from worry, by joy, and certainly by abundant nourishment. And by indulging in sleep, an emaciated person thrives like a boar. Indeed, nothing else is as effective as meat for increasing body mass. Meat from meat eaters, due to being nourished by meat, is especially effective. For the obese, heavy and emaciating measures are beneficial. For the emaciated, the opposite is beneficial. For both, barley and wheat are beneficial, provided they are prepared appropriately. Now, since dysentery fever, abdominal tumors, etc. have many forms, innumerable therapeutic measures would be obtained. They become numerous due to the movement of the U and due to distinctions like constipating and purgative. But these therapeutic measures, though distinct like diseases, are not beyond the duality of an end. Here ends the 14th chapter, named Dvidhopakramaniya, on the 2 kinds of therapeutic measures, in the Sutra Sthana of the Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the Lord of Physicians, Simagupta. Chapter 15. Now we shall expound the chapter titled Collection of Groups of Drugs for Purification and Others. Thus indeed spoke the great sages beginning with Atreya, and Arometics, and Arometics. The first verse in the base text seems to be a fragment or a mistranscription, as it lists only a few items. The second verse is also a fragment. The full list of emetics is provided in the commentary. I have translated the base text as given, and then provided the full list from the commentary in the subsequent blocks. Milk and urine are purgatives. The honey, salt, and are enemas. Trichata, the seeds of and the essence of rock salt, rasanjana, the 2 cardamoms, and hingupatri purify the head, the 10 roots, and the 2s, and the group destroy. The group, the 2 i.e. and, water lotus, wild lotus, and the group. These pacify one of the 3 dosas. The group, and the group conquer, phlegm kapha. The group consists of and. This group is known as. One should prescribe these according to the disease and the patient. The 2s, the 2 known as ns. This group is cardiac tonic, nourishing, and alleviates n. This group removes consumption, abdominal tumors, body aches, dyspnea, and cough. The 2s and destroy burning sensation disorders, blood disorders, thirst, and fever. Half. These 10 are known as life-giving substances. They promote breast milk, destroy, a type of, and are nourishing, life-giving, bulk-promoting, and aphrodisiac. Triphala, grape, bayberry, the fruit from clearing nut tree. Cassia fistula, pomegranate, and teak, conquer thirst, urinary disorders, and wind. Collyrium, priangu, Nardostachys jatamansi, lotus, water lily, and extract of Berberis aristata. Along with cardamom, licorice, and Mezua feria, this group alleviates poison, internal burning sensation, and one of the 3 doses. Pointed gourd, Picorrhiza coroa, sandalwood, Tinospora cordifolia, and Sasampelos pereira combined. Alleviates one of the 3 doses, skin diseases, fever, poison, vomiting, anorexia, and jaundice. And this destroys fevers, vomiting, burning sensation, and thirst caused by kapha, and it stimulates the digestive fire, the 2s and. The group conquers vomiting, skin diseases, poisons, and fevers. It also conquers itching, urinary disorders, and purifies foul ulcers. The group conquers leukoderma, skin diseases, one of the 3 doses, and parasitic worms. It is a destroyer of anemia, urinary disorders, and disorders of fat tissue, 2 types. The 2s, the 2s. The group controls one of the 3 doses, fat tissue, and weak digestion. It also controls a type of disorder, headache, abdominal tumor, and internal abscesses, the 2 varieties, along with removed dysuria, calculi, abdominal tumors, fat disorders, and phlegm, the 2 varieties. This group, beginning with destroys diseases caused by wind dosa. It removes calculi, gravel, dysuria, obstruction, and pain, combined kadamba asoka. This group, known as removes fat and one of the 3 doses. It cures vaginal disorders, is constipating, improves complexion, and destroys poison. A pair of, and the tree of the ascetics. This group, beginning with removes one of the 3 doses, fat tissue, and poison. It pacifies worms and skin diseases and is especially a cleanser of wounds. The pair of. This group, beginning with destroys kapha, fat, and worms. It removes coryza, anorexia, dyspnea, and cough and cleanses wounds. This group conquers abdominal tumors, urinary disorders, calculi, anemia, fat, hemorrhoids, one of the 3 doses, and semen sperm defects, black pepper, and the group of 5 pungent herbs destroy. Mobility disorders, one of the 3, fat tissue, chronic rhinitis, abdominal lump, fever, colic, and hemorrhoids. The 2 turmeric varieties, and those originating from. The group beginning with and the group beginning with are destroyers of diarrhea with undigested food. They alleviate fat tissue, one of the 3, excessive, and disorders of breast milk. The 2 pollen from sandalwood, dodaki, pollen born from lotus. The 2 groups and destroy diarrhea with digested food. They promote union of fractured bones, are beneficial in one of the 3 doses conditions, and heal wounds. The 2 citraka and danti. The 2 haridra and daruharidra. The 2 katuka and ativisa. Ativisa, cardamom, and white orris root. These destroy diseases of the female reproductive organs and breast milk and are digestive of waste products. The 2s. The group is beneficial for wounds, constipating, and men's fractures. It alleviates fat, blood disorders, thirst, burning sensation, and uterine diseases. The 2S, which is. The group pacifies and also poison. It brightens the complexion and destroys itching, pimples, and boils, karanja. And the fruits of the group destroys abdominal tumor, irregular fever, anorexia, one of the 3 doses, heart disease, and dysuria. Thus, 33 groups have been declared. If these are unavailable, one should use another substance of the same kind and reject that which is not suitable. These groups, depending on the tissues, etc., when combined with paste, decoction, medicated oil, ghee, linctus, etc., whether used for drinking, nasal administration, oil enema, internally or externally as poultice or massage, destroy even very difficult diseases. Thus ends the 15th chapter, named Collection of Purificatory and Other Groups. In the Sutra Sthana of the Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of Sri Vidyapati Simhagupta. Chapter 16. Now we shall expound the chapter on the method of oleation. Thus indeed spoke the great sages, beginning with Atreya, a substance that is heavy, cold, mobile, unctuous, slow, subtle, soft, and liquid, is generally oleating. The opposite is drying. Among the unctuous substances, ghee, marrow, muscle fat, and oil are considered the best. Among these is superior due to its ability to retain its potentiating modification, and also due to its sweetness, non-burning quality, and its being habitually used since the beginning of creation. They alleviate in the order of their enumeration, i.e. the preceding one is more alleviating than the succeeding one, and they alleviate the others and, in the reverse order, i.e. the succeeding one is more alleviating than the preceding one. Oil is heavier than ghee, muscle fat is heavier than oil, bone marrow is heavier than that, vasa. When 2, 3, or 4 of these are combined, they are called and respectively those who are to undergo fomentation therapy, those to undergo purification therapy, those addicted to alcohol, women, those addicted to exercise, those who are constantly worried, the aged, children, the weak, the emaciated, those who are dry, those with diminished blood and semen, those afflicted by one of the 3, those with conjunctivitis, cataract, and those who wake up with difficulty due to stiffness, are to be oleated, but not those with excessively dull digestion, excessively sharp digestion, the obese, the excessively weak, those suffering from thigh stiffness, diarrhea, undigested food, throat diseases, abdominal swelling due to poison, those afflicted by fainting, vomiting, anorexia, phlegm, thirst, and alcohol, those who have had an abnormal delivery, and those for whom nasal administration, enema, or purgation has just been administered. Among these, clarified butter is recommended for those desiring intelligence, memory, and intellect, etc. Oil is for those afflicted with tumors, fistulas, worms, kapha, fat, and vata diseases. It is for individuals desiring lightness and firmness, and for those with a cruel bowel. In those whose bodily tissues are emaciated by one of the 3, sun, travel, heavy burdens, women, or exertion. And in those who are rough, accustomed to hardship, have intense digestive fire, or have obstructed channels due to. The remaining 2, fats, muscle fat, however, is specifically indicated for pains in the joints, bones, vital points, and abdomen, as well as for pain in the burnt, injured, prolapsed vagina, uterus, ear, and head. In the ordinary season, oleation is recommended on a clear day when the sun is bright. In urgency, oil is recommended, even in cold weather. And even in summer, ghee at night. Only at night in bile, wind, in combined derangement, and when is predominant. Otherwise, at night, diseases due to and would arise, and during the day, diseases due to. One should administer oleaginous substance judiciously, with foods such as edibles, with enemas, nasal administration, anointing, gargling, and nourishing procedures for the head, ears, and eyes. Due to the distinction of taste and the singularity of, there are 64 preparations, of which are considered to be due to its being overpowered by other substances and its small quantity, respectively. Because of the absence of the aforementioned causes, the pure oleaginous drink is not a. That method of oleation is the best because it quickly achieves the actions of oleation. Those doses which are digested in 2, 4, or 8, a unit of time, approximately 3 hours respectively, are the short, medium, and best doses. One should determine an even shorter dose than these, after observing the Yel and other factors. But initially, one should always determine the shortest dose. Indeed, for purification, a large quantity of unmixed should be taken only when the previous day's food has been digested. The palliative type of is recommended for one who is hungry, without food, and in a moderate dose. The nourishing type is recommended with meat broth, wine, etc. with food and in a small quantity. Beneficial is that oleation for children, the elderly, those afflicted by thirst, those who dislike oleation, those accustomed to alcohol. For those constantly with women, those constantly taking oleation, those with weak digestion, those who are comfortable, those fearful of exertion. For those with soft bowels, those with few and in the hot season, and for the emaciated, bodily, diseases, it conquers, and it produces strength in the limbs in due order. After consuming unctuous substance, one should drink warm, clear water, for its easy digestion and for cleansing the mouth of unctuousness, but not after oil of, or oil of. If there is doubt about whether the is digested or not, one should again drink warm water. By that, the eructations become clear, and thereafter there is lightness and appetite. The person who is to drink tomorrow, or who is drinking it today, or who has already drunk it, should be fed food in a moderate quantity, which is liquid and warm, not causing excessive secretions, not excessively unctuous and unmixed. One should use warm water, observe celibacy, and sleep at night. One should not suppress urges, nor indulge in strenuous exercise, anger, grief, cold, or sun. One should avoid strong winds, riding in vehicles, walking long distances, excessive speech, prolonged sitting, low or excessively high pillows, daytime sleep, smoke, and dust. For as many days as one drinks oleaginous substance, for that many additional days one should avoid these activities. This regimen is generally applicable to all procedures and also to those weakened by disease. However, in palliative oleation, the regimen should be like that for one who has undergone purgation. For a soft bowel, one should drink pure unmixed oleaginous substance for 3 days. For a cruel, hard bowel, for 7 days. Or one should drink until properly oleated, after which the becomes accustomed habituated. When properly oleated, there is downward movement of a strong digestive fire and unformed uncompacted unctuous feces, along with aversion to and fatigue. In the case of insufficient oleation, the opposite occurs. In the case of excessive oleation, there is pallor and discharges from the nose, mouth, and anus. If oleation is taken in improper measure, at an improper time, or with improper diet and regimen, it causes swelling, piles, drowsiness, stiffness, unconsciousness, itching, skin diseases, fever, nausea, pain, flatulence, dizziness, and other such conditions. In case of complications from oleation, the remedies are suppressing hunger and thirst, emesis, sudation, dry drinks, dry food, and dry medicines. Buttermilk, fermented decoctions, a type of gruel, a type of wild grain, barley, a type of millet, kodo millet. Long pepper, a group of 3 fruits, honey, haritaki, cow's urine, and Commiphora mucal resin. These should be administered according to the specific and for each particular disease as a treatment for complications of oleation. Ayurveda Rasayana. He describes the treatment for excessive and improper oleation with emesis, the 3 dry things, drinks, etc. Wild kodo millet. Whatever is stated for a particular disease, that too should be done. The characteristics of proper and excessive drying therapy are like those of lightning therapy. One who has eaten unctuous, liquid, hot, and meat from animals of arid land, meat soup should undergo fomentation. Having remained unctuous for 3 days, one should perform purgation. However, for emesis, after remaining for 1 day, and on another day, one should provoke with substances that cause it. Those who are fleshy fatty, have abundant phlegm, have irregular digestive fire, and are accustomed to oleation and who are to be oleated should first be subjected to drying therapy. Then, after oleating them, one should purify them. In this way, complications from oleation do not arise. The oleation, having become unsuitable, is sufficient to expel the waste products. For children, the elderly, and those unable to tolerate the avoidance of oleation, one should administer these immediately oleating, non-disturbing preparations. In the case of children, etc. And those who are unable to tolerate the restrictions related to oleation, such as cold water, etc., one should administer these immediately oleating, non-disturbing preparations, which will be described below. In those cases, abundant meat broths or a gruel fried with fat and sesame powder with and half-processed jaggery, and also a dish of rice and lentils, a milk gruel rich in ghee and hot, or the cream of curds with jaggery, and a gruel made with 5 measures of and rice as the 5th ingredient. These 7 are immediately oleating, and fats abundant in salt are also immediately oleating. For it, salt is obstructing channels, not dry and subtle, hot, and pervading before digestion. Jaggery, meat from marshy regions, milk, sesame, black gram, alcohol, and curd. These should not be prescribed for oleation in cases of skin diseases, edema, and urinary disorders. One should administer unaggravating, unctuous substances that have been cooked with, etc., to these patients, each according to their specific condition. For those emaciated by diseases, one should administer that are capable of kindling the digestive fire and nourishing the body. A person who regularly partakes of oleaginous substances is said to have a kindled digestive fire, a purified alimentary tract, fresh tissues, and to be endowed with strength and complexion. He has firm sense organs, slow aging, and lives for 100 years. Thus, in the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the Lord of Physicians Simhagupta, in the Sutra Sthana, the 16th chapter named Snehavidi, Rules for Oleation, is concluded. The text states the result of regularly practicing oleation with the words kindled digestive fire and so on, means fresh tissue. Thus, in Himadri's commentary named Ayurveda Rasayana, the topic of has been thoroughly explained. Chapter 17. Now, therefore, we shall expound the chapter on the method of sudation. Thus indeed said the great sages, Atreya and others. Sudation is of 4 types, due to the distinctions of fomentation, poultice, steam, and liquid. Fomentation is done with clothes, iron plates, or palms of the hand, etc., heated by fire. The poultice is made with all kinds of grains, aromatic substances, castor roots, and meat. It should be rich in salt and soaked in oil, sour gruel, buttermilk, and milk. For wind alone, it is made with and others. When is associated with it is made with and others. When is associated with it is made with and others, which are called repeatedly. The affected limb bound with soft, unputrid leather straps that are unctuous and hot in potency, or, in their absence, with leaves that alleviate, one of the 3, silk or woolen cloths, should be unbound during the day if bound at night, and unbound at night if bound during the day. However, fomentation with dry heat should be applied according to place and time using poultices, clods of earth, potsherds, stones, dust, broken leaves, grains, cow dung, sand, or husks, heated by various means. Having filled pots or perforated tubes with liquids prepared with leaf fragments, with and other substances, with the flesh of marshy and aquatic animals, and with either separately or together, as appropriate for the mixed with unctuous substances, and prepared with fermented liquor, sour gruel, water, milk, etc. One should sprinkle the body of the patient afflicted by pain, after covering it with a cloth and anointing it as comfortably as possible. Or, when affects the entire body, the patient should immerse himself in a tub filled with those very liquids and remain there, also in cases of and other pains. One should perform fomentation in a windless place after having been oleated internally and externally, and with digested food. According to the disease, the afflicted part, the region, and the season, one should perform of moderate, excellent, or inferior intensity. For one afflicted by one of the 3, dry fomentation should be applied. For one who is dry and afflicted by, and another name for one of the 3, unctuous fomentation should be applied. When is located in the stomach, upper digestive tract, and is located in the large intestine, lower digestive tract. Fomentation should be applied, first dry and then unctuous, or first unctuous and then dry, according to the location. A little in the groins, very little in the eyes, testicles, and heart, or not at all. When cold and pain have subsided and the limbs have become soft, the person who has undergone sudation should then be gently massaged and bathed, and thereafter follow the regimen for oleation. He states the characteristics of proper sudation with, when cold and pain have subsided. One is considered to have undergone sudation when cold and pain have ceased and the limbs have become soft. He states what should be done after sudation with, gently massaged, meaning massaged comfortably. The regimen for oleation, meaning the prescribed diet and activities mentioned for oleation. Aggravation of, one of the three doshas, and blood, thirst, fainting, debility of voice and limbs, dizziness, joint pain, fever, appearance of blackish-red patches, and excessive sweating and vomiting occur due to oversudation. In such cases, astringent, styptic, or constipating therapy is the medicine. And in patients suffering from poison, alkali, fire, severe diarrhea, vomiting, and delusion, sudation is generally heavy, sharp, and hot. Astringent therapy is otherwise. A medicine that is liquid, stable, mobile, unctuous, rough, and subtle is smooth, rough, subtle, mobile, and liquid. It is generally bitter, astringent, and sweet, in brief. When strength is gained and the aforementioned diseases are diminished, one becomes stabilized. One should diagnose a state of excessive hot stabilization by stiffness, contraction of the skin and sinews, tremors, grasping of the heart, speech, and jaw, and by the feet, lips, skin, and hands becoming blackish. One should not administer fomentation sudation to those who are excessively obese, emaciated, weak, or unconscious, nor to those requiring astringent therapy, those with chest wounds, those emaciated by consumption, those extremely wasted, those suffering from disorders due to alcohol, those afflicted with cataract blindness, abdominal diseases, erysipelas, skin diseases, wasting, or gout, those who have consumed milk, curds, unctuous substances, or honey, those who have undergone purgation, those whose anus is prolapsed or burnt, those suffering from debility, anger, grief, or fear, those afflicted by hunger, thirst, jaundice, anemia, urinary disorders, or those suffering from one of the three doshas, pregnant women, menstruating women, or women in puerperium. However, in an emergency disease, it may be done mildly. In dyspnea, cough, coryza, hiccups, flatulence, and constipation. In hoarseness of voice, disorders, undigested stiffness, heaviness, body ache, stiffness of the waist, sides, back, abdomen, or jaw. Enlargement of the testicles, cramps, convulsions, pain in the heel. Dysuria, tumors, glandular swellings, destruction of semen, and gout. One should administer appropriately according to the division of medicines. Sweating, therapy, that is not dependent on fire is beneficial when one of the three is enveloped by fat tissue and one of the three. A windless house, exertion, heavy covering, fear, poultices, battle, excessive drinking, hunger, and sun. 28th 1/2. Those moistened by oleation, those located in the alimentary tract, those residing in the tissues, those adhering to the channels, and those situated in the extremities and bones, are liquefied by sudation, brought to thee and then properly expelled by purification therapies. 29 1/2. Thus, in the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of Vaidyapada in the Sutra Sthana, the 17th chapter named Svedaviti, Rules for Sudation, is concluded. Chapter 18. Now, therefore, we shall expound the chapter on the procedure for emesis and purgation. Thus indeed spoke the great sages, beginning with Atreya. One should administer in conditions of or in combinations where is predominant. Similarly, in conditions of, but one should especially induce emesis in those with fresh fever, diarrhea, upward-moving bleeding, consumption, skin diseases, urinary disorders, scrofula, glandular swellings, elephantiasis, insanity, cough, asthma, nausea, erysipelas, disorders of breast milk, and diseases of the upper body. Emesis should not be induced in a pregnant woman, one who is emaciated, hungry, constantly suffering, children, the elderly, the very thin, the obese, those with heart disease, the injured, the weak, those with persistent vomiting, splenic disorders, eye diseases, intestinal worms, those with upward moving or blood, those who have received enema or whose voice is impaired, those with urinary retention, abdominal dropsy, abdominal lumps, those for whom emesis is difficult, those with excessive digestive fire or hemorrhoids, those with upward movement of dizziness, prostatic enlargement, pain in the flanks, or disorders, except in cases of consuming poison, indigestion, or incompatible food, those with continuous vomiting, and generally also those with fever due to undigested, should be avoided from procedures ending with smoking inhalation. However, those with indigestion should be avoided from all procedures. Abdominal tumor, hemorrhoids, boils, facial blemishes, jaundice, chronic fever, abdominal diseases, artificial poison, vomiting, splenic disorders, a severe form of jaundice, abscess, early stage of cataract, advanced stage of cataract, conjunctivitis, pain in the large intestine, diseases of the female reproductive organs and semen, intestinal worms, wounds, gout, upward moving blood, urinary obstruction, constipation, and those suitable for emesis and skin diseases, urinary disorders, etc. But those who are not to be purged are one with a fresh fever, one with weak digestion, one with bleeding from the lower passages, one with an injured anus, one with dysentery, one with a foreign body, one who has undergone enema, one with a cruel bowel, one who is excessively oleated, and one suffering from consumption. Now, in the ordinary season, a person who has been oleated and fomented according to the prescribed method, who is to be vomited the next day, whose has been aggravated by fish, black gram, sesame, etc., who has slept through the night, whose food has been well digested, who has performed auspicious rites in the forenoon, who is without food or slightly oleated with thin gruel, and has drunk ghee. For the old, children, the weak, the impotent, the fearful, according to the disease, having made them drink up to the throat wine, milk, sugarcane juice, meat broth, a dose of medicine prepared according to the specific disorder, mixed with honey and rock salt. After assessing the bowel consecrated with mantras, may Brahma, Daksha, the Asvins, Rudra, Indra, Bu, Earth, Kandra, Moon, Arka, Sun, Anila, Wind, Anala, Fire, the sages, the groups of medicinal plants, and the hosts of beings protect you. May this medicine be to you like rejuvenator to the sages, like nectar to the immortals, like nectar to the excellent. Om, salutations to the revered master of medicine, the king of Vaidurya radiance, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened one. Thus, Om, medicine, medicine, great medicine, ocean Svaha. One should make him drink, facing east. Having drunk the emetic, one should wait for 48 minutes, with one's mind fixed on it. When nausea and salivation have arisen, one should then vomit, effortlessly, with the fingers or with a soft tube, causing the urges that have not arisen to manifest and maintaining those that have arisen. While seated on a seat of knee height, one should support both sides and the forehead of the person vomiting. One should also press the navel and the back in a reverse direction. For one of the three, one should vomit with pungent, hot, and acrid substances. For one of the three, with sweet and cold substances. When is associated with another name for one of the three, one should vomit with unctuous, sour, and salty substances. One should vomit until the appearance of, or until the cessation of, another name for. If the urge for vomiting is weak, one should vomit again and again with water mixed with long pepper, Indian gooseberry, white mustard, and salt. Among these, the non-manifestation of urges, or their manifestation with obstruction, or the manifestation of only the medicine without, is inadequate administration. Due to this, symptoms like spitting, itching, eruptions, fever, etc. occur. When properly administered, and i.e., are discharged unobstructed in their respective order. Mental clarity, good health, and self-control occur spontaneously. The absence of complications and no excessive pain. In proper administration, but in excessive administration, the vomitus is like foam, iridescent like a peacock's eye and blood. Emaciation, burning sensation, dryness of the throat, darkness before the eyes, dizziness, severe disorders, and death occur due to the expulsion of lifeblood. Having vomited with proper application, one should make the patient rest for a moment and then administer one of the three types of medicated smoke. Afterwards, one should prescribe the regimen of oleation. Thereafter, in the evening or morning, when hungry, having bathed with comfortable warm water, one should eat red rice and follow the sequence of thin gruel, etc. A person purified by excellent, moderate, or inferior purification should sequentially consume thin gruel, thick gruel, unprepared, and prepared, vegetable soup, meat soup, and then two or one of these for 3 meal times. Just as a small fire, when gradually kindled with grass, cow dung, etc., becomes large, stable, and capable of digesting everything, so too does the internal fire of a purified person become with, etc. In emesis, the desired number of urges, vega, for the inferior, moderate, and superior types are 4, 6, and 8 respectively. For purgation, these same urges are 10, 20, and 30, and the measure of the purgative substance should be 1, 2, or 4, a unit of measurement. Emesis should conclude with bile, and its quantity is half that of purgation, is said to conclude with phlegm. In purgation, after removing 2 or 3 urges containing feces, the quantity should be measured. In emesis, however, what was drunk should be removed before measuring. Then, after he has vomited and has again been prepared with oleation and sudation, Knowing the alimentary tract after the kapha period has passed, one should properly administer purgation. One whose alimentary tract has abundant one of the three is soft and is purged even by milk. One whose has abundant wind, i.e., is hard and is purged with difficulty even by operculin aterpithum and other such substances. Ayurveda Rasayan, he states the characteristic of a hard with the phrase abundant. The word etc. includes a group of 3 fruits, Simplicos racemosa, fruit of Indigofera tinctoria, and others. In the Sue 27, however, it is stated, one with abundant phlegm and balanced is moderate, he is ordinary, and those who become oleated by clear drinks usually within 3, 7, or 5 nights. For one of the 3, purgation is with astringent and sweet substances. For one of the 3, with pungent substances. For one of the 3, with unctuous, hot, and salty substances. If there is no proper elimination, one should administer warm water and foment his abdomen with the heat of the hand. If the evacuation is slight on that day, having eaten on the next day, one should drink it again. But one whose is not strongly oleated should drink the purgative again after 10 days. Having prepared the body again with oleation and sudation, a compound purgative, having properly considered and remembering the previous procedure. Impurity of the heart and abdomen, anorexia, nausea, of phlegm and bile, itching, burning sensation, eruptions, rhinitis, retention of feces and flatus. These are the symptoms of inadequate purgation. The proper administration of therapy is the opposite of what has been stated. When feces and are expelled in sequence, water flows out, which is devoid of mucus and white, slightly black, or mixed with blood. Or it may resemble water used for washing meat, or appear like fragments of fat. Prolapse of the anus, thirst, dizziness, and sunken eyes occur in one who has undergone excessive purgation, as do the ailments of excessive emesis. And this person, properly purged, should be treated with the method prescribed for emesis, excluding fumigation. Then, as if he had just vomited, eating foods gradually, he should return to his normal diet. One who has taken medicine, but has a weak digestive fire, is not properly cleansed, is not emaciated, is weak due to and does not show the signs of digested medicine, should be made to fast, is not troubled by the provocations and obstructions caused by oleation, sudation, and medicines. Due to purification therapies, bloodletting, application of oleation, and fasting, the digestive fire becomes weak. Therefore, one should follow the regimen beginning with thin gruel. One should not give thin gruel to those whose and 2 of the 3 are slightly diminished after being expelled, to an alcoholic, or to one of constitution dominated by an type. For these, the regimen beginning with nourishing drinks is beneficial. Emetic therapy expels bodily humors when they are unripe, unprocessed. A purgative therapy expels them when they are ripening. Therefore, one should not wait for the ripening of the emetic substance. One who is weak and has many and who spontaneously purges due to the ripening of the should be treated with foods that cause purgation. A person who is weak, previously purified, has few, is emaciated, or whose alimentary tract is not well understood, should drink a mild and small dose of medicine. It is better if that medicine is drunk repeatedly, otherwise it can be life-threatening. It should repeatedly remove many mobile in small quantities. For a weak person, one should pacify those with mild substances. For indeed, if those are not removed, they torment him for a long time, or they may even kill him. One with sluggish digestion and a hard bowel should have their digestive fire stimulated with clarified butter preparations containing alkaline preparations and salts. After there has been stimulated and have been overcome, they should be cleansed with purgation. For those who are emaciated, have excessive hard bowels, are accustomed to exertion, and have strong digestive fire, medicine is digested without causing purgation. To them, an enema should be given first, and then an unctuous purgative, or after expelling a little feces with potent fruit suppositories. An unctuous purgative will easily expel the stool that has been set in motion. One should not administer strong purgation to those afflicted by poisoning injuries, boils, skin diseases, swelling erysipelas, jaundice, anemia, or urinary disorders if they are excessively oleated, i.e., not too oleated. All individuals should be purified with purgatives combined with oleation, and those who have been oleated should be purified with dry purgatives. Again and again, in between the emesis and other procedures, one should apply oleation and sudation. And at the end, for strength, one should apply. For indeed, waste products, having been dislodged from the body, is removed, just as from a cloth. Similarly, having been dislodged by and is cleansed by purificatory measures. But he who performs purificatory therapy without having applied oleation and fomentation beforehand, his body cracks like dry wood when bent, 1/2. When purificatory therapy is properly administered, it brings clarity to the intellect, strength to the senses, stability to the bodily tissues, kindles the digestive fire, and delays the aging process, 60 1/2. Thus, in the of the composed by Srimad Vagbhata, son of Sri Vaidyapada the 18th chapter, named The Method of Emesis and Purgation, is concluded. Chapter 19. Now we shall expound the chapter on the method of enema. Thus indeed said the great sages Atreya and others, in where is predominant or in alone is desired. Among all treatments, it is the foremost, and it is of 3 types, and one should treat with it: abdominal tumors, obstruction of bowels, a type of disorder, splenic enlargement, diarrhea without colic, chronic fever, coryza, retention of semen and feces, hernia, calculus, amenorrhea, and severe disorders. But those for whom is contraindicated are one who is excessively oleated, one with a chest injury, one who is extremely emaciated, one with diarrhea with undigested food, one who is vomiting, one who has undergone proper purification, one who has received nasal medication. Those suffering from dyspnea, cough, excessive salivation, piles, hiccups, flatulence. Those with weak digestive fire, one with a swollen anus, one who has undergone evacuation, one with ascites with obstructed orifices, one with skin disease, one with diabetes, and a pregnant woman in her 7th month. Those who are suitable for decoction enema are also suitable for oil enema, especially those with excessive digestive fire, those who are dry, and those afflicted solely by one of the 3. Those who are not suitable for are also those who are unsuitable for, as well as those suffering from anemia, jaundice, diabetes, chronic rhinitis. Those who have not eaten, those with splenic enlargement, loose stools, a heavy abdomen, abdominal enlargement due to conjunctivitis, the extremely obese, those with intestinal worms, those with a severe disorder, those who have consumed poison, slow poison, scrofula, filariasis, and those with goiter. The tube for these 2 types of should be made of gold and other metals, wood, bone, or bamboo. It should be shaped like a cow's tail, without holes, smooth, straight, and have an opening like a pill. For a child less than 1 year old, 5 finger breadths. When 1 year old, 6 up to 7 years. In the 7th year, 7. In the 12th, 8. In the 16th, 9. 12 is the maximum from the 20th year onwards. In the intervening years, one should determine the measure by considering age, strength, and body, equal to one's own thumb in thickness at the base and equal to the little finger at the tip. In a full year, taking one and increasing it by half of half, a quarter. The maximum opening at the base is 3, and at the tip, that which carries, and a softened respectively. The ear-like projection should be attached at the end with the measure of the hole at the base. The tip of the tube should be covered, and at the base, there should be a 2-finger interval, each according to its own measure. One should make 2 on the eye, and there one should attach. The enema bag of goats, sheep, buffaloes, etc., well kneaded and strong, stained with astringent, free from holes, knots, bad odor, and veins, thin, well tied with a thread, and in which the medicine can be easily placed. In the absence of an enema apparatus, one should apply a piece of skin from a limb or a thick cloth. The dose of evacuative enema for the first year is 1 a measure. This should be increased annually until it reaches 6 measures. Above that, 1 should be increased for the 12th and 18th year. This measure is for up to 70 years. Beyond that, only 10. The measure for an oil enema is 1/4 of the decoction enema, according to what is appropriate. Having known that a person who has undergone a type of, has been oleated, fomented, purified, and has regained strength again, is suitable for one should administer it beforehand. In the cold season in spring, it should be administered during the day. Some say at night at other times. One who has been anointed and bathed, who has eaten a wholesome light meal, 1/4 less than usual, which is neither too unctuous nor too dry with an after drink, and beginning with liquids. Who has walked a little and has evacuated urine and feces should lie down comfortably on a bed, which is not too high and without a raised headrest on his left side, contracting his right thigh and extending the other left thigh. Then, the physician should insert the enema tube into the anus, which has been lubricated, and the mouth of the should also be lubricated. Having expelled the air from the mouth of the enema bag and sealed it, one should press it without shaking the hand towards the spinal column, neither too quickly nor too slowly, neither with too much force nor too little, just once. One should leave some unctuous substance remaining, for wind remains in the residue. When that has been administered, one should strike the buttocks of the patient who is lying supine with the hand. Similarly, one should lift the bed 3 times from the foot end with the patient's heels. Then, for the patient with extended limbs and a pillow, one should strike the heels with the fist, and after anointing the body with one, should massage it. This is done because the does not quickly return if the body is afflicted with pain. If the returns quickly, another should be administered, as that does not remain in the body is ineffective. When the medicine has been administered, the physician should strike the buttocks with his own hand, then with the patient's heels. Then he should lift the bed from the foot end. Then he should strike the heels with his fist. The word 3 times should also be applied to the striking with the hand, etc., in all 4 instances. Then he should massage the body which is afflicted with pain. In the Sutra Sthana, chapter 18, it is stated, one should make the patient who has performed auspicious rites, whose hands are moist from food, who is surrounded by trustworthy attendants, lie down in a windless room on a well-spread bed, with the foot end slightly elevated and the head towards the east. For one who has consumed too much due to the contact of both pathways, the cause is intoxication, fainting, dullness of digestive fire, and nausea. For one who has consumed dry food, it causes constipation and loss of strength and complexion. For one who has consumed a small quantity of liquid food and whose feces and urine have been expelled, there is no obstruction, nor is there a complication of obstruction. For one who has eaten a long time ago and whose food is prone to acid indigestion, it may cause fever. And because the openings of the digestive fire, duodenum, and anal folds are on the left side, they become depressed when one lies on that side. Therefore, the medicine enters and exits without obstruction. One should make the patient lie down with a straight body, using his own arm as a pillow, with the left thigh extended and the other right thigh flexed, and his right arm extended over it. Beforehand, the physician should place the enema tube with its tip opening well covered by a wick over a vessel, and pressing the ear-like projection from above with the thumb and fingers of his right foot to prevent obstruction. He should pour into the enema bag, which has been consecrated as before, suitable and prepared with appropriate medicine and comfortably warm, having expelled the air bubbles by contracting and expanding thee. Then, after tying the mouth of thee with a thread 2 or 3 times at the end of the medicine, he should stand holding thee in his right hand. Then, with the index finger of his left hand, he should remove the wick from the lubricated insertion area, and with the tip covered by the thumb of his supine left hand, holding the menthethine cane with his middle and index fingers, he should insert the straight, comfortably, smoothly, and lightly up to thee. The patient should also bear down in accordance with this. Then the physician, without releasing the mouth of with his right thumb and index finger and without shaking should press it with both hands, supine, in a single grasp. Otherwise, complications occur. Others say the pressing time is 30 units of time, and one should not sneeze, cough, laugh, yawn, or twitch while thee is being administered. If there is an urge to defecate, urinate, or pass flatus, one should withdraw thee and administer the remaining medicine after the urge subsides. Similarly, one should gently massage the heels, toes, soles, and calves, and the painful body part within a reverse direction for 100 speech units. He states the result of the physician's action with thus, thee, and it pervades all the channels completely. This is an addition in the Sutra Sthana, chapter 28. He says that if it returns quickly due to carelessness, the same should be performed again with another should be administered. quick return means without feces. One whose digestive fire is strong and from whom the oleation has departed should be fed a light meal in the late afternoon. The maximum time for the tasi to return is 3, a period of 3 hours. After that, one should wait for a day and a night. Beyond that, one should make an effort to remove the with suppositories or with strong enemas. If, due to excessive dryness, the oleating substance does not come out, and if it does not cause heaviness, etc., or other pathological entities, due to its non-elimination, then one should simply disregard it. And if it has remained overnight, one should drink warm water with ginger and coriander in the morning, or just warm water. The states. Now, regarding the exception to the countermeasure, it says, due to excessive dryness. It then describes the medicine for the remaining to be digested, whether that has been eliminated or not. If it has remained overnight, or just warm water. In the Sutra Sthana, chapter 28, it is stated, after performing emesis, purgation, decoction enema, or any other such procedure, one should make the patient drink warm ginger and coriander decoction, or other warm water, in the morning to digest the remaining and to alleviate wind and phlegm. Then, at mealtime, one should eat the prescribed food. One should not give thin gruel to one who has not received oil enema, for it causes obstruction in a person whose alimentary tract still contains. One should administer again on the 3rd or 5th day, or according to how the is digested. Therefore, for those with very aggravated vata, those who constantly exercise, those with strong digestive fire, and those who are dry, one should administer it daily. After the channels have been cleansed by 3 or 4 unctuous substances, and the body has become unctuous, one should administer a evacuative enema for purification. If the body is not unctuous, one should administer oleation. Then, on the 5th or 3rd day, on an auspicious day conducive to success, when midday has slightly passed, and after offerings and auspicious rites have been performed, the physician, having carefully observed the person, who has been anointed, fomented, has evacuated his bowels, and is not excessively hungry, and having considered the medicines, etc., should administer the enema, along with many experts in that field. One should decoct 20 of the substance and 8 fruits. Then, from that decoction, one should prepare the unctuous substance as 1/4 for one of the 3. For one of the 3, and a healthy person, it should be 1/6, and for excess, one of the 3, 1/8. In all cases, the paste should be 1/8 part, or as it may be, so that the enema is not too clear or too thick. One of jaggery, and the rest, like honey and salt, should be prepared judiciously. All of that together, heated by the steam of a pot of hot water, churned with a churning stick, and then inserted into the enema bag, it should be administered into the anus, neither too hot nor too cold, neither too unctuous nor too dry, neither too sharp nor too mild, neither too clear nor too thick, neither too little nor too much, neither tasteless nor too salty, and similarly, neither too sour. Others, experts in this, recite thus. One should make the measure of fat and honey separately, 3 each, half a of rock salt, and 2 of paste for a healthy person. For all other liquids, one should estimate 10. Honey, salt, and decoction, in this order. One should add them. This is the method for combining evacuative enemas. When the has just been administered, one should lie supine and be attentive. With a pillow placed under the head, when the urge has arisen, one should evacuate with force. The supreme time for its return is a 48 minutes. Beyond that, it is for death. In that case, one should quickly administer another enema that is downward acting, prepared with oil foul, alkali, urine, and sour substances, and which is unctuous, sharp, and hot. Or one should administer a fruit suppository, or perform fomentation and frightening, etc. When the first enema has returned on its own, a second is desired. A third and even a fourth should be given until proper administration is achieved. And one should understand the proper administration and other aspects just as in the case of purgation. One should feed him, who has bathed with lukewarm water with thin meat soup from animals of arid land and rice. The disorders that arise in one who has undergone due to agitated waste products subside for one who has been sprinkled with comfortably warm water and has eaten. Then, a person afflicted by should be given an oil enema immediately. Its proper, deficient, and excessive applications should be like those of oleation administered orally. That unctuous substance, which, having remained for some time, returns with feces and with the downward movement of wind. That is considered to be successful oil enema. In conditions of dominance, one should administer 1 or 3 unctuous enemas. In conditions of dominance, 5 or 7. In conditions of dominance, 9 or 11. After that, again, odd numbers of, and then again, decoction enema. For in Vata, food should be taken with vegetable broth, milk, and meat soup, respectively. 1 enema for Vata should be unctuous, sweet, sour, hot, and endowed with taste, mixed with a decoction of Vata-alleviating herbs, Operculina terpethum, and rock salt. The decoction of the group, along with and other ingredients mixed with sugar, and 2 enemas that are sweet and cooling, containing ghee, milk, sugarcane juice, and honey, are beneficial in disorders. 3 enemas made with the decoction of the group and the group, which are unctuous, contain honey and cow's urine, and are sharp, hot, and pungent, are beneficial in disorders. Even in a condition involving all 3, these 3 enemas are beneficial, because they sequentially subdue the bodily humors. For this reason, other physicians do not desire more than 3. Indeed, there is no 4th for which another might be administered. The enema should be conceived of as threefold: that which excites, that which purifies, and that which pacifies the bodily humors, in that order. Others also declare it to be thus threefold. One should determine all of this according to the strength of the medicine and so forth. One should not stop the enema until the signs of proper administration are fully established. 1 unctuous enema first, 5 at the end, and 12 evacuative enemas, along with their oil retention enemas. Thus, 30 are declared as a course of treatment. The time-bound regimen involves 15 enema procedures. Here, 1 oleation is given first and 3 at the end. 6 procedures are interspersed with 5S. The combination regimen, however, consists of 8S here. There are 3 decoction enemas and oleation enemas with 2 at the beginning and end. One should not excessively practice or alone, from common impairment of, from fear of Vata. Therefore, one who has received should be given, and one who has received should be given. Thus, enema therapy, administered with the method of oleation and purification, conquers the 3 bodily humors. An oleation administered with a short dose equal to the dose of internal oleation is known as a specific type of oleation enema, and it should always be practiced by children, the elderly, those fatigued by travel or heavy loads, women, those addicted to exercise, and those preoccupied with worries, by those afflicted by one of the 3, those with fractures, the weak, those with low digestive fire, kings, rulers, and those accustomed to comfort. It requires no special regimen, promotes strength, facilitates the elimination of waste products, and brings comfort. In diseases of the bladder, and in women, in the vagina and uterus, one should administer a type of enema administered through the urethra or vagina to those who have been purified by 2 or 3 decoction enemas. The tube for urethral vaginal enema should be 12 finger breadths long, measured by the patient's own. It should be circular, shaped like a cow's tail, with ear-like projections at its base and middle. Its tip should be such that a mustard seed can enter it, smooth, made of gold or other metals, firm, and resembling the stalk of a jasmine, oleander, or jasmine flower. Its bladder bag should be soft and light, and the dose is 1, or it may be varied. Then, for him who has bathed and eaten, according to the method of unctuous enema. For him who is straight and comfortably seated on a soft stool of knee height, when the penis is erect and straight, a fine probe should be slowly inserted for the purification of the channel. When it is purified by that, the enema nozzle should be inserted up to the urethra along the raphe, without shaking, like in the anus. When the unctuous substance has been pressed in and entered, the procedure 4 is beneficial. 3 or 4 enemas should be administered by this method. All other aspects of this should be considered like unctuous enema. In women, during the time of menstruation, the vagina, uterus, receives the medicine because it is open. Therefore, it should be administered at that time and also in urgent conditions, even when not in the menstrual period. It is indicated in prolapse of the uterus, pain in the vagina, uterus, vaginal, uterine disorders, and menorrhagia, metrorrhagia. The tube catheter should be 10 long with an opening through which a mung bean can pass, and it should be inserted 4 into the reproductive tract. It should be inserted 2 into the urinary tract. In disorders of dysuria. For children, it should be 1. A measure of 2 or 96 grams is the moderate dose for women's. For children, it is just 1, a measure of 12 grams. While lying supine, with the thighs properly contracted, one should administer the enemas 3 or 4 times in a day and night. And in this way, for 3 nights, one should increase the quantity of oil. And after resting for 3 days, one should administer it again for 3 days. After emesis, purgation, should be done after a fortnight. After that, decoction enema after a fortnight. One who has just undergone should immediately receive oil enema. One who has undergone should receive it after 7 nights. Just as a cloth extracts color from water mixed with safflower and the like. Similarly, enema extracts waste products from the liquefied body. There is no other cause superior to one of the 3 for the origin of diseases that are located in the extremities, in the alimentary tract, and those arising in the vital points, upper body, and all other body parts. Because it is that causes the dispersion and collection of accumulated waste products, like feces, phlegm, and bile. Therefore, there is no other medicine for the pacification of excessively aggravated apart from enema. For this reason, is declared to be half of all treatment, and by some alone is considered the entire treatment. Similarly, venesection is also considered a medicine for the blood that causes endogenous and exogenous disorders. Thus ends the 19th chapter, named The Method of, in the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the Lord of Physicians, Simhagupta. Chapter 20. Now we shall expound the chapter on the method of nasal administration of medicine. Thus indeed spoke the great sages Atreya and others. In disorders of the parts above the clavicle is especially desired, for the nose is the gateway to the head. Through it, having pervaded the head, it destroys those disorders. That nasya is also of 3 types: purifying, nourishing, and pacifying. Purgative, nasal administration is indicated for headache, stiffness, ocular discharge, throat diseases, swelling, goiter, glandular enlargement, worms, cyst tumors, skin diseases, epilepsy, and chronic rhinitis. Nourishing nasal administration is indicated for originated pain, a type of headache, loss of voice, dryness of the nose and mouth, speech impediment, difficulty in awakening, and brachialgia. It is a pacifying treatment for hair disorders and lines in the eyes. The first type of is performed with medicated oils appropriate to the condition and with pastes, decoctions, etc., prepared appropriately, and also with honey, salt, and fermented liquors. Nourishing, nasal administration should be done with the juice of meat from arid land animals, or with blood, or with a type of resin. For pacifying nasal administration, one should use the aforementioned substances, or milk or water. And are 2 types of unctuous here, differing by quantity. Squeezing, made with pastes, etc., is head purging when it is sharp. Blowing is a purging, powder. One should administer it with the breath from the mouth, through a tube 6 long and open at both ends, filled with the medicine. For it, the powder, being in powdered form, extracts a much greater quantity of. The amount that drops from the 2 phalanges of the index finger, after it has been immersed and then withdrawn, that is 1 drop. 10, 8, and 6, respectively, are the excellent, moderate, and inferior doses for snuff, and those same doses, diminished by 2, are for paste, and so on. One should not administer nasal medication to those who have drunk water, alcohol, poison, or oil, or to those who wish to drink them, nor to those who have eaten, bathed their head, wish to bathe, or whose blood is flowing, nor to those afflicted by a fresh rhinitis or urges, women in puerperium, those with dyspnea or cough, nor to those who have undergone purification therapies or enema therapy, nor during an unseasonal bad day. This prohibition applies except in the case of an urgent disease. Then one should administer nasal medication. In the morning for kapha, at midday for and in the evening or night for vata. For a healthy person, in the forenoon during autumn and spring. In winter, at midday, in summer, in the evening. In the rainy season, when there is sunshine. For a head afflicted by hiccups, tetanus, torticollis, and hoarseness, administer in the evening and morning daily. Otherwise, every other day, and one should perform it for 7 days. For one whose head has been oleated and fomented, and who has already performed their necessary daily routines, and who is lying in a draft-free bed, one should again foment the area above the clavicles. Then, for one lying supine with the body straight, with hands and feet extended, with the feet slightly raised and the head slightly lowered, one should close one nostril and instill the medicine alternately, using a tube or a cotton swab after warming it with hot water. After the medicine has been administered, one should massage the soles of the feet, shoulders, hands, ears, etc. Then, one should slowly draw up the breath and spit out to both sides, in this manner until the medicine is exhausted, performing 2 or 3 times. In a fainting spell, one should sprinkle with cold water, avoiding the head. At the end of purgative, one should administer oleation according to the other factors. After nasal administration of medicine, one should remain supine for the duration of 100 syllables. Then one should hold. Warm water gargles after drinking smoke for the purification of the throat. When properly oleated, there is easy breathing, sleep, awakening, and clarity of the senses. When dry, there is stiffness of the eyes, dryness in the nose and mouth, and a feeling of emptiness in the head. When excessively oleated, there is itching, heaviness, excessive salivation, anorexia, and rhinitis. When properly purged, there is lightness of the eyes and clarity of the voice and speech. When insufficiently purged, there is an increase of diseases. When excessively purged, there is emaciation. A type of or nasal administration should be administered to those emaciated from injury, to children, to the elderly, to those who are delicate, and to those who are accustomed to comfort. It should also be administered even during unseasonal rain. However, it is not recommended for those with vitiated rhinitis, for those who have consumed alcohol, for those with impaired hearing, for those whose head is afflicted by worms, and for those whose are greatly aggravated or excited because it is of a low dose. This 2-drop application should be used at the end of night, day, eating, vomiting, daytime sleep, travel, exertion, seminal emission, head anointing, gargling, urination, anointing the eyes, defecation, using a toothstick, and laughing. In the first 5, there is purification of the channels. In the next 3, sequentially, there is alleviation of fatigue. In the next 5, there is strength of vision. Thereafter, firmness of teeth and pacification of. Nasal administration of medicine should not be performed on one who is less than 7 years old, nor on one who has passed 80 years of age. Medicated smoke should not be used on one who is less than 18 years old. Gargling should not be used on one who is less than 5 years old. Purification, i.e. emesis or purgation, should not be performed on one who is less than 10 years old, nor on one who has passed 70 years of age. A type of, however, is beneficial from birth until death, like enema, and it produces qualities like another type of, because it is practiced daily. And there are no restrictions in this, nor is there fear of complications, like with. Only oil is recommended for nasal administration through regular practice. Due to the head being the abode of kapha dosa, unctuous substances are suitable for a healthy person, but not others. If there were no distinction between a type of nasya and another type of nasya in terms of quick action and slow action, or superior and inferior qualities, then who would resort to which involves restrictions and complications? One should similarly specify clear oleation and oleation with food, which are related to residing in a special chamber and avoiding wind and sun. The same applies to enema and a specific measure of enema. Musta, cinnamon, ugraganda, sariva, kandana, daruharidra, cinnamon, yastamadu, kaivardhamastaka, sadavari pandarika, and blue lotus. 2 types of davani, 2 types of bala, vidanga, tejapatra, ela, lotus stamens, lotus, and these should be decocted in 100 times their quantity of divine water. Reduce the decoction to 10 times the quantity of oil, then cook the oil with that decoction, repeating this 10 times with water. In the 10th cooking, add an equal quantity of goat's milk. This nasal administration is called and is said to possess great qualities. Those who regularly practice will have firm, elevated, and clear skin, shoulders, neck, face, and chest, strong senses, and will be free from graying hair. Thus ends the 20th chapter, named in the Achat of the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the Lord of Physicians, Simhagupta. Chapter 21. Now we shall expound the chapter on the method of smoking. Thus said the great sages, Atreya and others. To prevent the occurrence of disorders arising from and above the clavicle and to eradicate those that have already arisen, one who is self-controlled should always smoke. It is unctuous, moderate, and sharp. It should be administered for, and for respectively. He speaks of the scope of the unctuous and so on with the word wind. The remaining part is in order, not for those afflicted by a bleeding disorder, those who have undergone purgation, those with abdominal diseases, or those with urinary disorders, nor for those with cataract, upward-moving vata, flatulence, a throat disease, those who have received enema, nor for those who consume fish, alcohol, curds, milk, honey, unctuous substances, or poison, nor for those with head injuries, anemia, or those who have stayed awake at night. Smoking, when taken at the wrong time or excessively, causes a bleeding disorder, blindness, deafness, thirst, fainting, intoxication, and delusion. In that case, a cooling regimen is beneficial. After sneezing, yawning, passing stool or urine, sexual intercourse, surgical procedures, laughter, and brushing teeth, one should gently inhale smoke. In these times and after night, meals, and nasal administration, one should inhale moderate smoke. After sleep, nasal administration, collyrium, bathing, and emesis, one should inhale purgative smoke. One should have a smoking pipe made with material similar to that of an enema nozzle, having 3 sections, straight, and at its base and thumb should enter, and at its tip a jujube seed should enter. For strong, oleating, and moderate fumigation, the lengths are 3, 4, and 5, units of 8 finger breadths respectively, according to the measure of the person smoking. One should sit upright, with one's mind focused on it, with the mouth open, and for 3 turns. Closing one nostril at a time, one should inhale the smoke through the nose. When the is aggravated in the nose or head, one should first inhale through the nose. For the purpose of aggravation of the, one should inhale through the mouth, but when it is in the throat, the opposite applies. One should exhale the smoke only through the mouth. Exhaling through the nose causes harm to the eyes. The medicated smoke should be inhaled and exhaled 3 times each. Now he states the duration of smoke inhalation with. This means that for each of the 3 inhalations, there are 3 acts of drawing in and letting out. One should inhale the unctuous smoke once a day, the moderate twice, and the purifying sharp 3 or 4 times. In the mild type, the substances are agarwood, Indian delium, nutgrass, rock moss, spikenard, vetiver, Indian valerian, cinnamon bark, licorice, bale fruit pulp, resin of emetic nut, nutgrass, Indian frankincense, saffron, black gram, barley, frankincense, sesame seeds, the oil of fruits of heartwoods, fat marrow, muscle fat, and ghee. For the pacifying type, Indian frankincense, lac, cardamom, lotus water lily, the barks of banyan, cluster fig, sacred fig, waved leaf fig, laud tree, sugar, licorice, Himalayan cherry, Indian madder, and fragrances like costus and Indian valerian, cardiospermum helicocybum, and turmeric for a strong smoke. The group of 10 roots, red orpiment, lac, white flowered plant, the 3 fruits, i.e. and pungent aromatic substances, and the group of substances for head purification. And stalk, 12, finger breadths, long, kept in water for a day and night, should be smeared 5 times with the powdered smoke medicines. The wick should be as thick as a thumb and constricted in the middle like a barley grain. That wick, dried in the shade, with its core removed and properly anointed with oil, should be placed in the smoke pipe and, after being ignited by fire, used for inhalation. Having placed a tube, 10 or 8 fingers long, into the hole of the pair of earthen saucers, the person with a cough should inhale the smoke through their mouth. Cough, dyspnea, rhinitis, hoarseness, foul odor, pallor, hair disorders, discharge, itching, pain and stiffness of the ears, mouth and eyes, drowsiness, and hiccup. These do not afflict one who practices smoking. Thus concludes the 21st chapter, named Dhumapanavidi, the method of medicated smoking, in the Sutra Sthana of the Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the Lord of Physicians, Simhagupta. Chapter 22. Now we shall expound the chapter on the procedure of and so forth. Thus indeed said the great sages Atreya and others, is of 4 types, unctuous, palliative, purificatory, and healing. Three among them should be applied to the mobile and other bodily humors. The last one is a wound healer. Here, the unctuous one is prepared with unctuous substances, cooked with sweet, sour, and saline substances. Pacifying, treatment with bitter, astringent, and sweet medicines. Cleansing, treatment with bitter, pungent, sour, saline, and hot substances. The healing type, however, is made with astringent and bitter substances. Among these, oil, milk, honey, water, vinegar, alcohol, meat juice, urine, and fermented gruel should be used appropriately, mixed with pastes or cooked according to the sensation desired, whether cold or hot. In hypersensitivity of teeth, loosening of teeth, and caused by mouth diseases, lukewarm or cold water mixed with sesame paste is beneficial for holding as a mouth gargle, or oil or meat soup daily. When there is suppuration accompanied by burning sensation like that from alkali and burning sensation like that from fire, and in wounds caused by external factors, and in cases of poison or burns from alkali or fire, ghee or milk should be held in the mouth. Holding honey, as it quickly produces clarity in the mouth, heals wounds in the mouth, and alleviates burning sensation and thirst. Destroys bad taste in the mouth, impurities, and foul odor. That same danyamla, when salt-free and cold, is supremely effective in removing dryness of the mouth. A mouthful of alkaline water quickly breaks up an accumulation of phlegm. By of comfortably warm water, lightness of the mouth is produced. In a windless, sunny place, with his shoulders and neck massaged after being fomented, he should hold the mouthful of liquid with his face slightly raised without swallowing it, until the mouth is full of or until the nose and eyes discharge. Ayurveda Rasayana. He states the duration for holding in the Sangraha Su, A31, it is stated, the medicine should not be impaired by. Thus, one should hold 3, 5, or 7, or until the signs of proper smoking of medicinal fumes appear. One should recognize its proper application by a feeling of health, its improper application by dullness, loss of taste, anorexia, excessive salivation, and a feeling of coating in the mouth, and its excessive application by dryness of the mouth, inflammation, fatigue, anorexia, heart discomfort, hoarseness, and ringing in the ears. One should treat these according to their respective conditions. When the mouth is full and it cannot be moved, it is otherwise. Diseases of the nape of the neck, head, ears, mouth, and eyes, excessive salivation, throat ailments, dryness of the mouth. Nausea, stupor, anorexia, and chronic rhinitis are especially curable by holding a paste, extract, and powder are the 3 types of rubbing application. One should apply it in one of the 3 diseases with medicines prescribed for gargling. A facial application is of 3 kinds. It alleviates, counteracts poison, and improves complexion. That application is beneficial when warm for, and, for the others, it should be extremely cool. The facial application should be of 3 measures, thin, medium, thick, with an elevation of 1/4, 1/3, or 1/2 finger breadth, respectively. The facial application's duration is while it is not dry. If dry, it spoils the skin. Having moistened it, one should remove it and thereafter perform an oil massage. One should avoid daytime sleep, excessive speech, fire, sun, grief, and anger. It should not be applied in cases of chronic rhinitis, indigestion, after nasal administration of medicine in lockjaw, in anorexia after staying awake, but when properly applied, it destroys premature graying, facial blemishes, wrinkles, a type of eye disease, and dark spots. The pulp of jujube, the root of Malabar nut, lodra, white mustard seeds, the root of Solanum virginianum, black sesame seeds, the bark of Berberis aristata, husked barley, the root of kusha grass, sandalwood, vetiver, albizia lebec, and rice grains, white water lily, blue water lily, red water lily, Bermuda grass, licorice, and sandalwood, yellow sandalwood, sesame, vetiver, Nardostachys jatamansi, Valeriana wallacei, and Prunus sarasoides, Abies webiana, Saccharum spontaneum, white sugarcane, licorice, Saccharum spontaneum, Valeriana wallacei, and Aquilaria. These 6 applications, each mentioned in half a verse, are prescribed for the 6 seasons beginning with Hemanta. For those who habitually apply facial pastes, their vision becomes strong, and their face is unblemished, smooth, and like a lotus. Anointing, pouring, a swab, and a retention enema. Thus, oil application to the head is of 4 types. One should know that each succeeding one is endowed with many qualities. Among these, oil massage should be employed in conditions of dryness, itching, impurities, etc. In head lice, headache, burning sensation, suppuration, and ulcers, however, sprinkling is indicated. A oil-soaked swab is indicated in hair fall, cracking, burning sensation, and stiffness of the eyes. A therapeutic enema is indicated in numbness, facial paralysis, insomnia, dryness of the nose and mouth, a vision disorder, and severe head diseases. The procedure for this head is for a person seated on a soft stool of knee height, whose body has been purified by emesis, etc., anointed with oil, etc., and fomented with sudation at the end of the day. A leather strap made of cow or buffalo hide, 12 wide, equal to the circumference of the head, extending up to the ear binding place, should be tied on the forehead, which is wrapped with cloth. It should be plastered with a paste of black gram. Then the medicated oil, warm, should be poured in according to the disease, up to one above the hairline, and one should retain it, until there is exudation from the mouth and nose for 10, 8, or 6,000 respectively in Vata and other dosas. In a healthy person, 1,000 matras. One should massage the shoulders and so on. After the has been removed, its application for a maximum of 7 days. One should retain the filling in the ear, massaging the base of the ear, until the pain becomes soft, or for 100 time units when there is no pain, as long as the right hand's fingertips circle the right kneecap. That measure is considered to be equal to the time of a blink. Head oil conquers diseases of wind, such as falling of hair, graying and reddish-brown discoloration, and cracking of the head. It generates clarity of the senses and strength of the voice, jaw, and head. Thus ends the 22nd chapter, named Gandusa Dividhi, the procedure of gargling, etc., in the Sutra Sthana of the Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the illustrious Vaidyapatissimhagupta, chapter 23. Now we shall expound the chapter on the method of eye drops and collyrium. Thus indeed spoke the great sages, beginning with Atreya. For all eye diseases, eye drops is beneficial at the outset. It removes pain, discharge, itching, friction, tearing, burning sensation, and redness. For one of the three, it should be hot, for another, lukewarm, and for diseases of blood it should be cold. For a person in a windless place, open the eye with the left hand, and with the other hand from a distance of 2 fingers, drop 10 or 12 drops into the inner corner of the eye with a cotton wick immersed in a shell spoon. Then, gently wipe with a soft cloth, and gently foment with another cloth soaked in lukewarm water. An eye drop that is too hot or too sharp causes pain, redness, and destruction of vision. One that is too cold, however, causes pricking pain, stiffness, and aching. It causes roughness of the eyelids, friction, difficulty in opening the eyes, and much increase of the disorder. If too little, it causes excitement and does not flow out. Having reached the channels of the joints, the head, the nose, and the mouth, the medicine placed in the eye removes the impurities located above. Now, collyrium should be applied to a person whose body is purified when the excretion is confined only to the eyes, and when the condition is matured, characterized by slight swelling, intense itching, and sliminess. It should be used in an eye where there is mild friction, tearing, and redness, and where the eye discharge is thick. It is especially indicated in pain caused by and blood and by vata, is of 3 types: scarifying, healing, and clarifying vision. Scarifying with astringent, sour, saline, and pungent substances. Healing with bitter substances, with sweet and cooling substances. It is clarifying. When applied to eyes inflamed by a strong collyrium, that is called counter-collyrium. A probe 10 finger breadths long, slender in the middle, with a bud-like tip, is recommended. For scarification, one made of copper; for healing, one made of black iron; and a finger or one made of gold or silver for clarifying. The collyrium formulation is 3-fold: pill, linctus, and powder. One should apply them in order for severe, moderate, and mild pathological humor, respectively. The measure for a pill is 1, and for a linctus of a potent substance, 1. For a mild substance, its measure is double of the powdered collyrium. 2 applicator sticks for the sharp collyrium, and 3 for the other, mild one. Not at night, not during sleep, not at midday, not when the eyes are fatigued by the hot rays of the sun. Doses, increased, agitated, and liquefied, would cause eye diseases. Therefore, one should always apply collyrium in the morning and evening for their pacification, when the sun is in a cloudless sky. Other teachers say that strong collyrium should not be applied during the day. The eye, weakened by purgation, becomes distressed when it encounters the sun. Nourished by sleep at night and by the mildness of time, the eye, which is fiery and accustomed to cold, regains stability. But when there is excessively increased phlegm kapha or a disease requiring scarification scraping, one may apply a sharp collyrium to the eye even during the day, provided it is not excessively hot. From a stone comes the birth of iron, and from that very stone comes its sharpness, and by that very stone also comes its impairment, just as with the fiery essence of the eye. Even at night, when it is very cold, a strong collyrium is not beneficial for the eyes. It prevents them from flowing out, and that collyrium causes stiffness, itching, dullness, etc. One should not apply collyrium to those who are frightened, have vomited, have undergone purgation, have eaten, or are afflicted by urges, nor to those whose eyes are angry, burning, tired, or suffering from headache, grief, or sleeplessness, nor when the sun is not visible, after a head bath, after drinking smoke or alcohol, nor when there is indigestion, when afflicted by fire or sun, when sleeping during the day, or when thirsty. One should not apply that is excessively strong, excessively mild, too little, too much, too thin, too thick, too rough, excessively cold or hot. Then, without closing the eye, one should slowly move the gaze inwards. When the eyelids are anointed, one should also move them slightly. A strong spreads quickly. One should not blink or wink, nor should one squeeze the eyelids or wash them. When the eye is free from the agitation caused by medicine and is calm, then one should wash it with water appropriate for the disease, one of the 3 bodily humors, and season. Thereafter, the left eye should be cleansed by holding its upper eyelid with the right thumb covered with a cloth. The other, right eye, should be cleansed with the left thumb. If the pathological humor reaches the eyelid, the collyrium will cause diseases. Otherwise, if it is removed, it will not. In cases of itching and stiffness, one should again apply a strong or use strong fumigation. When the eye is afflicted by a strong collyrium, a cooling powder should be used as a counter-collyrium. 30.5. Thus, in the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the illustrious Vidyapati Simhapta, the 23rd chapter, named The Procedure of Eye Drops and Collyrium in the Sutra Sthana, is concluded. Chapter 24. Now we shall expound the chapter on the method of satiation therapy and poultice therapy. Thus indeed did the great sages like Atreya declare, when the eye is dim, stiff, dry, rough, injured, afflicted by and crooked, with fallen eyelashes, or with turbid vision, and when suffering from difficulty opening the eye, vascular excitement, headache, darkness before the eyes, a white spot on the cornea, discharge, painful eye disease, wind affecting one side of the eye, intermittent wind pain, and corneal opacity. And when the eye is afflicted, but its redness, tearing, pain, swelling, and discharge have subsided, should be applied in a windless place after the head and body have been purified. It should be done in the ordinary season, in the morning or evening, for a person lying supine. Having made a firm embankment of barley and black gram around the eye socket, 2 fingers high and even, one should pour in the medicated ghee appropriate to the condition, into the closed eye after melting it with hot water. In night blindness, related difficulty in opening the eyes, etc., one should use fat up to the tips of the eyelashes. Then, while he slowly opens his eye, one should count the there for diseases of the eyelids, conjunctival junctions, white part and black part, and also of the vision in order, 100, 300, and 500, 700 and 800, in 1000, in disorders, 1000, in 600, and in healthy conditions and kapha disorders, one should retain it for 500. Having made an opening at the outer corner of the eye, one should then drain the oleating substance into a vessel. One should also inhale smoke and not look at the sky or at bright forms. In this manner, for one of the 3 daily, for one of the 3 every other day, for one of the 3. And for a healthy person, one should apply it with an interval until satisfaction. The eye, when properly nourished, is capable of perceiving light, clear, and light. If not properly nourished, the opposite occurs. If overnourished, phlegm-borne pains arise. The eye, like a body that has consumed unctuous substance, becomes weary and indeed sinks. Therefore, after a nourishing treatment, one should administer a specific eye treatment which strengthens the eyes in the same diseases as mentioned previously. That type of is oleating in one of the three. When accompanied by another also known as, it is beneficial as scarifying. In debility of vision, in another name for, in the third, and in blood, it is beneficial as clarifying for a healthy person. One should prepare the type of with the fat, marrow, muscle fat, and flesh of animals that dwell in burrows, those that seize their prey, and those that live in marshy lands. It should also be prepared with milk and life-promoting herbs ground into a paste. With the liver and flesh of deer and birds, pearls, iron, copper, rock salt, a type of collyrium, conch shell, and cuttlefish bone, made into a paste with whey, scraping, reducing, is performed. With the liver, marrow, fat, intestines, heart, and flesh of deer and birds, mixed with sweet substances and ghee, and ground with breast milk, clarifying, soothing, is performed. A lump of meat and medicinal paste, each the size of a fruit, should be wrapped successively in leaves of castor, banyan, and lotus for oleation and other purposes. It should then be smeared with clay and cooked with blazing firewood oven cow dung. When it appears like fire, i.e. well cooked, it should be pressed, and that juice should be applied to the eyes like a nourishing treatment. 100, 200, or 300 should be retained. For in the last, i.e., the first two are lukewarm, the last is cold. Smoking should be done at the end of those two only, and the proper applications in those cases are like satiation. 1. Should not administer satiation therapy and herbal preparations cooked in a covered container to those who are not suitable for nasal administration. For as many days as one performs it, for twice that many days one should partake of beneficial things. One should remain for a night with eyes bound with and flowers. 21.5. One should make every effort for the strength of the eyes through nasal administration, collyrium, nourishment, and so on. 22.5. For if sight is lost, the diverse world becomes uniform, full of darkness. Thus, in the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the illustrious Vidyapati Simhagupta, the 24th chapter, named The Method of Tarpana and Pudapaka, is concluded. Chapter 25. Now we shall expound the chapter on the method of blunt instruments. Thus said the great sages, Atreya and others, that which is the means to extract various kinds of foreign bodies afflicting various parts of the body, and that which is used for the examination of hemorrhoids, fistulas, etc. For the application of surgical instruments, caustic alkalis, and cautery, for the protection of the remaining body parts, and for procedures like enema. And also cupping pot, gourd, horn, and instruments like bear's mouth forceps, etc. Diverse in form and function are the various surgical instruments. Therefore, one should conceive and fashion them with intelligence, as will be explained in a general way. The mouths of should be made similar to the mouths of birds and animals like the crane, lion, bear, crow, etc., and they should be named after them. They should be 18 finger breadths long, mostly made of iron, fastened at the neck with pins shaped like lentils and bent like a hook at the base. These should be known as. With these firm instruments, the extraction of foreign bodies lodged in bones is desired. There are 2 forceps that are 16 finger breadths long, with their tips either fixed by a pin or free. They are used for extracting foreign bodies lodged in the skin, veins, ligaments, or flesh. Another, forceps, 6 long, is for removing minute foreign bodies and inverted eyelashes. The forceps has fine teeth, is straight, and is adorned with a ring at its base. It is for removing flesh from deep wounds and the remaining part of a pterygium. 2 forceps are known, 12 long, like a fish's palate, one with 2 jaws and one with a single jaw. They are remembered as removing foreign bodies from the ear canal. Tubular instruments are hollow, with 1 or many openings, for viewing foreign bodies and diseases located in the channels. And for ease of procedures and for suction, one should use them. Their width, circumference, and length should be in accordance with the channels. A tube for observing foreign bodies within the throat should be 10 long and half an in circumference. The tube for extracting a foreign body with 4 ears projections should have 5 openings. For a with two, it should have three openings, according to its size. According to the ear's projections, shape, circumference, and length of the foreign body, one should have other tubes of this kind made to observe the foreign bodies. The tube for extracting foreign bodies is considered to be 12 long, resembling the pericarp of a lotus, and having a fourth hole at the top. The instrument for piles is 4 long, shaped like a cow's udder. Its circumference is 5 for men and 6 for women. It has 2 holes for viewing the disease, but 1 hole for performing the procedure. In its middle, there is a 3-hole as wide as the thumb's belly. Above it, there is a raised, rounded pericarp, half an high. The instrument called is similar to the without an opening and used for pressing hemorrhoids. In fistula in ano, one should completely remove the lip from above the opening. For nasal tumors and polyps, there is a tube with a single opening, 2s in length. It should have the circumference of an index finger and be like the instrument. The finger guard is made of ivory or wood, 4s in length. It has 2 openings, is shaped like a cow's udder, and is comfortable for opening the mouth. The speculum for examining vaginal ulcers is hollow in the middle, 16 long. It is bound by a ring, has 4 leaves, and its mouth resembles a lotus bud. It has 4 rods and is compressed at the base, causing it to open at the mouth. There are 2 instruments, 6 long, for anointing and washing fistulous tracts. They resemble an instrument with an opening at the base the size of a thumb and an opening at the mouth the size of a pea. They are without ears, flanges at the front, and have soft leather attached at the base. A0 Aahara 0. He describes 2 tubes, named for anointing fistulous tracts for washing fistulous tracts with the words instrument. At the base, with an opening for the entry of a thumb. At the front, with an opening for the entry of a pea. Without ears, flanges at the front. Is a qualification of the tubes. If it were a qualification of the instrument, then the augment would be applicable. In ascites, a tube should have 2 openings, or it should be a tube made from a feather quill. Instruments for smoking, enema, etc. have been described appropriately. A horn for suction should have a mouth 3 wide and be 18 long. Its tip should have a hole the size of a mustard seed, and it should be well bound and shaped like a nipple. A gourd should be 12 long and 18 in circumference. Its mouth should be circular, 4 or 3 wide, and it should be ignited inside, removing and blood. Similarly, a type of tube or instrument is beneficial for the dissolution and elevation of abdominal tumor. And instruments known as probes are of various functions and forms and of appropriate measurements. There are 2 instruments for probing, both having mouths like earthworms, for extracting foreign bodies from channels. 2 instruments, with mouths like lentil halves, should be 8 or 9 long. There are 6s probes. Of these, 2 are 16 and 12s finger breadths long. They have a serpent's hood-like mouth for spreading, 2, 10, or 12 long, for moving, with mouths like a type of arrow, for extracting, shaped like a fish hook. Bent at the tip, and similar to a peg, it is known as the fetal peg. 8 long, with it one should extract the impacted fetus from a woman. For extracting urinary calculi, it has a mouth at the front like a serpent's hood. A arrow feather-mouthed instrument, 4 finger breadths long, for extracting teeth. 6 probes for cleaning, made with cotton at the tip. For the anus, for near and far purposes, 2 probes of 10 and 12 respectively. There are 2 nasal probes measuring 6 or 7 and 2 ear probes measuring 8 or 9. The ear cleaner has an end like a leaf and a mouth like a sacrificial ladle. For alkaline cautery and thermal cautery, one should apply 3 types each of rod-like instruments and jambu fruit-mouthed instruments, which are thick, thin, and long. A for hernia, which has a round rod rising from its middle and is crescent-shaped at its base. One whose opening is like a piece of a jujube seed causes burning in nasal polyps and tumors. 3 probes, 8 long, with depressed openings for the application of alkaline preparations and medicines, having openings equal to the measure of the nails of the little finger, middle finger, and ring finger, respectively. The instruments for cleansing the penis for collyrium, etc., have been described in their respective places. The auxiliary instruments are a magnet, a rope, a cloth, a stone, a hammer, a strap, intestines, the tongue, hair, branches, nails, the mouth, teeth, time, maturation, the hand, the foot, fear, and joy. The actions related to these should be skillfully divided by one who knows the proper means after careful deliberation with intelligence. 40. Arranging, extracting, binding, pressing. 41.5. Sucking, lifting up, bending down, moving, breaking, turning around, and straightening are the actions of surgical instruments. A. Ra. He speaks of the actions of S, etc. In the Su A34, however, there are 9 additional ones: opening, pulling, agitating, probing, lancing, washing, applying collyrium, and wiping clean, making a total of 24. Because it turns, properly penetrates, and having grasped the object to be seized, extracts it. Among the S, the crane beak forceps is preeminent and it is suitable for all locations, 42.5. Thus in the composed, by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the illustrious Vidyapati Simhagupta, in the 25th chapter named The Chapter on Surgical Instruments, is concluded. Chapter 26. Now, therefore, we shall expound the chapter on the method of surgical instruments. Thus indeed spoke the great sages beginning with Atreya. 26 surgical instruments fashioned by skilled smiths according to the rules are mostly 6 finger breadths long, capable of cutting hair, and should be made beautiful in form, with good edges and easy to grasp. They should be free from irregularities, made from well-heated, well-sharpened, and well-tempered iron, with perfectly aligned tips and points, resembling the hue of a blue lotus, having forms that correspond to their names, and always kept ready. Their blades should be 1.5, half of a quarter of their own measure each, or generally 2 or 3, and they should be used according to the specific site. The round-tipped, leaf-shaped, lotus-shaped with 1.5 edges, snake probe, and willow-shaped, bird's beak, 3-bristled. Kusa-grass mouth, pincer's mouth, inwardly curved, half moon. Rice grain mouth rod, finger knife. Hook, saw named, scissors, nail knife. Tooth scraper, needles, brush, named, kraja named. All of 4 types, and also the ear piercer. 3.5. The round-tipped instrument has a blade shaped like the inner nail of the index finger. It should be used for scraping and excision in conditions like a type of eyelid tumor and uvula diseases. The growth leaf instrument is razor-shaped for cutting, incision, and splitting. It has a straight tip for elevated swellings, and for deep ones it is otherwise. Its tip is bent, and its mouth is long or short on the backside, according to the site. The instruments named and are for excising and incising respectively. The snake-mouthed instrument is for excising nasal polyps and ear polyps, and its blade is half an finger breadth. And probe, for exploring passages, should be smooth and have a mouth like an earthworm. Another for incising should have a needle-like tip and a hole at its base. The instrument is for piercing, should be used for draining in the type of surgical instrument. This should be used for draining in the mouth. The measure of these two is 1. The inward-facing instrument is similar to that. Its blade is 1.5 finger breadths long. And this one has a half-moon-shaped face. Thus, its blade is 1.5. The rice grain-mouthed instrument should be used for puncturing veins and for abdominal diseases. A type of surgical instrument is broad, with a face resembling a cow's tooth, measuring half an finger breadth. With that, held with its handle upwards, one should pierce the veins situated above the bone. A copper probe is double-mouthed, and its mouth is shaped like a red amaranth flower. With that, one should pierce a type of eye disease. A. Ra, Ayurveda Rasayana. He describes with the word copper, means the bud of the red amaranth. One should make an finger knife. Its mouth, emerging from a ring, should be half and long at the blade. It should be similar in form to a scalpel or a round-tipped knife. The ring should be such that it is fitted to the measure of the tip of the physician's index finger, and it should be tied with a thread for cutting and incising diseases of the throat channels. For grasping, uvula, pterygium, etc., a hook with a well-bent mouth. For cutting bones, the saw should have a sharp edge, be 10 finger breadths long, 2 wide, have fine teeth, and a good handle. For cutting ligaments, threads, and hair, there is the scissors, which resembles scissors. The nail knife has a curved and a straight edge, 2 faces, and is 9 long. It is used for extracting minute foreign bodies, for cutting, for excising fat, for scarification, and for scraping. The tooth scraper has a single edge, is four-sided, and has a bound shape on one side. With it, one should clean dental calculus. There are 3 needles for suturing here, which are round with a hidden and firm eye. For fleshy regions, the needle is triangular at the tip and 3 long. For wounds in areas with little flesh, bones, or joints, it is 2 long. For the large intestine, stomach, and vital points, it has a rice grain-shaped tip or a bow-shaped tip. That one is 2.5 long. All of them are round and 4 long. It consists of 7 or 8 needles, well-bound and fixed on a single round base. It should be used for pricking in blue moles, freckles, and hair loss. The surgical instrument has 8 rounded spikes, each with a mouth tip, half and finger breadth long. When churned by the hands, it should draw blood from the nose. For piercing the earlobes, the instrument is having a mouth like a jasmine bud. The awl has a circular opening of half and finger breadth and a similar depth of penetration. Above that, it is square. With this, one should pierce a swelling when there is doubt whether it is mature or immature. One should also pierce a thick earlobe. It is recommended for a thick one. A needle that is hollow for 1/3 of its length and 3 long is used for piercing the ear. Leeches, alkali fire, glass, stone fingernails, etc. are non-metallic accessory instruments. These should be conceived of in this way, and other instruments, etc., and their appropriate use should also be considered. Extracting, incising, suturing, probing, scraping, scarifying, pounding. Excising, dividing, puncturing, churning, grasping, and cauterizing. These are their actions. Bluntness, brokenness, thinness, thickness, shortness, excessive length, crookedness, and roughness of the edge. These 8 are declared to be the defects of surgical instruments. For cutting, excising, and scraping, one should grasp the instrument firmly with the index, middle, and thumb fingers, between the handle and the blade. For draining, one should grasp it at the tip of the handle with the index finger and thumb. The instrument should be grasped at its mouth with the tip of its handle concealed by the palm. For extracting at the roots and for other actions, it should be grasped in a way that facilitates the procedure. He describes the instrument case. He speaks of the method of holding instruments. For cutting and other actions, one should grasp the instrument with the index finger and others joined together between the handle and the blade. For draining, however, one should grasp it at the tip of the handle with the index finger and thumb. The instrument, however, should be grasped at its mouth, concealing the tip of the handle with the palm of the hand. For extraction, the instrument should be grasped at its base. Above the noose in the middle are the small forceps and the scissors. For the remaining actions, it should be grasped where it facilitates the procedure. A surgical instrument case should be 9 wide, very thick, and 12 long. It should be made of flax, a type of bark fiber, wool, silk, fine linen, or soft leather. It should have loops arranged, be well stitched, and contain instruments separated by wool or bone. Its opening should be covered by a probe, and it should be well arranged. Leeches should be employed for bloodletting in delicate individuals, born from contaminated water, or from the putrefaction of corpses or waste products of fish, frogs, or snakes. Those that are red, white, intensely black, restless, thick, slimy, variegated with rainbow-like upward lines, or hairy. Those are venomous. One should avoid them. By them, itching, suppuration, fever, and giddiness occur. In such a case, treatment that removes poison and blood should be performed. Those that are born in pure water, sudambuja, are non-poisonous. Those that are dark, like moss round, have blue lines on their upper body, have a back the color of astringent substances, have slender bodies, and have slightly yellow abdomens. These are non-poisonous. Even those, non-poisonous leeches that, due to improper vomiting and continuous application, become sluggish upon reaching water, should be discarded as being intoxicated with blood. Then the other, non-poisonous leeches, having been immersed in water mixed with a paste of turmeric, or in sour gruel or buttermilk, and then revived in water, should be applied by means of ghee, mud, breast milk, blood, or surgical incision. While they are drinking, one should cover those with elevated shoulders with a soft cloth. From a mixture of vitiated and pure blood, the leech first takes the vitiated blood, just as a swan takes milk from a mixture of milk and water. Leeches pacify abdominal tumors, hemorrhoids, abscesses, skin diseases, gout, throat diseases, eye diseases, poisoning, and erysipelas. When there is stinging or itching at the bite, one should remove the leeches, and one should make it vomit. Its mouth should be smeared with rock salt and oil and sprinkled with fine husks. Having protected them from excessive blood for 7 days, one should not apply them again. When leeches have vomited properly, they regain their former agility and firmness, fatigue, or even death from excessive administration of emesis. In improperly administered emesis, there is stiffness and intoxication. Those leeches should be kept in a different pot, in a pot impregnated with clay water. This is for the destruction of the putrefaction of saliva, etc. Due to its connection, they would become poisonous. If there is impurity, one should cause the bites to bleed with turmeric, jaggery, and honey. PICU, swabs soaked in, ghee washed 100 times, and cold plasters should be applied. Due to the removal of the vitiated blood, there is an immediate alleviation of redness and pain. Impure blood, having moved from its place and settled in the wound, becomes sour after some time. Therefore, one should drain it again. One should not apply gourds or cups when the blood is vitiated by. Due to their contact with fire, one should apply and doshas. One should not remove blood vitiated by with a horn, because it is congealed. Blood vitiated by and should be removed with a horn. The limb should be firmly bound above the site with a rope or a cloth strip, evenly. One should perform scarification, avoiding tendons, joints, bones, and vital points, with incisions extending from the lower part and moving upwards, not too deep, not too close together, not oblique, and not making one incision upon another. Blood that is localized should be removed by scarification. Clotted blood should be removed by leeches. Blood that is numb should be removed by horns, etc. Blood that is widespread should be removed by venesection, or scarification should be done on clotted blood. Leeches should be used for deep blood. For blood located in the skin, a gourd, a pot, or a horn should be used. For blood spread throughout, only venesection, or from the abodes of wind, etc. One should remove blood, respectively with a horn, leeches, or a gourd. If, for a person from whom blood has been drawn, there is swelling with pricking pain and itching due to aggravated wind from cold applications like plasters, one should irrigate that swelling with warm ghee. 55 1/2. Thus ends the 26th chapter named Sastravidi, Method of Surgical Instruments in the Sutra Sthana of the Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the illustrious Vidyapati Simhagupta. Chapter 27. Now therefore we shall expound the chapter on the method of venesection. Thus indeed spoke the great sages, beginning with Atreya. Blood should be sweet, slightly salty, neither too cold nor too hot, and uncongealed. It is red like the blood of a lotus, an insect, gold, a ram, and a rabbit. Pure blood is the origin of the body, and by it alone is its maintenance. That blood is mostly vitiated by an eye of factors. From that vitiation, it then produces erysipelas, abscess, splenic enlargement, abdominal tumor, diminished digestive fire, fever, diseases of the mouth, eyes, and head, intoxication, thirst, a salty taste in the mouth, skin diseases, gout, bleeding disorders, bitter and sour eructations, dizziness, and those curable diseases that, though treated correctly with cold, hot, unctuous, dry, etc. therapies, do not resolve. These are also born of vitiation. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita. In these conditions, one should incise a vein to let out the excessively vitiated blood. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita. However, venesection should not be performed on those under 16 years of age, those over 70 years, or those whose blood has already been depleted, nor on those who have not been oleated, not properly fomented, excessively fomented, or those suffering from disorders, nor on pregnant women, women in puerperium, those with indigestion, disorders, blood disorders, dyspnea, or cough, nor on those with diarrhea, abdominal diseases, vomiting, anemia, or generalized edema, nor on those who have consumed oleation or undergone the 5 procedures, like etc. One should not incise a vein that is unrestrained, nor one that is oblique, nor one that is not prominent, nor in excessively cold, hot, windy, or cloudy weather, except in the case of an urgent disease. In disorders of the head and eyes, one should let blood from the vein, or from the oar veins. In ear diseases from the vein, situated at the tip of the nose, and nasal diseases, on the nose and forehead, in chronic rhinitis. In diseases of the mouth, those located in the tongue, lips, jaw, and palate should be pierced. In glandular swellings above the clavicle, those located in the neck, ear, temples, and head should be pierced. Those located in the chest, outer corner of the eye, and forehead, in insanity, and again in epilepsy. The vein in the jaw joint, or in the entire jaw, or the one going to the middle of the eyebrows. In abscess and pain in the flanks, the veins in the flanks, armpits, and between the breasts should be punctured. In tertian fever, between the shoulders and armpits. Below the shoulder in fever. In dysentery with pain, the vein located to from the hip. In diseases of semen in the penis, the vein in the penis should be punctured. For goiter and scrofula, the one located in the thigh. For sciatica, one should perform venesection 4 finger breadths below or above the knee. For scrofula, 2 finger breadths below the marma. 4 finger breadths above the ankle for pain in the thigh and a knee joint disorder. For burning sensation in the feet, a type of tingling sensation, cracked feet, heel pain, and a nail disease, one should perform venesection 2 above the vital point. In brachialgia, as in sciatica, if the veins mentioned are not visible, one should puncture another vein in a place free from vital points and as close as possible to the affected area. Then the person whose body is oleated with all equipment ready, who is strong, who has performed auspicious rites, who has been fed with unctuous, savory food, who has perspired from the heat of fire and sun, who is seated on a seat of knee height, whose hair ends are gently tied back with a soft cloth, and whose elbows are placed on his knees, should strongly press the nape of the neck with 2 fists wrapped in cloth. He should also clench his teeth, cough, and inflate his cheeks. A person should restrain him from behind, wrapping a cloth around him, placing it around his neck, and inserting his left index finger inside. This is the method for restraining the veins that are not facing inwards. Then the physician, with his middle finger, released from the thumb, should strike. Having ascertained the elevated vein by touch or by pressing with the thumb, one should mark the vein in the middle with an axe-like instrument, held firmly in the left hand at the intended site, and similarly, one should release the blood. By striking and pressing it, one should puncture with a rice grain-shaped instrument. Having raised the tip of the nose and the region near the nose with the thumb, of one whose tongue is raised and bitten at the tip, the vein located beneath it should be punctured. One should apply a ligature above the breasts for puncturing veins located in the neck. When a person's hands are like a stone womb and the arm is placed on the knee and extended, after massaging from the abdomen upwards, one should perform venesection when a bandage is tied above. One should perform venesection on the arm vein when the elbow is not bent, after making the comfortably seated person clench a fist with the thumb inside, and after tying a bandage 4 fingers above the site of venesection. One should puncture the vein in the flanks of a person who is supporting himself with his arms. When the penis is erect, the veins of the shank when the knee is not bent, but when the foot is well positioned, pressed firmly below the knee joint, with both hands up to the ankle, and the second foot is slightly bent and placed upon it. Then, as with the hand, having tied a bandage, one should puncture the vein. Thus, even in cases not explicitly mentioned, an expert in methods should devise the appropriate blunt instrument for those specific regions. In a fleshy region, one should insert the rice grain-mouthed instrument to the measure of a rice grain. When puncturing a vein above bones, one should insert the axe-shaped instrument to half the measure of a barley grain. A vein that is properly punctured discharges a stream of blood. When the instrument is removed, it does not discharge. A poorly punctured vein discharges little blood for a short time, along with oil and powders. A vein that is excessively punctured discharges with a sound and is difficult to hold, i.e. stop the flow. Fear, fainting, looseness of the blunt instrument, bluntness of the surgical instrument, excessive satiety, emaciation, urgency of natural urges, and absence of sweating are the causes of blood not flowing. If the blood does not flow properly, one should anoint the mouth of the vein with Embellia ribes, the 3 pungents, turmeric, cedar, along with house soot, salt, and oil. When it flows properly, with lukewarm oil and salt. The vitiated blood flows first, like the yellow dye from safflower. Having been properly let out, if it stops by itself, one should not extract it again, thinking it to be pure. If there is fainting, one should release the instrument, and after fanning with fans, one should let it flow again. If one faints again, then one should let it flow on the next day or after 3 days. Due to one of the three, the blood is dark, reddish-brown, dry, flowing with force, clear, and frothy. Due to one of the three, the blood is yellow-black, foul-smelling, non-coagulating due to its heat and shimmering. From one of the three, the blood is unctuous, pale, fibrous, slimy, and thick. From a combination of, it has combined characteristics. Blood, affected by all three humors, dirty, and turbid. If the blood is impure, even from a strong person, one should not let out more than one, a measure of quantity. For if there is excessive flow, death will occur, or terrible, intractable diseases. In that case, anointing, drinking meat, juice, milk, and blood are the remedies. When the blood has flowed, the instrument should be slowly removed, and the opening of the vein should be washed with cold water, anointed with a cloth soaked in oil, and then bandaged. If the blood is impure, one should let it out again in the evening or on the next day. Or, if the body has been prepared with oleation and the blood is excessively vitiated after a fortnight. For indeed, if a little vitiated blood remains, the disease does not subside. Therefore, even if some remains, it should be retained, and one should not perform excessive bloodletting. The remaining blood should be removed with horns, etc., or one should bring it to a state of clarity. Through cooling treatments, treatments for and blood, purification, and drying measures, one should clarify the impure blood that is not excessively aggravated. If the blood does not stop, one should immediately perform a styptic, blood-stopping procedure. One should powder the mouth of the wound with licorice, red ochre, broken earthenware, antimony, honey, soot, and the bark and sprouts of trees. One should drink a cold infusion of group herbs, or one should again perform venesection on that very vein immediately after the previous venesection, or one should quickly cauterize the mouth of the vein with a heated probe. As long as the bodily humors, having gone astray, do not return to their proper place by means of pressure from an instrument, and as long as the having become vitiated have entered the blood, one should partake of beneficial food and activities. After blood has been removed, food and drink that are not too hot or too cold, light, and digestive stimulating are beneficial. At that time, the body, having unstable blood, and especially the digestive fire, must be protected. They call a person whose complexion and senses are clear, who desires the objects of the senses, whose digestive and excretory urges are unimpeded, who is endowed with happiness, nourishment, and strength, and whose blood is pure, a healthy person. Thus, in the of the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the Lord of Physicians Simagupta, ends the 27th chapter, named The Method of Venesection. Chapter 28. Now we shall expound the chapter on the method of extracting foreign bodies, Salyaharanavidi. Thus indeed spoke the great sages, beginning with Atreya. The movement of foreign bodies is fivefold: crooked, straight, oblique, upwards, and downwards. One should know a wound that is dark-colored, accompanied by swelling and pain, constantly discharging blood, elevated like a bubble, covered with pustules, and with soft flesh, to be an internal foreign body in brief. Especially when the foreign body is located in the skin, the swelling becomes discolored, hard, and elongated. When it is in the muscle, there is a sucking pain, and the swelling increases. There is intolerance to pressure, suppuration, and the path of the foreign body does not heal. When it has entered between the muscles, it is like that which has reached the muscle, but without swelling. In the sinew, there is spasm, agitation, stiffness, and pain of the network of sinews. This, when in the sinew, is difficult to remove. There is distension of the channels, veins, when the foreign body is located in A. There is a loss of the proper functions and qualities of the channels when the foreign body is located in A. When the wind dosa is in the artery channel, it will propel blood mixed with foam. It exits with a sound, and there will be nausea accompanied by pain in the limbs. When it reaches a bone joint, there is strong friction and a feeling of fullness in the bone. If it is located in the bone, the pains are of various kinds and there is swelling. And similarly, if it is in a joint, There is also cessation of movement. Distension, when it is located in the abdomen, obstruction of bowels, and the appearance of food, feces, and urine at the mouth of the wound. One should know a foreign body located in a vital point by the characteristics of a wound. And one should discern thee in the skin and other tissues by their respective discharges. But that wound in persons with a purified body, if thee is situated in an upward direction, heals. Due to the agitation caused by the vitiation of bodily humors, trauma, etc., it thee afflicts again and again. Where the has disappeared into the skin, there may be redness, pain, burning, and agitation upon oil massage, fomentation, and deep massage. And where ghee melts, or a paste quickly dries, one should declare that spot to be affected by a foreign body that has become hidden by muscle or has become loose due to emaciation caused by purificatory therapies or due to agitation and redness. One should identify the. And in the same way, a foreign body lost in muscles, bones, joints, or internal organs. One should detect it in the bones. By anointing, fomentation, binding, pressing, and massaging the bones, a foreign body lost in the joints by extension and flexion is detected like one in the bones. When a foreign body is lost in the ligaments, tendons, veins, channels, or arteries on an uneven path, one should place the patient in a chariot drawn by horses with a broken wheel and drive it quickly. Then, from its agitation, one should identify the foreign body. A lost foreign body in a vital point is not mentioned separately because these are dependent on muscle, etc. In general, however, a place with A is painful when subjected to an agitating action. A foreign body may be round, broad, four-cornered, or three-cornered in brief. The shape of an unseen foreign body should be inferred from the shape of the wound. The two methods for extracting them are against the direction of entry and along the direction of entry. One should extract that which is downward-facing and upward-facing in the opposite manner. Having cut where it is easy to extract, one should then remove that which is situated obliquely. A foreign body, located in the chest, armpit, groin, or flank, should not be extracted. Nor should one that is against the natural direction, or without a prominent head, or one that is to be incised, or one with a broad mouth be extracted. One should never extract a that is life-sustaining when present, or one that is lost and causes no complications. One should extract with the hand that which is reachable by hand. The other, however, which is visible, should be extracted with lion-faced, snake-faced, crocodile-faced, ant-hill-faced, and crab-faced instruments. Because an unseen foreign body can be grasped by observing the wound's appearance, with instruments shaped like the mouths of a heron, bee, osprey, or crow, with pincers, that which is located in the skin, etc. One should extract a porous object with two instruments, but a foreign body located in a hollow space should be extracted with tubes. The remaining foreign body should be removed by other instruments as appropriate. Or one should first incise with a surgical instrument, then make the wound free of blood, foment it with ghee, bind it, and prescribe the regimen. Having dislodged the foreign body attached to a vessel or ligament with a probe. A foreign body situated in the heart when the patient is frightened with cold water. Having then reached another place, one should extract it appropriately. That which is difficult to extract through the natural passage, one should extract it from another place as well. When it is stuck in a bone, one should press the person with the feet and then extract it. If it is impossible to extract the foreign body, even by this method, then the should be extracted by means of a forceps resembling a heron's beak, etc., from a person who has been firmly restrained by strong servants. If it is still impossible, then, having bent the tip of the instrument and firmly tied it with a bowstring, the physician, being very attentive, should tie it to the mouth bit of a horse. Then he should whip that horse, which has been well restrained with a 5-point restraint, so that it raises its head with force and thereby extracts the foreign body. He should extract or one should arrange it thus on the branch of a tree. Having tied the foreign body, which has a weak shaft, one should extract it with small sticks. Having pressed up the swelling, one should extract the foreign body whose mouth is covered by the swelling, skillfully. Ayurveda Rasayam. He speaks of the method for a foreign body whose mouth is covered by swelling. By pressing up the swelling, one should expose the mouth of the foreign body. One should extract the foreign body that has become prominent, having dislodged it with a tube struck by a hammer. And by those very means, one should bring back onto the path that which has been forced off the path, or having crushed the ears of those salias that have them, or having grasped it with the mouth of a tube instrument. The foreign body should be extracted by means of a magnet, having been made earless, i.e. without a barb, with its opening exposed, and positioned straight. A foreign body located in the large intestine rectum should be removed by purgation, by suction of vitiated wind dosa poison, breast milk, blood, water, etc. If a foreign body has entered the passage of the throat, one should insert a thread into the throat. When the foreign body is then grasped by a lotus stalk, one should simultaneously withdraw the lotus stalk and the thread. Having inserted a probe heated by fire through a tube into the throat and then stabilized it with water, one should extract a lac foreign body from the throat. A probe smeared with lac for a non-lac foreign body. One should extract a thorn from the throat with a hairball swallowed with liquids. Of one who is vomiting, one should suddenly pull it, bound with a thread. With that, the other. If it is impossible to extract the foreign body through the mouth or nose, one should push it further in. One should make a foreign body that is a morsel enter by drinking water and by striking the shoulders. One should remove minute foreign bodies from the eyes and wounds with silk hair or water. One should shake a person full of water, holding them inverted with the head downwards and stretched out. Or one should make them vomit, or bury the person up to the mouth in a heap of ashes. When the ear is filled with water, having churned with the hand, one should instill oil and water. One should strike the ear facing downwards, or one should suck it out. Ayurveda Rasayana. He states the method for a foreign body of water located in the ear when the ear is filled with water. One should suck out with horns, etc. When an insect has entered the channel, one should fill the ear with salt water, or with sour gruel that is comfortably warm. When it is dead, a procedure to remove the moisture should be performed. A foreign body made of lac gold, silver, or other metals, which has remained for a long time, usually dissolves due to the body's own heat. But foreign bodies made of earth, bamboo, wood, horn, bone, teeth, hair, or stone do not dissolve. A foreign body made of horn, bamboo, or palm wood, even after a long time, is usually expelled, for it quickly digests flesh and blood. If a foreign body is deeply embedded in the muscle tissue and that region does not suppurate, then, by means of massage, fomentation, purification, traction, nourishing measures, strong poultices, pungent food and drink, and marking with dense instruments, one should cause it to suppurate and then extract the by incision, exploration, or excision. A wise physician, observing the manifold nature of their locations and instruments, should know by those various means and extract it accordingly. 47.5. Thus ends the 28th chapter named Method of Extracting Foreign Bodies in the U of the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the Lord of Physicians, Simhagupta. A0. He states the method for collecting unmentioned, of their locations and instruments, and so on. Thus, in Himadri's commentary, the section on the extraction of has been fully expounded. Chapter 29. Now, therefore, we shall expound the chapter on the method of surgical operations. Thus indeed spoke the great sages, Atreya and others. A wound mostly arises from suppuration preceded by swelling. Therefore, one should treat that very swelling carefully, preventing suppuration, with very cooling plasters, irrigations, bloodletting, purification, and other measures. A swelling that is small, with little heat, little pain, of the same color as the skin, hard and stable, not moving, is unripe. When ripening, it becomes discolored, red, distended like a bladder. It feels as if it is bursting, with pricking pain, accompanied by body aches and yawning, and it is associated with sudden aggravation, aversion, burning sensation, heat, thirst, fever, and sleeplessness. It makes ghee when applied, congeal and ooze, and it is intolerant to touch, like a wound. When it is mature, there is low velocity of symptoms, debility, pallor, and the appearance of wrinkles. There is depression at the ends and elevation in the middle, itching, swelling, and softness. When touched, there is a movement of pus like water in a water skin. Pain does not occur without wind vata, burning without and swelling without the predominance of. A disease and suppuration would occur from blood. Therefore, it is caused by the along with blood. When the maturation is excessive, it becomes hollow, thin-skinned, consumed by pus. Covered with wrinkles, dark, and its hair falls out. But in originating from swellings, the blood undergoes deep maturation. Therefore, the signs of maturation are indistinct where there is coldness of the swelling. The skin has its natural color, pain is slight, and it is dense to the touch like a stone. The wise person free from doubt should call that a maturation of blood. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, in one with little mental strength, in the weak, in a child, or in a swelling that is excessively elevated due to suppuration, incision without cutting should be performed. An excision with a sharp instrument should be done elsewhere except in vital spots, joints, etc. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita. If an unripe swelling is incised, there will be disorders of the veins and ligaments, excessive discharge of blood, severe increase in pain, tearing, or erysipelas arising from the wound. If pus remains inside, it quickly burns the vessels, ligaments, tendons, blood, and flesh, just as fire burns grass and reeds. He who incises an immature abscess out of ignorance, and he who neglects a mature one, both should be known as acting without certainty, like outcasts. Before a surgical operation, one should feed the patient desirable food. One who is accustomed to drinking and is unable to bear pain should be given strong alcohol to drink. He does not faint due to the combination of food and being intoxicated. He does not perceive the knife, except for patients with impacted fetus, calculus, mouth diseases, and abdominal diseases. Then the physician, having brought the instruments, should make the patient face east. And, facing the patient, quickly incise, avoiding vital spots, with a very sharp instrument along the direction of the hair until pus is seen. He should extract it with a single motion. Ayurveda Rasayana. The method of surgical operation is described with then. In the Sangraha A38, however, then, having brought all the instruments useful for a wound, such as blunt instruments, sharp instruments, alkaline preparations, fire, a type of probe, lip-like instruments, cotton swabs, cloth bandages, leaves, threads, leather, bandages, honey, oil, decoctions, plasters, pastes, irrigations, water pots, cold and hot water, cauldrons, fans, etc. Having prepared a bed, having a strong, steady person to support the patient. On an auspicious day and moment, having honored Brahmins with curds, unbroken rice, food, drink, gold, and jewels, and having bowed to one's chosen deity, having fed the patient, having made the patient sit or lie down facing east. The physician, facing the patient, should incise, avoiding vital spots, veins, ligaments, joints, bones, and arteries, along the direction of the hair. The method of extracting the incised instrument is described with only once. Once should extract, meaning it should not be released repeatedly in between. Even in very extensive suppuration, one should incise 2 finger breadths, precisely, with a gap of 2 or 3 between incisions. Having properly probed with a probe and carefully ascertained all around, or with fingers, or with hollow stems, or with bristles, according to the region and the cavity. Wherever one knows the path has gone, and wherever there is a collection of pus, there one should make an incision that is well divided and free of pus. It should be long and wide, so that does not remain. Courage, swift action, sharp instruments, absence of sweating and trembling, and absence of confusion are praised for a physician in surgical procedures. One should cut transversely on the forehead, eyebrows, dental sockets, clavicle, abdomen, armpits, eye sockets, lips, cheeks, throat, and groin. Elsewhere, cutting obliquely causes injury to veins and ligaments. After the instrument has been applied, one should reassure the patient with words and cold water. Then, pressing the wound all around with a finger, after washing it with a decoction and removing the water with a cloth, one should fumigate it with and neem leaves soaked in ghee. Then one should apply a wick smeared with sesame paste, ghee, and honey, and with its own specific medicine, and cover it with the same. Above that, one should place a thick compress of flour mixed with ghee, and then carefully bind it with a bandage. The knot should be on the left or right side, not below and not above. Clean, fine, and strong bandages as well as that are fumigated, soft, smooth, and free of wrinkles are beneficial for a wound. Immediately after that, one should perform protection for him to prevent demons, and offer oblations to them, and should always wear them on the head, and white mustard seeds as well. Thereafter, one should prescribe for him the regimen stated for the day of oleation. Day sleep in a wound causes itching, redness, pain, swelling, and pus formation. For women, even without actual intercourse, by merely remembering, touching, or seeing them, when semen, having been dislodged, flows out, one incurs the pathological factors arising from sexual activity. In a wound, swelling arises from exertion, and that, along with redness, from staying awake. Both of these, along with pain, arise from day sleep, and from sexual intercourse, death arises. And food, according to what is wholesome for one: barley, wheat, and rice, lentil, mung bean, pigeon pea, young radish, eggplant, bitter gourd, spiny gourd, pointed gourd, and fruit of, rock salt, pomegranate, emblic, myrobalan, ghee, and water that has been heated and cooled. Eating old rice, unctuous, in small quantity, followed by hot water. Along with the meat of animals from arid regions, one quickly removes a wound. Food eaten in proper measure at the proper time and wholesome undergoes digestion easily. But from indigestion, a powerful disturbance of vata and other occurs. From that, one experiences swelling pain, suppuration, burning sensation, and loss of appetite. One should avoid new grain, sesame, black gram, alcohol, meat from marshy regions, milk, sugarcane products, sour substances, salt, and pungent substances, and also anything else that is constipating, burning, heavy, or cold. This group, beginning with new grains, causes all in a person with a wound. Alcohol, being sharp, hot, dry, and sour, quickly destroys a wound. He should be fanned with hair and vetiver grass, and he should not touch it, the wound. He should not poke it nor scratch it, and while moving, he should protect it. Listening to pleasant stories from affectionate, elderly, twice-borns, full of hope for release from the disease, he quickly removes the wound, i.e., it heals. On the third day, one should again perform the wound treatment as before, such as washing, but on the second day, one should not do so. A wound that is intensely painful and becomes knotted heals slowly. One should not apply to a wound a wick or tent that is too unctuous, dry, loose, tight, improperly placed, or a paste that is too unctuous, etc. Due to unctuousness, exudation increases. Due to excessive dryness, there is cutting of flesh, excessive pain, tearing, and bleeding. Due to a loose, excessively tight, or improperly placed application, there is abrasion of the wound tract. A wound that has putrid flesh, is elevated, has a sinus, and contains pus, should be quickly cleansed by a surgical probe placed inside. However, a swelling that is improperly ripened and has been incised should be treated with ripening agents and with foods and poultices that are not excessively antagonistic to the wound. One should immediately suture fresh wounds that are open and not caused by trauma. One should suture fatty tumors that have been incised and short earlobes. In the head, eyes, eyebrow region, nose, lips, cheeks, ears, thighs, and arms. In the neck, forehead, scrotum, buttocks, penis, anus, abdomen, and so on. In deep, fleshy, and immobile regions. But not wounds in the groin, armpit, etc., which are less fleshy and mobile. Nor those that discharge contain foreign bodies, or are caused by caustics, poisons, or fire. Having removed movable bone, dried blood, grass, and hair, and having placed the prolapsed, severed flesh back into its proper place, and the joint bone, when the blood has stopped, one should suture with sinew, thread, or bark. One should suture not too far nor too close, taking neither too little nor too much tissue. Then, having consoled the afflicted person, one should apply to the wound a paste made with honey and ghee, of antimony, flax, jatamansi, priangu, and boswellia fruit, along with and. Then one should apply bandages and so on as before. A wound whose lips are devoid of blood, having scraped it a little and made it bleed, one should suture it, for blood is its unifier. One should apply bandages, however, after considering the region and other factors. Among these, wool from sheep, animal hide, and silk are hot, linen is cold. Cotton woven fabric, cotton sinew, and bark are both hot and cold. Copper, iron, tin, and lead should be applied to a wound with an excess of fat and. In fractures, one should apply splints, leather, bark, grass, and so on. The 15 types of bandages, whose forms correspond to their names, are as follows, and these should be applied. Among these, the intelligent physician should apply the bandage to the finger joints. The is said to be for the ears, armpits, breasts, and joints. One should apply to the penis, neck, etc., to the outer corners of the eyes, to constricted body parts and to the limbs, to the cheeks, jaw, and temples, to the back and abdomen, to the thumb, fingers, tip of the penis, and in cases of scrotal enlargement, to broad body parts and also to the head, to hanging body parts, to the nose, lips, chin, etc., and also to joints, to twin wounds, to circular body parts, and above the clavicles. The intelligent physician should apply whichever bandage is most suitable to that particular body part. One should bandage tightly on the thighs, buttocks, armpits, groin, and head, moderately on the limbs, face, ears, chest, back, sides, neck, and abdomen, loosely on the penis, scrotum, eyes, and joints. In a loose area, for wounds arising from and kapha, one should bandage moderately. In a moderate area, tightly, and in a tight area, very tightly. In winter and spring, these bandages for wounds should be loosened every 3 days. For wounds arising from and blood, in a tight area, a moderate bandage is considered appropriate. In a moderate area, a loose one, and in a loose area, no bandage at all. For these, bandages for wounds, loosening is desired in the evening and morning, in summer and autumn. A wound that is unbound is afflicted by bites, mosquitoes, cold, wind, etc. It becomes vitiated, and the unctuous substance and medicine do not remain there for long. It attains purification or healing with difficulty, and if healed, it becomes discolored. But a wound that is bound, even if it is crushed, fractured, dislocated, or torn, or has severed tendons and veins, heals quickly and easily. It is not afflicted during all activities like standing up, lying down, etc. A wound with raised lips, overgrown, uneven, hard, or excessively painful, becomes even, soft, painless, and quickly purifies and heals. For wounds that are firm, have little flesh, and do not heal due to dryness, the medicine should be covered with leaves, according to the bodily humor and the season. These leaves should be mature, fresh, without holes, well placed all around, washed, not harsh, and from milky trees like birch, Terminalia arjuna, or Neolamarchia cadamba. The pustules of those with skin diseases, those burnt by fire, and those with diabetes, as well as the fleshy growths in rat poison cases, those burnt by alkali and those afflicted by poison, should not be bandaged, nor should wounds in flesh suppuration and severe anal suppuration, nor those that are sloughing, accompanied by pain and burning, in a state of swelling or spreading like erysipelas. When, due to neglect, a fly deposits worms in a wound, those worms, by feeding, cause pain, swelling, and discharge of blood. In such a case, one should use the group for washing and filling the wound. A paste made from the barks of and ground with cow urine is beneficial as an application. Sprinkling with alkaline water is also beneficial. Alternatively, one should quickly remove those worms by covering the wound with a piece of meat. And one should not, in haste, allow the wound to heal while they are still inside, because it will again become aggravated even with a slight transgression. Even when healed, one should avoid indigestion, strenuous exercise, sexual intercourse, etc., and joy, anger, and fear, as long as stability has not been attained. This rule should be followed with care for 6 or 7 months. And when those various conditions arise, the physician, carefully considering the strength of the etc., should treat them with those various remedies, reflecting on the detailed methods described later. Thus ends the 29th chapter, named Method of Surgical Procedures in the Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the Lord of Physicians Simagupta. Chapter 30. Now we shall expound the chapter on the method of caustic alkali and cauterization. Thus indeed spoke the great sages headed by Atreya. The author begins to expound the chapter on the method of and with the word now. Among all surgical instruments and accessory instruments is the best because it performs many actions like cutting and excising, even in inaccessible places. It is also used in diseases where instruments are difficult to apply, and in those where instruments fail, in extremely difficult diseases, and because it is also used for internal consumption. Now describes the division of alkaline substance into drinkable and external application categories. It is to be drunk in piles, weak digestion, calculi, abdominal tumor, abdominal diseases, artificial poison, etc. It should be applied directly in moles, leukoderma, external piles, skin diseases, numbness, and in fistula in ano, tumors, cysts, foul sinus ulcers, etc. He states the subject of external cleansing it should be applied. Now, regarding the prohibition of both types of alkaline preparations, it is said not to be used. Immobile, in a weak person. Having attained a reversal of position, the uterus, she who has such a condition, nasal bone, etc., but should not be applied in both ways, internally and externally, in conditions of one of the three, blood, mobile, one of the three, or weakness. In fever, dysentery, diseases of the heart and head, anemia, anorexia. Cataract, after complete purification, emesis or purgation, in generalized edema affecting all limbs. In the fearful, pregnant women, menstruating women, those with a prolapsed uterus. In indigestion, in children, in the elderly, in arteries, joints, vital points. In immature bones, veins, ligaments, sutures, throat, and navel. In areas with little flesh, in the testicles, penis, channels, and between the nails. Except for diseases of the eyelids in the eyes, and during cold, rainy, hot, or cloudy days. These, while fresh with roots and branches, cut into pieces, and the four plants, and the awns and stalks of barley, having been piled separately on a stone slab in a windless place, one should place them and ignite them with limestone in the pile of. Then, after burning them with sesame stalks and the fire has subsided, one should separately make a measure of the ash of and of the ash of the other plants, taking the ash in excess and filter it with half a measure of water and urine each through a large cloth until the exudate becomes slimy, reddish, clear, and sharp. Then, taking that exudate, one should cook it in an iron vessel, stirring it. As it is cooking, one should take the limestone sugar, shells, conches, and navels of conches, make them red hot repeatedly in an iron vessel, and, when the exudate is reduced to one, a measure, quench them in it, grind them, and then add them as an additive. Also, finely powdered dung of cocks, peacocks, vultures, herons, and pigeons, and the bile of quadrupeds and birds, and salts, should be added. Then, one should stir it very thoroughly with a ladle. When it rises with vaporous bubbles, thick like a linctus, one should take it down, and when it is cool, it should be placed in an iron vessel within a heap of barley. This is the medium. The from the beginning describes the method of burning for external application with the verse, black. In the Su. A. 39, it is stated, now, external application is of three types, moderate, mild, and strong. Its method of preparation. In autumn, a pure person, having fasted, wearing white clothes on an auspicious day, in an auspicious place, should offer oblations in the four directions with liquor, meat, flowers, unbroken rice grains, etc. to a large black tree of middle age, undamaged. He should circumambulate it clockwise, worship it, and then consecrate it with the mantra, salutations to the deities who reside here, having taken refuge. May you depart without anger, or by abandoning this tree, or by surrendering it. I will take this tree for the purpose of medicine for all living beings, not out of greed, nor out of anger, especially for the sake of Brahmins. Then, on the next day, if he does not see any strange or abnormal phenomenon there, then when the sun has risen to the height of a yoke, he should have Brahmins recite prayers and fell that tree with its top facing east or north. The same applies to and others. Black, cut, and having piled up separately. Among those piles, in the pile of one should throw pieces of, is the substance used for whitewashing palaces, etc. The stones from which it is produced after burning are. Then all the piles should be ignited with of sesame seeds, is dried sesame with its roots and stalks, igniting with fire. The method of filtration is described with having burned, having reduced to ashes, when the fire has subsided. Having separated the ashes of the other substances are brought to a quarter share, meaning 4 of, and others of equal quantity, and 1 of. One should mix half a of water and half a of urine, and filter it with a large cloth. Again and again, one should mix it with the same filtrate until the filtrate becomes slimy, clear, and sharp. The method of preparation is described with then. Then, taking that filtrate, one should cook thee in an iron vessel, those which were separated from the ashes, chalk, the spiral of a conch shell, many times meaning 3 heatings and 3 quenchings. By stating the measure of the alkaline water for grinding, the substance to be ground, though not explicitly mentioned, can be inferred. The feces of birds like rooster, and the bile of quadrupeds and birds, orpiment. One should make a fine powder of the feces, etc., and add it. After the addition, one should stir it thoroughly with a ladle, thick like a linctus. Having placed it in an iron vessel, it should be kept amidst a heap of barley. This is the moderate, as the mild and strong ones will be described later. But do not grind and add it to the mild one. In the strong one, after quenching, add the as before. Similarly, leaves, and after 7 nights, that sara should be used. The strong one is for tumors, etc., which are born from vata, kapha, and fat. The moderate one is for these same moderate conditions. The other, mild one, is for those born from and blood, and for anal growths. If the liquid is diminished, one should add alkaline water again for strength. The Aahara 0 states the 3 applications for the 3 types of with the strong one. Among them, the strong should be used for conditions born from and that are treatable by and are severe. The moderate one is for these same conditions when they are moderate. The other, the mild one, is for conditions born from and blood that are treatable by and also for anal growths, meaning hemorrhoids, even those born from and. If the liquid in thee is diminished, one should add other alkaline water. Neither too sharp nor too mild, smooth, slimy, quick-acting, white. Having a peak, easily cooled, not exudative, and not causing excessive pain. With these 10 qualities is praised, performing the actions of both a surgical instrument and fire. As if sucking in with intensity, as if constricting the body, it follows the everywhere and uproots them from their very source. Having performed its action, it becomes free from pain and subsides on its own. In diseases curable by such as hemorrhoids and tumors, this should be applied after the action of cutting, etc., when divided into 2, when scraped with a surgical instrument, when blood has been removed by scarification, not before the cutting, etc. Thus, the scope of has been shown. After applying the with a probe, one should wait for 100 units of time. It means that cooling with sour gruel or similar substances should not be done. What kind of probe? With a piece of cloth, covered, the body, whose form it is. In a disease curable by whether it has been cut, scraped, or drained, one should apply the with a probe whose body is covered with a cloth and wait for 100 units of time. Ashtanga Hridaya Aahara 0. Now, the method of applying alkaline caustic. In the Sue 39, it is stated, for the alkaline caustic procedure, one should prepare a cotton swab, probe, ladle, cupped hands, ghee, honey, sour gruel, husk water, fermented rice gruel, alkaline water, cold applications, bedding, seating, etc. Then, for the person suitable for who is seated or lying down, held by an attendant. Thus, he describes the application of in the verse, that which is curable by. In piles, where the opening is covered, one should make an instrument with the hand. In diseases of the eyelids should be averted, and after covering the black part, pupil, with a cotton swab, one should apply the tongue. The paste should be as thin as a lotus petal, and also in nasal tumors. For one seated facing the sun, having raised the tip of the nose, the measure should be held for 50 time units. Similarly in oral piles. After the alkaline caustic has been applied, one should wipe it off and ascertain that it is well burnt. Then, having anointed the area with ghee and honey, one should cool it with milk, curds, or sour gruel. Thereafter, one should apply sweet and cooling substances mixed with ghee. Foods that cause exudation should be consumed for moistening the burnt area. And if, due to its firm root, the burnt area does not slough off, then one should apply a paste of the sediment of fermented gruel, licorice, and sesame seeds. A paste of sesame seeds mixed with licorice and ghee promotes wound healing. Black like a ripe jambu fruit, depressed, properly cauterized. In the opposite case, poorly cauterized with redness, burning, itching, etc., one should cauterize it again. In an excessively cauterized wound, blood flows, and there are fainting, burning sensations, fever, and other symptoms. Now, the symptoms of excessive cauterization of the anus are described. Anus, it is said. In the anus specifically, there is obstruction of feces and urine, or excessive discharge. There is impairment of virility, or certain death due to the tearing of the anus. In the nose, there is tearing, contraction, and protrusion of the nasal septum, and there is loss of perception of objects. Similarly, in the ears and other organs, especially in this case, irrigation with sours, a paste of honey, ghee, and sesame seeds, and all cooling treatments that alleviate and are beneficial. For sour is cool to the touch, and when is combined with it, it quickly attains sweetness. Therefore, one should extinguish it thoroughly with sours, and applied by a person of little intelligence is like poison, fire, a weapon, a thunderbolt, or death. But when properly applied by a wise person, it destroys terrible diseases in a short time. Now, regarding the remedy for excessive burning, it is said, due to its specific nature. Due to the mention of specific, there is cooling as described previously. And it has been stated in the Sangraha, Su 39, one should repeatedly cool that which is excessively active with the previously mentioned cooling methods. Therefore, a large area to be cauterized should not be cauterized all at once. Thus, Psalms 39, fever, diarrhea, thirst, delusion, fainting, heart disease, and pain. The derangement caused by alkali burns the body like fire in a forest. If there is excessive application, one should quickly administer curd mixed with ghee, or curd cream with jaggery, or oil with rock candy. Ghee cooked with double the quantity of the juice of Indian gooseberry, wood apple, sour pomegranate, and pomegranate should be given as a drink and used for external application to relieve excessive pain. One should cook the juice of pomegranate, Indian gooseberry, mango, wood apple, Carissa carandas, and citron over a gentle fire. Then, for one with excessive application, one should administer it according to strength. The then subsides and the skin regains its normal state. In case of excessive bleeding, both external and internal cooling procedures should be applied. Thus ends the chapter on procedures. Fire is superior even to alkali, because diseases cauterized by it do not recur, and because it cures those diseases that cannot be cured by medicines or surgical instruments. Cauterization is applied to the skin, muscle, veins, ligaments, joints, and bones. In black moles, limb weakness, headache, a type of eye disease, warts, freckles, etc. Skin cautery should be performed with a stick, cow's tooth, sunstone, arrow, etc. In piles, fistula in ano, tumors, sinuses, infected wounds, etc. Muscle cautery should be performed with honey, unctuous substances, a type of probe, jaggery, etc. In cases of adherent eyelids, bleeding from the blood vessels, a type of skin disease, and improper venesection, etc. Cauterization of the vessels, and so on, should be done with those very same substances. One should not cauterize those who have been forbidden alkali, nor those with internal foreign bodies, those with internal bleeding, those whose body cavity is perforated, or those afflicted with many wounds. Having been well cauterized, anointed with ghee and honey, one should apply unctuous and cooling substances. Its sign is when the blood has stopped, accompanied by a sound and lymph, resembling a ripe palm fruit or a pigeon, healing well and not excessively painful. For the underburnt and excessively burnt, everything is like the accidentally burnt. That accidental burn is fourfold along with the superficial. The characteristic of superficial burn: the skin becomes discolored and burns intensely, but there is no formation of blisters. A improperly burnt burn is accompanied by blisters, burning, and intense heat due to excessive burning. The sagging of flesh, contraction, burning, fuming, and pain, destruction of veins, channels, thirst, fainting, deep wounds, and death occur. For a superficial burn, heating with fire should be done and warm medicine applied. When the blood is congealed, there is intense pain. When it is liquefied, the pain is mild. In a poorly cauterized wound, one should apply cold and hot alternately at first, and then only cold. In a properly cauterized wound, one should apply a paste of bamboo manna, fig tree bark, sandalwood, and red ochre, mixed with ghee and giloy. Afterwards, the treatment should be like that for an abscess caused by. If excessively burnt, one should quickly apply everything as in erysipelas caused by. If burnt by unctuous substances, one should apply very strong drying remedies there, because surgical instruments, caustics, and fire cautery are the ultimate weapons of death. A physician, being vigilant, should therefore apply them properly. This section, which holds the secret of the heart essence, is concluded. Here, subtle meanings are indicated, which are then elaborated everywhere. Thus, in the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the illustrious Vaidipati Simhagupta, in the Sutra Sthana, the 30th chapter named Ksharagni Karma Vidhi is concluded.